Chapter 1003. Meeting old friends again. There were a few blood ancestors who had heard rumors of the Blood Devil tribe's ambitions. They believed that the tribe wanted to be the top clan within the blood race. In fact, no one really suspected this rumor. After all, they had produced 3 immortal emperors in the past. The tribe itself had frightening resources, and more importantly, ever since Wang Dongtian took over, the tribe had undergone many changes. They became strong to an alarming level. After several generations of reforms, they became the unified entity of today. Although they did not produce an emperor during this time, geniuses came out one after another. There were many paragons and even eternal existences. Some even said that the tribe was the branch with the highest number of paragons in the blood race. And there was an even more frightening rumor. It stated that their ambitions did not stop there. The tribe wanted to become an existence that rivaled the blood primal ground. It even went beyond that. Some believed that they wanted to replace the primal ground altogether. Of course, the majority of the blood ancestors only snorted at these rumors. They assumed that they were only propaganda spouted by the humans or the other races. The goal was to destroy the blood race's unity. The truth was that these ancestors found it to be an impossible matter. For millions of years and generation after generation, the primal ground had always controlled the blood race in the 9 worlds. No one person or lineage could ever shake the primal ground's position in the blood race. Thus, they thought of these rumors as mere malicious slander. The Blood Devil tribe couldn't be stupid enough to challenge the primal ground's position. This was simply courting death. However, after hearing the exchange between Li Qie and Wang Dongtian, some of these blood ancestors with great statuses were slightly startled. They couldn't help but recall these past rumors about the Blood Devil tribe. They trembled at the thought that they might be true. The younger generation did not know the relationship between Li Qie and the primal ground. However, the primal ground had recently sent messages to the powerful side branches of the blood race. Even a fool would understand that Li Qie carried a great significance for the primal ground. He might even take over the leadership of the blood race. Although such speculations did not receive a direct response from the primal ground, it was enough to show Li Qie's importance. Yet, even after receiving these messages, someone as smart as Wang Dongtian chose to work together with the storm god to oppose Li Qie? What did this mean? Man proposes but heaven disposes. Let the heavens be the judge. Well said. Li Qie couldn't help but praise. I have to admit that you are a man with a vision. However, you have underestimated your enemy so much that this act is no longer a vision, it is simply overestimating your own abilities. Overestimating my own abilities? Wang Dongtian's profound eyes emitted a cold glimmer as he slowly responded. Against a supreme lord, I will admit that I don't know my own limits. But against you, I don't believe this is the case. Ha 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 ha, how funny. Li Qie chuckled. You will never find out what kind of enemy you are facing right now. In fact, your knowledge of the blood primal ground is only made of scraps and pieces. Otherwise, you would already be regretting the decision you made today. Is that so? Wang Dongtian retorted. My Blood Devil tribe will never know regret. We swear to fight to the very last man against our enemies. How brave! Li Qie said with a smile. Fine, you all have seen what I am capable of and should have a clear assessment of my strength. Thus, you should be well prepared. I have always been merciful and given my enemies ample opportunities. Begin, show me everything you have. I'll wait so that others won't say that I never gave you all a fighting chance. Wang Dongtian stared at Li Qie without speaking. His leisured and relaxed attitude didn't seem to be just for show. It really made Wang Dongtian wonder just how many heaven-defying means Li Qie had. However, he didn't have time to hesitate. He slowly uttered, Very well, since you are so confident, I'll let you see our great solidarity firsthand. Commence! He shouted out a command. The tightly packed army that surrounded the Wang clan did not immediately attack Li Qie after the command. A battalion of disciples instantly formed formations. Magical runes appeared on their bodies. Buzz! The entire Wang territory lit up. Formation arrays rose from the ground and illuminated the area. Many chants resounded. A very powerful force in the middle of this land fluctuated. Next, a series of continuous explosions blared. Pop! A very mighty bloody ray soared into the sky from within the clan. It tore apart the initial firmament. Its crimson radiance turned into a formation high above, as if it was about to open a timeless portal. What is this? Many people felt uneasy after seeing the portal in the sky in addition to sensing the fluctuation of this timeless power. Interesting. Li Qie glanced at the portal but still sat leisurely on his throne. I have heard of this legend before. Alas, it can't reach the apex against me. His words turned Wang Dongtian's expression sour because this portal hid the ultimate power of their blood devil tribe. However, Li Qie's casual words were full of disdain. This was an affront to the great efforts of their tribe's wise sages. Such a big tone. Wang Dongtian coldly said, "Surrender now or you won't be able to escape death when the time comes, even if you are a god king." Really now? Before Li Qie could speak, another tyrannical voice sounded in the air. You think your blood devil tribe is so amazing? Try us then. This soul-stealing yet pleasant voice speaking in this tyrannical manner immediately attracted many gazes. At this time, many figures soared closer. A huge snail appeared before everyone. On top of the snail were 3 girls wearing the same uniform. Many eyes lit up after seeing the 3. They were definitely worthy of the phrase, kingdom toppling to an unrivaled level. All 3 had their own style and charm. One was graceful with an air of nobility, the other was as cold as ice, and the last was enchantingly sexy. The speaker was the sexy girl. She had a tall and thin figure with ample curves. Her milky white breasts were full and round. Her appearance was indescribably alluring and caused everyone to lose their minds. These 3 supreme women would draw gazes no matter where they went. Who are they? Countless youths were fascinated and enchanted by them. Li Qie couldn't help but smile after seeing the 3. He felt a hard-to-describe feeling as if he had just seen his family again. He was all too familiar with these 3 since they were quite memorable. Su Yonghuang, Li Shuangyan, and Chen Baojiao. There was also Niu Fan, who had turned into the gigantic snail. The younger generation shall surpass us with time. Wang Dongtian saw the 3 and his eyes turned serious after he uttered this praise. As the leader of the Blood Devil tribe, he immediately noticed certain clues after seeing them. The terrifying part has yet to come. After so many years, Chen Baojiao was still as hot-headed as before. She shouted, "Young noble, let us drive back the enemy for you." With that, she stepped into the sky and used an overbearing momentum to infiltrate the great army. With a serious gaze, Wang Dongtian commanded, "Stop them." With his command, a cavalry rushed out from the great coalition. Under the command of an ancestor, they swiftly rushed towards Chen Baojiao. "Just in time," she shouted. A terrifying storm swirled around her body. She borrowed the momentum of the world and the force of myriad Tao. Her tyrannical sacred spring physique immediately made her combat prowess soar crazily. Clank! A saber crossed the sky, capable of slashing down the stars themselves. It swung up and down, immediately causing blood to splash. Heads began to fly. Several hundred experts couldn't even stop her single slash. The tyrannical spring physique, the tyrannical immortal saber, and the heaven-traversing 8 slashes were a perfect combination. They were enough for Chen Baojiao to meet God, slay God, meet devil, slaughter devil. Activate the formation. Wang Dongtian was startled by the sight of Chen Baojiao slaying a virtuous paragon with a single slash, so he immediately gave another command. 5 more cavalries rushed out from the ranks and turned into a 5 elements formation in order to trap Chen Baojiao. Slay! Li Shuangyan released a powerful roar. She rushed forward and turned into an ethereal figure that seemed like an elf playing in the snow. She went straight for the Blood Devil experts that were powering the timeless portal. Of course, Wang Dongtian didn't need to give the order. The army absolutely wouldn't allow her to get close to these experts. For more cavalries rushed out from the army to block her. They attacked with a world-sealing momentum to stop her from taking another step towards the summoning array. Chapter 1004. Unbeatable Immortal Physiques, Buzz. The moment these cavalries from the Blood Devil tribe sealed the area, Li Shuangyan exuded an astonishingly holy light. Time and space shook in this moment. She stepped forward through the sealed area. Even this great trap couldn't deter her path. Zzz. At this moment, people finally noticed a crest on her head. This was the ice crown she obtained from the World Tree. The moment she put it on, it immediately sealed everything with a layer of ice. The experts who attacked her were instantly frozen. Next came a series of shattering sounds. The ones that were trapped all broke into pieces, including even the virtuous paragons. Void imperfection physique. This allowed Li Shuangyan to move freely under any problematic situations. Myriad techniques couldn't touch her while her own Tao would spread far and wide. It was destined for her to resemble a transcendent lotus. Use fire to stop her. Wang Dongtian was aghast. He immediately issued the order the moment he saw her ice attack kill so many experts. Go! 8 new cavalry divisions ran out. They used their longevity blood to accelerate a supreme art. It turned into a gigantic fire dragon that then flew straight for Li Shuangyan. Die! Li Shuangyan was unperturbed in the face of the eternal existence leading the 8 divisions. The heavenly sky plate floated above her while she wielded the 6 Tao sword. The sacred physique was her only protection. Each of her steps created a new lotus flower to pave her way into battle. Playing with fire? I'll show you a real Tao of fire. Seeing the fire dragon formed by the 8 divisions, Su Yonghuang shouted and soared forward as well, leaving behind a path of flames in the air. An endless extreme yang fire descended. A sun began to rise in front of her chest. She seemed like a golden crow immersed in the sun, scorching the entire world. Her own fire dragons roared. This extreme yang fire turned into fire dragons and swept by everything. Miserable screams came about. Many Blood Devil disciples were instantly burnt to ashes. Open! Eventually, a Blood Devil paragon used an imperial weapon while borrowed the blood energy from several thousand disciples to support it in an attempt to stop the extreme yang fire from assaulting the area. Extreme yang physique. A royal lord was able to recognize the physique and exclaimed in shock as Su Yonghuang terrorized the world with her flame. I'm here as well. Niufen also shouted. He didn't need to transform, only continuing to rampage as a snail as large as a mountain. He slammed into the Blood Devil army and caused blood to flow. Wherever he went, one could hear the breaking of bones. Mangled flesh scattered all around him. Even a regular paragon would be blown flying while spurting blood from a shattered body. This sect master had taken a vacation at the Grand Middle Territory before. He murmured in amazement while watching this scene. The cleansing incense's 3 great beauties as well as their 3 immortal physiques. I have heard stories about their recent rise. It seems that they were indeed true. One sect with 3 immortal physiques. This is more than enough to sweep through any sect or lineage. It really is scary. All the spectators couldn't help but feel astonished. A paragon commented, 3 young geniuses have already become virtuous paragons with half-completion immortal physiques. The 3 of them together are simply unstoppable. Void imperfection physique, extreme yang physique, but what is the last one? A great character from the previous generation checked out the 3's physiques. However, he couldn't recognize Chen Baojiao's physique. Maybe it is the furious immortal tyrannical physique, one of the 12. A different big shot responded, but he wasn't completely sure and was only speculating. They came from cleansing incense. Why are they helping Li Qie right now? A junior was confused about the 3 suddenly assisting Li Qie. The sect master explained to his junior, you haven't been to the Grand Middle Territory so you don't know. Li Qie came from cleansing incense. He is their prime disciple. Back when he was at the 100 cities, he murdered thousands in a furor and personally destroyed the Tiger Howl School. This was back when he was very young. Later on, he disappeared for a long time, so everyone assumed that he was dead. Who would expect him to show up now in the southern region? Brother Hong, so you were aware of Li Qie's identity much earlier. How come you didn't tell us? A different schoolmaster looked at the sect master with wide eyes. Li Qie is infamous, and the blood race just happens to want to fight him. Why should I let them know? This sect master smilingly spoke. Li Qie quietly sat on his throne and watched the 4 kill with a grin on his face. They were all groomed by him, so he was very happy to see their current accomplishments. Chen Baojiao was swinging her saber with an unstoppable sharpness. Li Shuangyan was untouched by myriad arts and had a supreme and free presence. Su Yonghuang's flame incinerated the sky and bullied the world. Lastly, Niu Fun was ferocious with his raw power. His gigantic body made it difficult for the enemies to hurt him. In just a moment, the 4 of them tempestuously fought inside the great army. Even though the paragons from the Blood Devil tribe had taken out imperial weapons, they still couldn't stop the 4. The spectators outside were quivering while watching this scene in shock. The younger generation was even more disturbed. A paragon with a half-completion immortal physique is unstoppable even when facing an imperial weapon. An ancestor commented with a tinge of emotion. Grand Middle Territory, so many geniuses are there. In the far distance, Bai Jian watched with several ancestors protecting him. He gently sighed during his observation. Back during his youth, he had traveled the world and went to the Grand Middle Territory as well as the Eastern 100 cities. He understood the situations in these places very well. Now, watching Su Yonghuang's unstoppable group inside this army left him feeling sentimental. There are so many immortal physiques over there. Just the cleansing incense ancient sect alone has 3. Then the mortal king of the Jewel Pillar Sacred School also has a half-completion immortal physique. They also have Jikong Wudi. It is true that their younger generation is far better than the barren earths, better than the blood races as well. Bai Jian sighed once more. Even though the southern region had the 1 emperor 5 saints, the truth was that as one of the 5, Bai Jian knew very well that they were not even a match for Yi Chuyun, let alone Jikong Wudi. Despite the southern region being dominated by the blood race, it seemed that the current young blood generation was not as great as those in the other domains. In fact, he was not the only one who felt this sentiment. The other blood experts who were watching this fight, especially the big shots, were amazed as well. The immortal physiques were simply unstoppable. After seeing Chen Baojiao's group dominating the Grand Army, Li Qie chuckled and looked over at Wang Dongtian. How long do you think your army can hold out for? If the only god monarch your side has is you, I'm afraid this won't be enough. I'd like to see what you can do. Wang Dongtian turned serious. He glanced at the portal in the sky. His god monarch rings pulsed even more with a great celestial world floating behind him. In the blink of an eye, he became the ruler of this celestial world, instilling fear and awe in all. He finally wanted to take action and unleash their tribe's ultimate attack. Prior to this, he was simply testing Li Qie to see all of his methods. You alone are not worthy of testing the young noble. As Li Qie was still sitting leisurely on his throne, a voice next to him answered Wang Dongtian, who was ready to attack. A person appeared next to Li Qie. Even Wang Dongtian couldn't clearly see how he appeared. He wore a paper hat. It was Arcane Guru. A little bit ago, he was blown flying by the immortal emperor's sentiment. Nevertheless, Li Qie wasn't worried about him at all. He had a heaven-defying treasure protecting his body, so it wouldn't be easy to actually kill him. Wang Dongtian stared at him. His profound eyes narrowed and emitted a frightening glint. You all want to go big, so what's the point of keeping it hidden? Li Qie laughed at Wang Dongtian. Just let those hiding in the dark come out. How can you still remain calm while watching your disciples be killed like this? Wang Dongtian's eyes slightly shifted after hearing this before raising his voice. Elders, it is time for us to end this. Please come and subdue these juniors. After these words were spoken, 3 figures suddenly floated into the sky. Their appearance was accompanied by the arrival of their god monarch auras that flipped over the firmament like a rising tide. They had imperial weapons ready. Boom! The weapons shattered the void and went straight for the 3 girls in the middle of the Grand Army. The spectating ancestors in a safe distance palpitated when they saw god monarchs using imperial weapons. The vast aura caused many youths to directly kneel down from the pressure. The 3 girls roared and with a slash, Chen Baojiao unleashed her 8 saber techniques. The tyrannical immortal saber cut through devils and immortals to stop the imperial weapons. Meanwhile, Li Shuangyin's sword turned into the 6 Dao while her heavenly sky plate stopped anyone from reading the heavenly fortunes. In addition to this, her crown of ice reversed the universe in an attempt to strike down a weapon. Su Yonghuang had a crimson halberd in her hands. Her expertise made it resemble a soaring true dragon or a great sovereign making his appearance. Under her endless extreme yang fire, everything was annihilated in the firmament. She alone stopped one of the weapons as well. Rumble! The 3 girls managed to stop the weapon's offense. However, one could easily imagine the power behind these weapons when god monarchs were controlling them. Although the 3 girls were strong, they were knocked flying with blood dripping from the corners of their mouths. Chapter 1005. The leader, kill them. The 3 god monarchs wanted to kill the 3 girls in one fell swoop without giving them a chance to breathe. The imperial weapons surged once more and recommenced their attack. Formation! Li Shuangyan shouted and summoned a formation array. The 3 of them quickly came together and formed a vast formation. One side of this formation was an endless sea of flames. The extreme yang physique refined this place into a fiery domain. On the other side was an extremely sacred land like a world of deities. In the third domain, a terrifying storm ravaged the earth like those in the legends. It wanted to tear myriad laws asunder. Three Immortals Formation. This was a supreme formation built on the basis of the Three's immortal physiques. It borrowed their physique's power to support the arrays. It not only unleashed their greatest potential but also perfectly fused them together to reach a frightening level. Boom! The formation received the attack from the three Imperial weapons without being damaged at all. Next, it instantly trapped the three god monarchs within. Rumble! At this time, the endless storm erupted. The immortal flame instantly engulfed the three monarchs. In the realm of the deities, a sacred power suppressed them and began to separate their grand Tao. Many were astonished to see the three monarchs suppressed within. A blood ancestor said with fear, They are the three oldest ancestors of the Blood Devil tribe. The great army wanted to shatter the three Immortals formation in order to help the monarchs. However, Xueqi alone stopped their progress and shouted, Scram! He had turned back into his humanoid form at this time. With a loud cry, it seemed that he had figured out the mysteries of this world. His body became very large and majestic. An endless heavenly glow shone on him, making it seem as if he had turned into a great deity. His blood energy soared to the sky and became dazzlingly bright. Each strand of his blood energy emitted a divine aura. He shouted again and unleashed a strike that destroyed all the celestials in the way. The earth moldered and almost 10,000 blood experts were crushed in an instant. What is that? People were startled by his divine strands of blood energy. Not too many had ever seen a cultivator's blood energy emitting a divine aura such as this before. It looked like something that could only belong to a godly race of legends. The bloodline of a true god. So incredible. An ancient voice came about. A huge palm came from the sky. Xueqi roared and thrust both hands up to meet this incoming palm. Boom! The exchange shattered mountains and rivers. Xueqi's gigantic body took several thumping steps back and smashed apart the hills behind him. Even with the 18 solutions at his disposal, he was still not a match for this new enemy. It really is a descendant of a true god. A person showed up in the sky and was surprised to see Xueqi survive his palm attack. He emitted an aura that would make paragons tremble. He stood in the distance in a supreme and sacred manner. It seemed that each of his gestures could reverse the universe and control the world. A god king, not to mention the younger generation, even the big shots from the previous generation were startled and became timid. A god king had finally made his move. This meant that this storm was about to end. He is not only a god king, he is one of the past leaders. A blood ancestor recognized this person and felt his scalp tingling. He is the most amazing leader of the blood race after immortal Emperor Xueqi, the one who took control of all the bloods in the 9 worlds. It's that leader? Another big shot from the blood race quivered and responded. But he isn't from the Blood Devil tribe, why is he helping them? Those in the blood race who knew about this leader were quite jolted. This person before them was a very old ancestor. Rumor has it that he had been sealed for a long while and wouldn't come into being ever again. Who would have thought that he would come out today for the Blood Devil tribe? The one standing in the high sky above looked down on the entire battlefield. Even if he didn't try to put on airs, he still naturally emitted a suffocating aura as a very powerful god king. Moreover, he had once ruled over the blood race in the 9 worlds and was considered the best leader after immortal Emperor Xueqi. His eyes fell upon Li Qie as he slowly uttered, You do indeed have some amazing means. However, I have met many others with amazing means as well. It is your honor to have me personally come out today. You shouldn't have gotten involved in this matter, but since this is already the case, my old bones will have to check you out then. A different feeble voice rang. Someone instantly jumped into the firmament. This was an old Taoist who was dressed quite shabbily. His robes were so dirty that no one would know when the last time he washed was. His eyes were full of drowsiness, making it seem like he would fall over into a deep sleep at any given moment. An old Taoist coming out of nowhere and challenging the leader left many people confused. Everyone knew the leader. He was definitely a terrorizing god king whose fame was not just for show. However, this Taoist that resembled a beggar who came out of nowhere and challenged him left many spectators speculating his identity. Li Qie couldn't help but smile after seeing the Taoist. He was from the Heavenly Tao Academy, Pang Kang. Heavenly Tao Academy. The leader was definitely worthy of his prestige. He immediately recognized Pang Kang's background. Truly incredible. His eyes seemed to pierce the eons as he gazed at Pang Kang. Even though your Tao is heaven-defying, you are still not my match. Even an immortal emperor thought highly of you back then, so I know that you are very unfathomable. Peng Keng didn't seem to mind as he drank a gulp of wine and smiled. However, how many moves do you think you will need to defeat me? 500 or maybe 1,000? This response shocked many experts. If someone who was even praised by an emperor needed 500 to 1,000 moves to defeat this old Taoist, then just how powerful was this old Taoist? The leader glared at Peng Keng as if he wanted to see through him and find his weakness to deliver a fatal blow. However, Peng Keng just continued to relaxedly pour wine into his mouth. Rumble! At this time space suddenly quaked. The portal in the sky finally opened. A bloody brilliance descended and blocked out the world. The entire barren earth could see this brilliance. It was truly too magnificent. A vast country emerged from this bloody light. It was endless like a sea of blood with countless citizens living within. There were deities above these citizens, and even greater than them were three majestic figures that controlled this kingdom of blood. The appearance of this bloody kingdom left many people astonished. Many sects in the far-reaching southern regions felt an extraordinary aura. Needless to say about the spectators on site, they were rendered speechless from shock. The blood cultivators had an even stronger reaction. They felt an urge to prostrate in worship, as if this kingdom was the home of the blood race, the heavenly kingdom in the hearts of the blood disciples. To be able to live in this kingdom was a great honor. It is done. Even a big shot like Wang Dongtian revealed a happy expression after seeing the kingdom appear in the sky. A very old blood ancestor in the horizon lost his voice. This is the immortal blood kingdom. Immortal blood kingdom? What's that? A junior had to ask since he had never heard this name before. It is merely a legend. I didn't expect it to be real. The old ancestor stared at the kingdom in disbelief and murmured. In the legends, the first immortal emperor of the Blood Devil tribe had a vision, the creation of a supreme kingdom for their tribe. However, there was no news about this later on. The future descendants all thought that this emperor had failed. Who would have thought that he didn't fail and only established it in a different form? Moreover, the other two emperors of the tribe exerted their efforts as well. At this point, this ancestor quivered and knew why the Blood Devil tribe had the ambition to compete with the Blood Primal Ground and maybe even replace it. The great army also looked up with strong emotions. If it wasn't for the ongoing battle, they would have prostrated on the ground in worship. It was just like what this ancestor had said. This kingdom of blood was created by the three emperors of the Blood Devil tribe. They even used their own longevity blood to refine it. It had mysticisms beyond comprehension and stored an unimaginable power within. Chapter 1006. Massacre. Because of this immortal blood kingdom, the tribe finally had the capital to think about replacing the Blood Primal Ground. Today, even if your academy's realm god comes himself, he still wouldn't be able to reverse the tide. The leader smiled and glanced over at Peng Keng with full confidence. Next he turned back at Li Qian and slowly uttered, "The kingdom of blood is here. It shall herald a new golden age for the Blood Devil tribe. Today, all of you will be the first sacrifice." Being confident is not a bad thing. Unfortunately, you all will never find out who you are facing. Li Qian smiled and clapped his hands. "Okay, ladies, enough warming up and playing around. Come back, it is time for your young noble to take action." Li Qian's words were not sonorous, but everyone here heard them clearly. Boom! The three immortals' formation opened and the three girls quickly retreated. Meanwhile, the monarchs inside looked especially distressed. If it wasn't for the imperial weapons protecting them, they might not have been able to survive inside. Many people gasped after seeing this. These three girls were a bit too heaven-defying. They were actually capable of trapping god monarchs to death. Li Qian glanced at the group and said, "The blood devils came for me, so you all can back off. There is a very good saying, every injustice has its perpetrator, every debt has its debtor. My feud with the blood devils will end today. We're waiting to see young noble's domination." The first to leave the battle was Neo Fun. He jumped out without any hesitation and laughed. Arcane Guru instantly disappeared without another word. Peng Keng drank another gulp of wine, then looked over at the leader and the grand army before shaking his head with emotion. "Blood Devil tribe. I'm afraid it will become history after today." With that, he turned around and left as well. Wang Dongtian and the leader didn't try to prevent them from leaving. Their only goal was Li Qian. However, This did indeed shock many people. If it was someone else, why would they not take advantage of the help of such powerful supporters? Li Qiye, on the other hand, chose to fight the entire tribe alone. One versus hundreds of thousands. Though we are enemies, I must admit that you are quite heroic for a junior. The leader stared at Li Qiye and stated, "Unfortunately, you shouldn't have opposed our tribe and destroyed your own future." The leader was an amazing god king. He had once rampaged across the 9 worlds and then accepted the Blood Primal Grounds proposition to become the new leader of the Bloods. Later on, he sealed himself and didn't come out. As someone who had obtained supreme glory, very few things in this world could tempt him. The possibility of making him come into being was even lower. But now, the Blood Devil tribe was able to do so. This meant that they must have given him an offer that couldn't be refused, the Kingdom of Blood. This was the thing he wanted the most. Otherwise, how could a famous god king like him come out for the Blood Devils? Li Qiye simply smiled and shook his head. Susitu Susitu, you were once an incredible god king and became the spokesman for the primal ground. Just imagine, oh how bright your vision used to be. Alas, you were blinded by greed and have ruined your lifetime's prestige. You have grown old and senile. The leader's eyes lit up and stared at Li Qiye. He felt astonished as well. Very few people in the current generation knew his name. Li Qiye ignored the leader and glanced over at Wang Dongtian. And as for you, you were quite brilliant back then as well, to be able to unify the blood devils like this and allowing them to flourish under your control. It is a shame that your brain has rotted from old age. To be this arrogant and think that with just your tribe and kingdom of blood, you would be able to challenge the primal ground's authority. You simply don't know the primal ground at all. Li Qiye laughed and shook his head. Susitu knows how powerful it is but chose not to tell you. The only thing he wants is this kingdom of blood. Li Qiye's revelation of the Blood Devil tribe's ambition of replacing the primal ground left many experts dumbfounded. Both Bloods and members of the other races were startled by how grand this goal was. Your efforts at creating a rift between us are useless. The leader slightly shook his head. Those who are not part of our race will always have ulterior motives. No matter what you did to confuse the primal ground, a blood disciple has the obligation to maintain our pure bloodline. Their emergence unleashed the 3 forces of life, creation, and everlastingness into this world encompassed within the chaos. The 3 grand forces were powerful beyond imagination. The life force carried the blood energy of all the existences of 3,000 worlds. The force of creation resembled a creator god with matchless strength, the beginning of all things. The everlasting force was even more eternal. Eons continued to turn without end. Zzz, when this surging and boundless power poured into the primordial chaos, a mighty array emerged. The world was stunned while the deities trembled. An indescribable murderous aura swept through the endless stars and crushed all existences in this world. Even the gods and emperors felt insignificant inside this formation. Bang! 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 The majority of the experts in the distance immediately fell down. They were suppressed by this terrifying murderous aura despite being far away and lost their ability to fly. In just a second, the sound of people falling rang out. All the spectating cultivators met the ground and couldn't even stand back up. They could only hug the ground while continuously quivering. Even ancestors were helpless under this murderous aura. They were like fish on the chopping block and were overwhelmed with fear. Just what is that? This murderous aura suppressed the entire southern barren earth and spread to virtually all of the mortal emperor world. Countless living beings were lying on the ground in the southern regions. They couldn't stand up at all. Even heavenly kings became insignificant insects, let alone weaker cultivators. The end of the world seemed to have arrived at the barren earth. All trembled in fear and hoped that time could move a little bit faster since this sensation was like torture, akin to millions of years of suffering. Shrill bursts of screams came from inside the primordial chaos. The experts prostrating outside were scared out of their minds. Many cultivators had experienced life and death battles before, but they were defenseless against this murderous pressure. While listening to the miserable screams, they felt that nothing could be more frightening than this. Some even soiled their pants. This was going to be the most terrifying nightmare in their lives. Chapter 1007. Turned into ashes. No one could see what was happening inside the chaos, but they could imagine the horrifying hell within from just listening to the pitiful screams. Many were alarmed by this murderous aura. Even existences sealed for many years got up from fear and became completely pale. Immortal Emperor Slaughtering Formation. Inside Heavenguard, a very old ancestor gazed towards the horizon. He was both moved and excited as he murmured, "His Excellency has taken action. The 9 heavens and 10 earths shall quake in fear. The gods and emperors all have to prostrate." The several seclusive clans in the Holy City were alerted as well. Their archaic ancestors woke up after sensing the murderous aura that crushed all things. These ancestors didn't know whether to feel happy or sad. One of them murmured, "The supreme glory, the pride of our human race. But how many corpses did it take to reach this level? Shit, it's just like the legends." Inside the mysterious bamboo mountain, the youth was also frightened and spoke in horror. When an everlasting existence like this reveals his ace, even immortal emperors won't want to mess with him. My luck really has to be the worst, having to meet him. Foolish blood devils, they don't even know who they provoked. Even in the distant south, the blood primal ground was roused. There were quite a few old ancestors awakening with expressions paled from the horror. "Ancestor, if this continues, I'm afraid the entire blood devil tribe will be wiped out." An ancestor spoke his mind to the blood bull god fiend. The god fiend still didn't come into being. He remained lying in the coffin and answered, "All of you will never know what he is capable of. Only death awaits those who try to stop him. This has been true for many eons, so how can we stop him? The Blood Devil tribe needs this lesson anyway. They have become too arrogant and think that they can rule the blood race of the 9 worlds in place of our primal ground, so much so that they would pay any cost to make it happen. One day, they might even cooperate with the fallen. They have sought their own destruction, so let them be." The other ancestors could only sigh after listening to the god fiend. Inside the battlefield shrouded in chaos, fewer and fewer screams could be heard. Eventually, with a loud battle cry, someone wanted to rush out of the chaos by flying straight into the air. This was the leader who was praised to be the greatest leader of the blood race after immortal Emperor Chen Xue. However, he was laden with wounds and covered in blood like a dog that had lost its owner. He no longer resembled an invincible god king. "Emperors, lend me your imperial blood, give us strength." Vast runes emerged around his body as he tried to break out of the chaos so that he could reach the kingdom above to use its imperial blood. However, he didn't have this chance. Before he could finish speaking, a bright ray shot out with a buzz. Pluff! Blood spurted in the air. He yelped miserably and fell back into the chaos. His shrill cry echoed for a long time. The Blood Devil tribe spent so much effort to open the Kingdom of Blood, yet they weren't able to use it. In their plans, as long as they could open the kingdom and borrow the power of the emperors, the protection of the deities, and the imperial blood, they would be able to crush all enemies. Even god kings would surely die under such immense power. However, they didn't know who they were facing and had greatly underestimated Li Qie. They didn't have time to borrow the imperial blood and the emperor's power from the kingdom before being annihilated by the immortal emperor slaughtering formation. Exa! Another beam of light rushed out from the chaos. It instantly shattered the Kingdom of Blood's portal and pierced the kingdom itself. If the kingdom in the sky was a powerful heart, then this beam of light that pierced it was a sharp knife with a bloody groove. Stabbing with it would result in a great amount of bleeding. Sure enough, a splash could be heard after this beam pierced the kingdom. This huge volume of treasure blood that resembled a glossy liquid cornelian poured down. It was extremely precious. Keep in mind that this kingdom had been refined by the longevity blood of 3 immortal emperors. After the initial penetration, the beam of light drained the blood at a terrifying speed and ended up taking more than half of the treasure blood. At the same time, the kingdom reacted. One could see the sealing of the deities as the 3 supreme figures attacked with their immortal emperor laws. Each law turned into individual defensive runes in an attempt to stop the blood-sucking beam. At the same time, they began to retreat. Rumble! A series of explosions resounded. The kingdom sealed the portal and began to move. It slowly disappeared from the sky. It was a lot dimmer compared to earlier. Half of its treasure blood was taken by Li Qie's formation. The chaos also disappeared with the kingdom's retreat. Li Qie finally emerged in sight with a pale expression. This was because he had used an extreme method to initiate the formation and expended a huge amount of blood energy. Even the ginseng ancestor wouldn't be able to replenish him in a short amount of time. However, he was able to seize half of the treasure blood. A great world expanded behind him and the blood was sent in there for refinement. He aimed to turn it into his own. With this new addition, Li Qiye's blood energy began to recover and his complexion regained its color. Li Qiye smiled and murmured, "The treasure blood refined from 3 emperors' longevity blood is extremely nutritious. I've wanted a piece of this nice toy for a long time now." Li Qiye clicked his tongue and cheerfully commented, "This is too much. It's so pure and gentle. Even a true immortal medicine would, at best, be at this level. Nothing in this world was more delicious than this supplemental blood. What a shame I only could get half." Li Qiye stared at the sky as he was not completely content. At this point, the silver arrow appeared with a buzzing sound. Li Qiye grabbed it and looked at the tattered land to say, "A bit regrettable. My strength alone can only exert 1/10 of its power. Otherwise, everything would have been reduced to dust, and the entire kingdom of blood would be within my grasp as well." Li Qiye used his most heaven-defying means in the form of the vessels and used their powers to open the formation. However, this force was not enough to exert the formation's ultimate strength. Otherwise, it wouldn't only destroy the leader's group in an instant, the kingdom wouldn't have had the chance to escape either. Li Qiye could have captured the entire kingdom. After a long time, the murderous aura slowly disappeared. The experts lying on the ground finally were able to get up. They quivered after seeing this scene. The Wang clan no longer existed. The mountains and rivers here were fragmented with blood and corpses everywhere. The army that consisted of hundreds of thousands of blood devils all fell. The majority of them were killed instantly without the chance to resist. Even Wang Dongtian, the great leader, was nailed to the ground. His eyes were wide open, even in death not realizing who he had provoked. He was full of regret in his final seconds. As someone who had a great vision for his entire life, he was able to bring the Blood Devil tribe to prosperity. However, it was ultimately destroyed in his hands. He absolutely wouldn't have started this battle if he knew who he was messing with. He thought that with how strong the tribe currently was, on top of the immortal emperor's power inside the Kingdom of Blood, he would be able to challenge the Primal Ground's position. He didn't expect that the Primal Ground didn't even have to come out since they were already destroyed by Li Qiye. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret. Wang Dongtian paid the price for his arrogance. In the end, the tribe rose because of Wang Dongtian and fell because of him as well. Bletch! Sounds of retching came about. A young cultivator couldn't hold it in any longer after seeing this scene of carnage and became nauseous. Even characters from the previous generations that had weathered many storms felt their legs quivering at this bloody scene. It is over for the Blood Devils. Even if the amount of surviving disciples is sufficient to survive, they would be reduced to less than third-rate tribes, never to flourish again. A pale blood ancestor murmured after seeing the corpses paving the ground for miles. At this point, everyone trembled while looking at Li Qiye. They understood that he was a heaven-defying existence capable of slaying gods and devils. Well, it is finally over. Li Qiye gently rubbed his palms together and came out from the destroyed sceneries towards Li Shuangyin's group. His approach made the people watching from the distance back off, including the ancestors. They receded like a tide since no one dared to be close to Li Qiye, lest they invoked his wrath and be killed in the process. Li Qiye leisurely smiled while looking at the group. "Girls, long time no see, did you miss me?" Chapter 1008. Meeting one battle to shock the world. The great Blood Devil army was annihilated. Its overlords were murdered. Even the leader who was considered the greatest after immortal Emperor Chen Shui couldn't escape death. Blood flowed through the ruins and filled the barren earth. Even after several days, the stench of blood remained. Anyone who smelled it would shiver uncontrollably. In just one night, the southern region was silenced. The once arrogant blood race and all the other powerful existences, including god kings and those buried underground, were all quiet. The Blood Devil tribe won't be able to rise for another 3 generations. Even a blood ancestor spoke forlornly. All of their ancestors had died in this battle. From now on, it wouldn't be an easy task for the fallen tribe to rise again. Some felt sorry while others were ambivalent about the end of the Blood Devils. Of course, there were those who were celebrating as well. The tribe that had been started by Wang Dongtian's generation had flourished too much. They were unified, unyielding, and ruthless. Eventually, they became the biggest branch among the blood race of this region. Ultimately, he was the reason for their downfall. The great efforts of several generations were all ruined due to his ambition. He was both their hero and sinner. On the second day after the destruction of the Blood Devils, a different branch of the blood race, the Crimson Knight Kingdom, sent out a message about the inauguration of their new king. They supported a new king overnight. Moreover, this new king was an unknown disciple from the kingdom. Xuan. A few disciples in the kingdom couldn't help but ask, "Who is Xuan?" A fameless disciple suddenly became the new king. This was a very difficult matter to accept, especially within a kingdom that had two emperors. However, no one dared to question her crowning because something terrifying had happened in the kingdom on the day prior. A few people managed to find out the real story. On that night, a very ancient god king of the kingdom came into being. He personally exiled the majority of the imperial family, including more than 10 ancestors. Immortal Emperor Qi Ye's first branch once again has control over the kingdom. All of the storm gods' confidants were either dismissed from their post or banished. An informed person secretly sent out this news. The appearance of this old god king allowed Xuan to become the new ruler overnight. It was a done deal. No one could do anything about it. The complete transfer of power was the Thunder Tower Lord's promise to Li Qie. At the same time, this was a chance for rebirth for the kingdom. This was because Xuan was not only a person held in high regard by Li Qie, the Blood Bull God Fiend had the same opinion of her. This had quite some significance for the kingdom. Even though it was impossible to avoid spilling blood in this internal power struggle, they had an opportunity to escape the same fate as the Blood Devil tribe. The blood race is changing completely. This is the passing of an era. A wise man from the blood race recognized that something was amiss. The transformation of two great branches in the blood clan meant that the bloods in the southern region would move in a different direction from now on. While the southern region underwent these changes, Li Qie and Su Yonghuang's group had returned to the holy city. Inside their residence, a pleasant voice could be heard. This was a relaxing Buddhist chant with an unspeakable mysticism. Su Yonghuang entered the room to find Li Qie lying on Chen Baojiao. His head was resting on her firm and plump breasts while his legs were placed on Li Shuangyan. He closed his eyes and had a very comfortable and pleased expression. Li Shuangyan was holding a Buddhist scripture and reading the profundities of this faith out loud to Li Qie. At the same time, Chen Baojiao was peeling fruits and gently feeding them to her young noble. Su Yonghuang, as the master, angrily glared at him after seeing him enjoying the situation so much. Alas, he deserved this type of emperor-like treatment. It was nothing compared to his overall accomplishments. Li Qie didn't bother opening his eyes and gently tapped the chair next to him while leisurely speaking. "Sit down." Su Yonghuang sat down next to him despite being annoyed by his complacent state. "Don't forget, I am your master." Li Qie finally opened his eyes to look at Su Yonghuang, who was within his reach, and smiled. "I know, you took advantage of me. Who would want to take advantage of you?" Even the noble Su Yonghuang had a hint of coquetry as she glared at him. Li Qie got up at this time to face Su Yonghuang. The two were only inches from each other, so close that they could even hear each other's breathing. He gently lifted her beautiful chin while she looked into his profound eyes, letting him do as he pleased. "Look at me, yes, just like that." Li Qie spoke in a bewitching manner, causing others to be lost in his voice. The two continued to stare at each other. Li Qie carefully looked at her bright eyes. His gaze pierced through her pupils and could reach the deepest part of her mind. At this time, both Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao thought that Li Qie was going to flirt with her, so they couldn't help themselves from chuckling. He continued to stare at her while her breathing became more rapid. A strange and misleading atmosphere arose, causing her heart to beat faster. A complete young saint physique is worthy of its fame. Li Qie let go of her chin and nodded. This is a very pure version of the extreme young physique and can absolutely be considered unrivaled. You will reach grand completion before Li Shuangyan, so if she manages to surpass you, that would be too big of a letdown. Su Yonghuang glared at him and snappily retorted. "Letting you down? Those words should be coming from me since I'm your master." Li Qie sat back down and rested on Chen Baojiao's chest once more before smiling leisurely. "Don't forget that it was me who taught you the supreme law." Su Yonghuang snorted in response and spoke while looking at him. "I have something to tell you. Half a year ago, a woman came to our sect." Li Qie didn't really care, so he casually asked, "Who?" Su Yonghuang responded, "A woman who calls herself the Middle Continent Princess. She almost flipped our sect over, and only left after she heard that you weren't there." Middle Continent Princess. He immediately sat up with a serious expression after hearing this. I almost forgot to tell you about this. Chen Baojiao quickly added. It is that earth immortal back at the corpse burial ground. Young noble, in our opinion, she is definitely antagonistic towards you. She is very powerful. I don't think anyone in our sect can stop her. If you know her, then you should know that it would have been easy for her to destroy our sect back then. Su Yonghuang spoke solemnly. As the sect master, she must always be thinking about the safety of the sect. What did she say? Li Qie slowly asked while looking at Su Yonghuang. She wanted to meet someone named Chu Yuntian and was unrelenting about it. She answered. Li Qie became silent after hearing this. This was an ill-fated connection inadvertently caused by him. In the end, it still had to come. He eventually lifted his head and inquired. What else did she say? Su Yonghuang said, before leaving, she said that if we find Chu Yuntian, tell him to come to the Buddhist funeral plateau, she will be staying there for a while. Having said that, she glanced back at Li Qie and revealed. She also added that if Chu Yuntian doesn't come to see her, she swears to destroy the cleansing incense ancient sect one day. Li Qie sighed softly after hearing this. This was started by him, so it should be ended by him. Who would have thought that after so many years, this ill-fated connection would still remain? Who is Chu Yuntian? Su Yonghuang noticed something from Li Qie's expression and asked, why did she come to cleansing incense to find Chu Yuntian? Chapter 1009. Happy time. Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao both knew a little about this issue. Back in the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground, their group had talked to the princess about Chu Yuntian before. However, the two of them didn't know the entire story. Li Qie sighed softly and said, who Chu Yuntian is doesn't matter right now. I will go to the Buddhist funeral plateau to see her. A few things need to have a conclusion. Otherwise, they will haunt you forever. Li Qie felt a bit helpless and smiled wryly after saying this. I'll go with you, Su Yonghuang said in a serious manner. This middle continent princess is definitely not easy to mess with. I know, she has always been a stubborn person. Li Qie gently shook his head. But I have something else I want you to do. I have some treasure troves that I need you to bring back. What kind of treasures? Su Yonghuang had to ask. The word treasure wasn't so simple when it came from Li Qie. Not much, just some secret stashes. I accidentally destroyed a few imperial lineages back in the stone medicine world and took in their troves. This will be good for our cleansing incense. Li Qie said nonchalantly. Such words left the three tongue-tied and wide-eyed. Secret treasuries from imperial lineages? They were naturally amazing, but their young noble spoke as if they were only common treasures. If other people found out, they would definitely go crazy over them. Now is the time when our cleansing incense needs to be enriched. Li Qie looked at Su Yonghuang and slowly said, it must have even stronger weapons and better resources. This responsibility lies with the sect master. Su Yonghuang took a deep breath and responded solemnly. Rest assured, I will take care of it without letting you down. At this time, the roles seemed to be reversed. Su Yonghuang, as the master, was actually listening to Li Qie and even relying on him. He had become an indispensable part of her life. Without him, she wouldn't know what to do despite her wisdom and grace. Then I'll return to cleansing incense first. Eventually, she deeply stared at him before speaking. You should be careful when you go to the Buddhist funeral plateau. Don't worry, I have already planned on doing so for a while now. There are some things that I need to figure out. Li Qie calmly answered. Right, the space-crossing earthworm has gone to the plateau as well. I think it began its journey about 6 months ago. Su Yonghuang told Li Qie before leaving. Little Autumn is very powerful right now. He was so noisy about wanting to go to the plateau, but the sect master did not let him do anything recklessly. Later on, when he found out that the Nalanda temple was opening, he couldn't wait any longer and clamored about going. Eventually, the sect master agreed. Chen Baojiao told Li Qie. This brat. Li Qie shook his head. He knew why Little Autumn wanted to go to the plateau. He was not aiming for Nalanda but rather the ancient Void Temple. After Su Yonghuang left, he sat back down on Chen Baojiao's bewitching breasts. Young noble, I thought you were going to kiss the sect master earlier. Chen Baojiao pursed her lips into a smile while blinking her pretty eyes. Really? Li Qie lazily responded while slightly raising his brows. It seemed like young noble didn't dare to do it. Is it because she is your master so you feel some dread or fear inside? Chen Baojiao laughed softly. Such words caused Li Shuangyan to slightly blush. Chen Baojiao was far more daring than her in this aspect. Dread? Fear? Li Qie couldn't help but smile and shake his head. There is nothing that can make your young noble feel dread or fear. Instead of flirting with the sect master, I'm better off getting more intimate with you. As he was speaking, he grabbed her breasts and kneaded them through her dress. Chen Baojiao's breasts were plump and tall, round and full. They occupied his entire hand and felt incredible to the touch. With Li Qie's gentle caress, they seemed to tower even higher. She, who was still an innocent girl, lost her mind upon being touched by her young noble like this. She felt as if she was floating while her body heated up. Dear, she let out an intimate hum while caught up in the mood. While holding onto a glistening and juicy fruit with her mouth, she couldn't help but bend her head down to feed it to her young noble. She couldn't stop herself from joining in as well. In just a moment, an erotic atmosphere filled the entire building as the three continued on their kissing endeavor. It had been several days since the group got together again. During this time, Li Qie gave them pointers on cultivation. After handing the treasuries to Su Yonghuang, Li Qie wanted to travel to the Buddhist funeral plateau. Before leaving, Li Qie transformed into a different person, a young man with an elegant and scholarly temperament. However, there was a sense of openness emanating from his brows and an expression of freedom from looking at his back. Young noble, this is? Both Chen Baojiao and Li Shuangyan were caught off guard because their young noble had never given a damn about anything and had no need to turn into someone else before. Chu Yuntian. Li Qie smiled. Since the Middle Continent princess wants to meet Chu Yuntian, I'll let her meet Chu Yuntan. Isn't Chu Yuntian dead already? Li Shuangyan was puzzled because back at the corpse burial ground when the young noble was talking about him with the princess, it sounded like he was already dead. Li Qie smiled mysteriously and slowly said, "This is a secret. The princess wants to meet the real Chu Yuntian." Su Yonghuang looked at him and asked, "Does that mean you are Chu Yuntian?" Chu Yuntian. Li Qie gazed at the horizon. After a while, he withdrew his gaze and smiled lightly. There is no Chu Yuntian in this world. If he doesn't exist, how could he be dead? The girls glanced at each other. They could guess a few secrets by hearing this, but if their young noble didn't want to reveal it, they wouldn't ask. Near the time of parting, neither Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao wanted to leave their young noble. Li Shuangyan was more restrained. Her cold eyes occasionally stole glances at him. Her chilling demeanor did not lessen her charm. Chen Baojiao was much bolder. She stood by him and held his hand with a clear unwillingness to part. "Fine, I'll give you time to say goodbye." Su Yonghuang smiled wryly and angrily glared at Li Qie. She understood that he had given the two girls some love potions. After Su Yonghuang left, Chen Baojiao coquettishly put her arms around his waist and asked, "Young noble, may we go to the Buddhist funeral plateau with you?" "You have to be sensible." Li Qie gently caressed her hair and said, "The secret treasuries are of utmost importance. You all are responsible for escorting the sect master back safely. After doing so, if you want to come, then do so. I'll be staying at the Buddhist funeral plateau for a long time." Long live young noble. The beauty sprang up and cheered excitedly. At this time, she couldn't help but give him a hot kiss. "Okay, it is time to go." Li Qie smiled and shook his head. Li Shuangyan was still reserved, but it was time to part. She couldn't restrain herself and gently looked up to give him a soft kiss as well. "Go, there is still a lot of time. Wait until I'm done with the plateau. I will come back to the sect and stay to cultivate." Li Qie comforted her. The icy beauty finally cracked a smile. At this time, she was extremely beautiful, like the coming of spring. Chapter 10:10. Buddhist Funeral Plateau. After leaving the holy city, Li Qie went to the Buddhist funeral plateau alone. Because he was not in a hurry, he cultivated during the trip as well. Back during the fight against the Blood Devil tribe, he devoured half of the treasure blood from the kingdom. This was extremely nutritious to him and also gave him other benefits. Thus he needed to digest it in order to fully utilize it. At the same time, after unlocking the seal on his Tao foundation, he became like a tiger that had just left the mountain. His foundation was already solid before, but after the sealing, he refined it once more. After removing the seal, if he were to enter the virtuous Paragon realm right now, his cultivation path would surge greatly. Of course, he was not in a rush to begin the path of heaven by rushing to open a heavenly Tao. He slowly took his time and refined his Tao foundation some more. In his eyes, he must complete the 9 ants. Right now, he had created the 3 vessels, but there was still a long way to go. In order to perfect the 9 ants, he needed them to work together and not stay as independent existences. At the same time, Xueqi also had his own idea about his heavenly Tao. He wanted to fuse together several supreme things in order to create a supreme grand Tao that belonged only to him. It should be capable of being referred to as the #1 Tao across all eons. Thus, the path was still far off. This was only the beginning. He had a long way to go. Despite his training along the way, it didn't take long before he eventually entered the plateau. The Buddhist funeral plateau was at the westernmost point of the barren earth. It covered a large expanse, to the extent that no one knew how big it was. It was considered the highest location in the mortal emperor world, the place closest to the firmament. One could see the clear blue sky once they entered the plateau, as if they could touch it by merely reaching out with their hand. In this place, people could truly feel the immensity of this world. There was also a majestic sensation. However, this aura was not overbearing or rough at all. It had an indescribable gentleness, like the gentle breeze of spring that would welcome all newcomers or like a mother softly caressing her children. One would forget many things upon entering. This gave the gentle feeling of home. People would become lost in this sensation. They would faintly hear the sounds of Buddhist chants. It didn't come from any other place but from the depths of their own hearts. It was as if there was a Buddha meditating inside. Buddhist funeral plateau. Xueqi entered and felt the Buddhist sensation touching his face. He couldn't help but murmur, "After millions of years, it has continued to become stronger. I am actually eager to see if the day will come when the Buddhist doctrine will defeat all else." Xueqi smiled while looking at this blue world that was so close to the sky before continuing on. Despite being the highest location in the mortal emperor world, it was not a difficult place to get to. On the contrary, there were people everywhere here. There were a lot of followers in this place. They would bow after every step. Many of them were cultivators. Even those ones respectfully headed for the depths of the plateau. There were towns everywhere in this place. Of course, there were more temples of the Buddhist faith. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that there was one temple for every peak. Their sizes varied. Some only consisted of one room while others carried a grand aura with more than 10,000 monks as if it was a huge city. The Buddhist funeral plateau was one of the 12 burial grounds. Many people would shiver when talking about these burial grounds since they understood the dangers within. However, no one would sense anything dangerous after entering the Buddhist funeral plateau. This was a place with Buddha in every household and temples everywhere. Visitors and worshippers were abundant in this prosperous land. No one would believe that this was considered a dangerous ground. No one knew why it was considered one of the 12. Some even said that it was safer than anywhere else in this world. There were no intersect disputes here. It was very peaceful because the citizens and cultivators here had taken up the Buddhist doctrine. Thus, they rarely competed in mundane matters. Because of this, very few people knew why this plateau was listed among places like the Heavenly Corpse Burial Ground or the Prime Ominous Grave. Buddhism was in decline. In the 9 worlds, there were fewer than few Buddhist lineages. However, there was only one doctrine in the plateau, Buddhism. Many people would bring up the Nalanda temple after talking about the plateau or the heavenly Buddhist kingdom. However, not all the temples here were under the jurisdiction of the Nalanda temple. Among the thousands upon thousands of monasteries here, only 18 temples were not under Nalanda's order. In this place, there were many cultivators who came from the other great lineages in this world, some even from the other 8 worlds. Legend states that those who stayed at the plateau for a long time, regardless of whether they were mortals or cultivators, would start to gain an affinity towards Buddhism. Even the most powerful cultivators would join Buddhism after a long time. It was a land of Buddhism, so not many experts were willing to stay here for long. They were afraid of the plateau affecting their Tao heart. Of course, there were also those with strong Tao hearts who liked to come here. They wanted to borrow the power of the plateau to train their Tao heart. Nevertheless, some failed and from then on would become members of the Buddhist doctrine. Xueqi walked among the plateau and saw all sorts of people. There were mortals, cultivators, humans, bloods, demons, golems. People came and went, resulting in a very bustling community. Gold and jade, as well as green bricks and white tiles, painted the numerous temples in a glorious splendor. There were also more humble temples in the form of huts. Anyone would be astounded by the number of temples in this place. Perhaps there were more temples here than the rest of the 9 worlds combined. The number from the other worlds might not reach 10% of the ones here. Li Qiye felt the Buddhist affinity in this place with each passing step. He remained nonchalant and carefree. Even though this Buddhist presence in the plateau was unfathomable, it couldn't affect Li Qiye's Tao heart in the slightest. At this time, a small distortion came about. Li Qiye stopped and took out an item. It was the yellow silk cloth. A little figure condensed on the cloth. This was the existence that Li Qiye called Little Girl. The voice of the little figure was very pleasant and clear. She asked with surprise, "Where are you at?" Li Qiye smiled. "Buddhist funeral plateau." "Why do you suddenly feel interested?" "I've been to many places, but you didn't seem to care before." "Because there is a force I'm familiar with in this place." The little figure tilted her head and said, "Buddhist funeral plateau. I've never heard of it before." Li Qiye smiled and said, "Because it didn't have this name back then. Later on, a person named Di Shi came and changed this location, giving it the name Buddhist Funeral Plateau." Di Shi. The small figure tilted her head as if trying to recall this person in her memories. Li Qiye slowly said, "He is an extremely ancient existence to the point where people have forgotten the era he lived in, to the point where people have forgotten the existence of the person with the name Di Shi." The little figure was unconvinced and said with a sneer, "Humph, even older than me?" Li Qiye smiled. "Don't be like that. Although you are an old grandma who can't get any older, there are even older eras. There's no need for me to say more about this matter." "You." The little figure was quite furious after hearing this. It coldly spoke. "Bah, you're the old grandma." Li Qiye continued on. "What is this force that you are familiar with? Since you don't know the Buddhist funeral plateau, it wouldn't be the Buddhist affinity. A very powerful force. It controls everything in this place." The little figure carefully sensed it and shook her head. "I have lost my body so I can't feel it completely." "I know what it is," Li Qiye answered, "because there is a broken pot here, an unfathomable pot. You should know what it is." "Are you talking about that pot?" The little figure was startled before shouting, "Yes, you are right, I've sensed it now, it is that thing. That thing has been here for a very long time." Li Qiye chuckled. One thought to become Buddha, one thought to become devil, such a heaven-defying item. Alas, Di Shi was one step earlier than anyone else. "It is an unequaled item." The little figure added, "If you can get a hold of this item, then you will simply be able to flip the heavens over. Meet God, slay God. Meet devil, slay devil." "Killing gods and devils?" Li Qiye smirked. "Even without this thing, I can still meet God, slay God. Meet devil, slay devil." Chapter 10-11. That item. Having said that, Li Qiye paused for a moment and looked into a distant location to say, "To destroy that ultimate existence, that would really be flipping the heavens over. Which is why you need that item. With that pot in your possession, there is another glimmer of hope in destroying that existence." The little figure in the yellow cloth egged him on. "Haha, little girl, don't try to encourage me." Li Qiye said with a smile. "That broken pot is a double-edged sword. It can make you eternal for countless springs or turn you into a devil for endless eras. An item like that. It is hard to say who will be able to control it in the final battle. Haha, otherwise, this plateau wouldn't exist." Li Qiye continued on. "Although no one knows the name Di Shi anymore, he is wise with great insight and completely peerless. Many supreme existences cannot compare to him. But in the end, he still chose to endure it. Why? Because he doesn't have the confidence. Even with this pot in his hand, it didn't guarantee success." "But you are different." The little figure spoke. "How long have you been preparing for? You have so many items that you've prepared in secrecy. If you have this pot as well, then your chances of victory would be 30% higher." "No," Li Qiye smiled and shook his head slightly. "It seems like you still don't understand. You simply don't know what we will have to face." "Bah, who says that I don't know? I know way more than you." The figure snorted. "Have you personally gone on an expedition?" Li Qiye smiled wryly. "Do you know what is at the end? Do you know what invincibility is?" When you personally fight in the coming war, you will find out that all existences called invincible are incredibly insignificant in comparison. What about you? The figure had to ask. Have you ever seen a true god? What about that true existence? Li Qie stared at the horizon and eventually replied. I was able to come back alive because I was immortal and indestructible. Because that existence couldn't trace back to the location of my true body. Otherwise, once found, even if I was indestructible, there would be no escaping death. I see now. The little figure spoke. You talked about the immortal demon grotto. So it is not that you couldn't escape the grotto, you wanted to use it to hide your true body. Perhaps. Li Qie neither denied nor confirmed this, he only smiled. It is not that easy to attack the grotto. Even an immortal emperor must pay a price. A very heavy price. What about this generation? The figure asked. What will you use to hide your body this time? Don't forget, you are no longer invincible. Do you still have confidence in winning now? You can't afford to lose any longer. Losing means turning to ashes. Don't worry, I will not lose in this generation. I will definitely sweep through all things. His eyes became extremely profound with an indescribably domineering aura. Even the high heavens would quake from this. He slowly continued. Nothing will stop my advance. Even that existence above the 9 heavens won't do. When the time is right, I will proceed. Since you are determined to fight, you will need that pot even more. I don't need to say more about its power. With that pot, you will have another powerful ace. The figure didn't give up on its persuasion. Little girl, there's no need to try to convince me, I won't do it. Li Qie shook his head and smiled. Well, in my opinion, you are afraid of this Buddhist funeral plateau. You aren't certain of defeating it either. The small figure coldly sneered. After all this time, little girl, you still don't know me. Li Qie laughed. The Buddhist funeral plateau is not as simple as you think it is. Plus, I don't need to go against it anyway. The pot is not necessarily suitable for me. Why? The figure couldn't help but ask. Li Qie smiled and looked towards the ancient temples in the distance as he leisurely spoke. Everyone says that Buddha is merciful. However, I am waiting for the day when Buddha becomes angry and subdues all things. His rage shall cause blood to flow for 3,000 miles. You are certain it will come in this generation? The figure inquired further. Maybe, maybe not. Li Qie responded. In short, it won't be long. That era will come, and it will be unimaginable. I'm afraid it will be even more brilliant than your own. Bah, stop daydreaming. My era was supreme across the eons. The figure snorted since she didn't agree with the claim. Really now? Li Qie smiled, but even that supreme era was annihilated in the end. No one remembers it now. This retort left the little figure silent. It no longer wanted to talk and disappeared. Li Qie only smiled and put away the yellow cloth before continuing on. The plateau also had magnificent sceneries. Looking further inside, one would see a great plain as well as snow-capped mountains in the far distance. Moreover, there were great rivers that resembled dragons occupying the distant lands. This vast area had always been lively and prosperous despite its great size. Cultivators from many different origins traveled here. Li Qie sometimes continued to cross the mountains and rivers, and sometimes he would mingle with the long crowd of worshippers. Occasionally, he would meditate and immerse himself in the Buddhist affinity of this land. The first showdown of geniuses has begun. Quick, to the snow-cloud peak. As Li Qie was walking alongside a stream of people, the crowd suddenly raised a furor. A message came, causing many cultivators to step aside right away. This news traveled very quickly across millions of miles. Cultivators in this area all gathered here. Who against who? Someone quietly asked. Someone immediately answered, Wulong Xian against the Jewel Pillar Mortal King. Definitely a battle of the genius level. War fanatic no, I have to say war god now. He has been brilliant in these last battles, so we definitely can't miss it. Even those of the previous generation became very excited when these two were brought up. They immediately went to watch the match. In just a moment, many headed for the snow-cloud peak in order to watch this fight between the two geniuses. No one wanted to miss out on such an exciting match. Li Qie heard it as well, but he was not interested and continued on his way. Brother, don't you want to watch? A young man quickly asked him as he passed by. The youth looked quite ordinary and had a flat cap on his head. He saw Li Qie and stopped to warmly greet him. "Oh, will it be nice to watch?" Li Qie looked at the youth and revealed a very deep smile. "Definitely nice to watch. It is a duel of geniuses. Longxian versus the Jewel Pillar Mortal King." The youth answered and introduced himself. "My name is Xiao Tianqing, what about yours?" Li Qie looked at him and smiled. "Chu Yuntan." The youth hastily responded. "So it is Brother Chu, nice to meet you. Brother, come and watch. This great battle is absolutely worth watching." With a beaming smile, Li Qie nodded his head. If Brother Tianqing says so, then it has to be worth it. In this way, the two of them went together towards the snow cloud peak. On the way, Li Qie leisurely asked the youth that wore the flat cap. "Who is Longxian?" "She is an amazing genius and a peerless beauty." The youth replied. "She came from the sleeping dragon cliff. Some even say that she is on par with the heaven protector goddess." "On par with the heaven protector goddess?" Li Qie couldn't help but smile. Xueqi, or the heaven protector goddess, was the descendant of the heaven protector palace. Someone comparable to her would definitely be amazing. Longxian became famous in recent years. Maybe you haven't heard of her, but you have definitely heard of her big brother. He is Longzi, the previous generation descendant of the cliff. He had trained at the Sacred Era Hall in the academy, and was considered the most talented youth. The guy explained. "Longzi." Li Qie pondered for a moment. He might have heard this name before back at the academy. What a shame. Longzi was very amazing back then. I heard that after he left the academy to go back to the Northern Grand Sea, he wanted to reach the virtuous Paragon realm. It is a pity that he couldn't handle the life reduction. Just like that, a young genius of the generation fell. The youth with the hat shook his head in pity. Li Qie only smiled. For millions of years now, countless brilliant geniuses had died to the life reduction tribulation. Li Qie casually asked, "What about the Jewel Pillar Mortal King?" "He is the current master of the Jewel Pillar Sacred School as well as the king of the Jade Valley country. In the past, everyone called him Jewel Pillar Saint Child." The youth elaborated. "He is not bad at all. After taking control, both the school and the country have made great progress. Many sects pledged loyalty to him, so they gave him the title of Mortal King." Li Qie couldn't help but grin after hearing this. So it turned out to be an old friend. The youth went on to say, "The Mortal King is extraordinary right now. He is not only praised by others as the war god, but is also regarded as one of the 4 great immortal physique users." Li Qie stared at him and asked, "For great immortal physique users?" To which the youth responded, "To be exact, they call them the 4 great immortal physique users of the Grand Middle Territory. Cleansing Incense has 3 while the Mortal King is the only user outside of this sect that has another. I heard that his hell-suppressing godly physique is unbeatable." The youth stared at Li Qie at this point. Chapter 10-12. Longxian Hell-Suppressing Physique, Li Qie sent his gaze far away after hearing this. The youth busily said, "I heard the Mortal King's physique is already at half completion. A rumor even states that he managed to fill in the gaps in his school's physique law. This is a stunning achievement. The elders of the school now call him the new leader that will lead them to prosperity, a leader comparable to the school's founder." "Fix the physique law?" Li Qie smiled. This was not him looking down on the Saint Child, or rather, the Mortal King right now. But how could he not know the version of the physique law they had? The school indeed had an immortal physique law with the name Hell-Suppressing Jewel Law. However, this law couldn't be revamped by just anyone. At the very least, the Jewel Pillar Mortal King didn't have the ability to do so. This matter was indeed very entertaining to him. The king continued to stand on the snowy peak and quietly waited. Time seemed to be frozen where he stood. Longxian is definitely coming, right? The crowd quietly waited as well. At this time, a few became impatient and stared at the horizon to wait for her arrival. "She is definitely coming to wash away the previous disgrace." Someone whispered, "She lost to the Mortal King last time. If she doesn't win this time, it will be quite a blow to her. I think that the king will win this fight for sure. He has an unstoppable sharpness right now. Everyone here is probably feeling that even if he fights against deity Jikong Wudi right now, his chances of victory would still be quite high." A middle region cultivator spoke while taking great pride in the mortal king. The battle has yet to start, so it is hard to say. An old demon from the northern sea gently shook his head. The two have fought twice with the king suffering the first defeat. Even though Wulongxian lost the second round, she still has a chance of winning again. She isn't only Wulongzi's sister but also the descendant of the sleeping dragon Peak. Splash! Amidst the eagerly anticipating crowd, a surging tide emerged in the sky like a great ocean, splashing one fierce wave after another. She's here, Wulongxian is here. Someone shouted while staring at the sky. The huge waves pushed away the clouds in the sky. Inside was a huge water dragon rising up and down among the waves. Standing on top of the water dragon was a woman. She stood there in the wind with her sleeves fluttering. Her method of entrance stunned everyone aesthetically. She wore a blue dress adorned with golden laces. This made her look both simple yet elegant. Her moon-like face was delicate and perfect, and her high-bridged nose gave her an exotic appearance. With a petite mouth and cherry lips, she had an alluring charm. She also wore a shawl with a crown on her head. She didn't only look imperial but also quite sublime. Wulongxian. A big shot from the northern region murmured. She is no longer the cliff's descendant since she is its sect master now. Crash! When Wulongxian landed on the snow-cloud peak, the torrential waves splashed one last time before the water dragon dove down and disappeared without a trace. The mortal king turned around and slowly spoke. Congratulations, Miss Xian. You are the sect master of the sleeping dragon cliff now. An event worthy of celebration. She stared at him and lightly said, Thank you, let us determine who shall be victorious today. Very well, I want to see your supreme techniques again. The mortal king responded. However, you should be careful. Accidents happen in fights, so I must apologize first if anything were to happen to you. Chapter 10:13. The Hat-Wearing Youth's Identity, Leave Life and Death to Fate. She coldly said. Let's get started. With that, more splashing sounds came about. The tides rose again as she became ethereal, as if she was standing on a vast and endless sea. Good, let's go. The mortal king didn't waste time either. Baz! His hell-suppressing physique erupted. As he slowly floated off the ground, cracking sounds could be heard. The void itself shattered beneath him. Many people shivered at this sight. An older character took a deep breath and murmured, So powerful. Immortal physiques are indeed unique. Even time and space was crushed. Roar! A loud cry resounded. Wulongxian casually unleashed an attack. A gigantic monster descended from the sky, creating great explosions. The entire sky shook in response. Draconic whale. A primeval existence from legends. A spectator cried out after seeing the monstrous creature diving down from the sky. It was gigantic and spanned for miles, instilling fear in the hearts of the spectators. It resembled both a dragon and a whale. Its body was that of a whale, but it had the head of a true dragon. Its attack carried a world-destroying power that was sent towards the mortal king. However, the mortal king didn't take a single step back against such tyrannical might. He met the draconic whale's attack with a fierce punch. Boom! The impact shook the entire Buddhist funeral plateau. The gigantic creature instantly shattered against his punch. Its size was not enough to stop a fist from his immortal physique. Only one drop of seawater was left behind after the monster disappeared. This shocked many people as well. Turning one drop of water into a draconic whale. This was quite a heaven-defying technique. My turn! The king shouted after his swift dispatch of the whale. He spread out his palm and the sky suddenly turned dark. The entire location was plunged into darkness. With the power of his physique, his palm immediately suppressed the heavens. Even paragons would tremble before its might. Ordinary paragons would be crushed underneath its power. Wulongxian shifted her body with the movements of a dragon and the agility of a fish in the sky. She instantly dodged the palm and appeared outside of the firmament. At this time, among the vast expanse above, she casually made her move and a great ocean appeared behind her. Fortunately, she was standing out in space at this moment. Otherwise, this great ocean would drown the entire plateau. My thoughts exactly. Let's fight in space so that we don't have to hold back. The mortal king shouted and leaped into the sky with one stomp. He headed for space, then instantly sent another punch towards Wulongxian. Come, let us go watch. The spectators couldn't see them when they were out in space. The more powerful cultivators all ascended to the firmament. The outcome is already decided. Li Jie only chuckled while shaking his head after taking a quick glance. He didn't fly out into space and instead turned around to leave. Brother, where are you going? The youth with the flat hat immediately followed behind him. Going to take a stroll around. There are too many places at the plateau to check out. Li Jie slowly walked while speaking. Haha, I don't have anything else to do either, I'll just go with you then. The youth followed Li Jie. Li Jie paused and turned around to look at the youth before speaking leisurely. What do you want to do? Trying to figure me out? Ah, the youth quickly stood up straight and cried out indignantly. Brother, you are falsely accusing me. I just want to befriend you, yet you are mistaking it as having an ulterior motive. Li Jie shook his head and smilingly said, Xikong Taotian, others might not recognize you, but you cannot wash away that profiteer's smell of yours. The youth immediately took several steps back with a shocked expression. He cautiously glared at Li Jie. Who are you? Li Jie smirked and said, Who do you think? Is it really you? The youth was not completely certain and cried out. Young noble Li, no boss, is it really you? Li Jie turned back into his true self before reassuming the form of Chu Yuntian again a second later. He smiled. Xikong Taotian, having mischievous ideas about me is not a clever move. The youth quickly transformed as well. It was indeed that scoundrel Xikong Taotian. However, he looked around real quick before turning back into the hat-wearing youth. Oh, boss, it really is you. No wonder why I couldn't see through you. He rubbed his palms together and tried to curry favor. I should have guessed earlier that it was you, but I couldn't confirm it. The only person in this world with a transformation technique that I can't see through has to be you, boss. He was very adept at transformation arts. It would be difficult to find someone as skillful as him in this regard. When Li Jie came, he couldn't see through him, so he became suspicious and approached. He didn't expect for the guy to actually be Li Jie. He beamingly smiled and said, I heard boss wanted to go to the sacred netherworld, so I didn't expect you to come back and immediately flex your might. In a furious rage, you massacred a grand army until rivers were overwhelmed with the Blood Devil tribe's blood. Okay, don't pretend to be so obsequious. Li Jie interrupted him while smiling. Are you up to no good again? Boss, what are you saying? Xikong Taotian immediately swore. This lowly one is your biggest fan. I heard about your conquest of the 9 heavens and view you as my pride and glory. Okay, I accept your sentiment. Li Jie smiled. If you didn't do anything bad, then why do you need to change your face at the Buddhist funeral plateau? Why the need to hide if you have no enemies here? Oh boss, you have the wrong idea. Xikong Taotian laughed out loud. This lowly one has retired. I have changed completely. I want to be a virtuous and kind person with love, justice, and continuous self-betterment. He continued to flaunt excessively while Li Jie only smiled and looked at him without interrupting. After he was finished with his long spiel, he couldn't brag any longer as he became tired. He knew full well that he could hide from others, but definitely not from Li Jie. Ah boss, here's how it is. He coughed and explained. I only want to go visit a few temples. Nothing much really. Maybe pick up a few souvenirs here and there to take back home. Li Jie naturally knew what these souvenirs were. He looked at the guy again and said, You already have too many treasures to count. And as for you lying and scheming all day, this is an affront to your Heaven's Mystery Valley's prestige. Xikong Taotian didn't know how to reply. He smiled wryly. Boss, I don't want to do this either, but this is my chronic illness. If I don't steal something each day or swindle anyone, I will feel incredibly uncomfortable all around. This is a disease with no cure. Li Jie didn't know whether to laugh or cry and could only shake his head. Xikong Taotian laughed in response as well. Boss, recently, that mortal king has been acting very bullish. When will boss take him down a notch and let him know that you are the only invincible person in the 9 heavens and 10 earths? Why, have you done something that warrants his attention? Li Jie glanced at him and smirked. How could he not know that this guy was thinking? Xikong Taotian said, Haha, I cannot be blamed for this. It can only be said that he was acting too bullish as he claimed to have the #1 immortal physique. Moreover, his school's disciples have been acting very arrogant as well, causing trouble everywhere as if they were the #1 sect in the mortal emperor world. And so, My hands suddenly became itchy and I stole from his ancestral graves. This is a very good thing. Wait until he captures you and grinds you to dust. Li Qie smiled. It would be strange if the mortal king didn't want to destroy someone who dug out his ancestral graves. I only stole a few treasures from there. Does he need to act so crazily? Xikong Taotian didn't seem to mind at all and laughed. Although the guy was not famous in the current generation, and what little fame he had was not of the good kind either, this didn't mean that he was weak. He actually wasn't afraid of the mortal king since he came from the mysterious Heavens Mystery Valley and had great resources. Alas, boss, it is not me trying to cause trouble, but I don't know if I should say it or not, he told Li Qie. Li Qie chuckled. Let me be the judge of that. Say it. The Jade Pillar School wants to take Miss Chen back. They are saying that since she came from the school and her family is also there, they hope that she would go back. He explained. The Miss Chen he referred to was Chen Baojiao. Li Qie only smiled in response. It was no wonder that the school would have this idea. Chen Baojiao had become powerful, so it would only be natural for them to want her back. Chapter 10:14. Nameless Little Temple. The school is different from back then. Xikong Taotian explained. Who knows how, but in these last couple of years it suddenly became a lot stronger. Maybe the king really has a flair for ruling. They have great hidden resources and strength. As for that mortal king, he was still wasting time on his saint physique, but later on, it turned into an immortal physique out of nowhere. Boss, I'm not just making assumptions right now. Xikong Taotian went on. The school is claiming that the mortal king made their hell-suppressing jewel law complete. To tell the truth, I don't believe this at all. With the skill of the saint child back then, if he could fix this physique law, then both Jikong Wudi and Mei Suyao would have become immortal emperors already. He paused for a bit here. Although the saint child was a bit talented with a commendable calm demeanor, I feel that he alone absolutely cannot complete an immortal physique law. Li Qie listened with a smile. Nothing could elude his eyes. The mortal king was not cultivating the jewel law from their school. He knew this very well. Boss, there is another thing I need to tell you. Xikong Taotian looked at Li Qie with his relaxed expression and revealed. I have found out some news. The saint child wants to marry Miss Chen. However, there are some reasons for apprehension, so he hasn't made a move yet. With just him alone? Li Qie chuckled without saying anything. The guy quickly grinned and said, Of course, only boss is deserving of Miss Chen. Li Qie leered at him and leisurely spoke. Does your master know that you came here to steal? Did you tell the mortal monarch as well? The guy was startled after hearing this. His neck shrunk from fear as he wryly coughed. Haha, boss, I am sucking up. No, boss is really incredibly wise, #1 across the eons. Me running errands for you with all of my heart is something that my master and the mortal monarch would be proud of. What about the matter of you stealing? Li Qie asked while looking at the guy. He coughed in response. Oh boss, you should know this too, not everyone is a saint. No one is always right and perfect, right? I am only stealing some little things. I'm sure the seniors won't really mind. Xikong Xikong Taotian. You can only be described as an incurable little brat. Li Qie smilingly stated. I am honored to be praised by boss. Xikong Taotian didn't give a damn and grinned happily. Li Qie smiled too and understood that this Xikong Taotian couldn't be changed. He was a prodigal son that ran around all over the world, completely different from others who were hell-bent on cultivation to reach the top or even rule the world. In fact, Xikong Taotian's talents were no lesser than that of any other genius. However, he didn't care about it. He only wanted to roam the world as his ambitions didn't include domination. Everyone has their own wishes, it cannot be forced. In the end, this was all Li Qie could say. Xikong Taotian looked at him and said, Does boss want to go anywhere or have anything you want me to do? Li Qie looked at him with one eye and said, No need. I don't want to hunt for any treasures right now. I just want to meditate with the Buddhist faith in peace, read all the scriptures and visit the 3,000 temples. Of course, if you want to be a monk, I can also convert you and help you get there. A monk? Ha, boss, this lowly one is full of vulgarity. I cannot become a monk. Xikong Taotian was scared after hearing this and immediately refused. Of course, he also found it strange and had to ask, Why does boss want to cultivate Buddhism? He naturally didn't believe Li Qie ran here to become a monk. He knew that Li Qie was definitely not the type who would want to be one. Li Qie revealed a mysterious smile and slowly said, "It's a secret." Sikong Taotian didn't dare to ask for more and smiled. "If that's the case, then this lowly one will not disturb your meditation any longer. If you ever need someone to run some errands, just call for me. I will come running." After he left, Li Qie continued on. After several days, he finally made it to a temple. This temple was situated along a desolate ridge. Very few people came to this modest-sized temple. It seemed to only be a small square-shaped courtyard. From the peeling red walls, one could tell that it had been built a very long time ago. Moreover, it could be seen it was not a popular place since there were no pilgrims visiting here at all. There were too many temples at the plateau. Some were very prosperous, so naturally, the other extreme existed as well. Although this temple had no visitors offering incense, it was still open and welcomed visitors. Li Qie went before it and became quiet for a moment before he eventually entered. It was a bit dark inside with a very simple yet elegant design. Despite the lack of guests, there was still incense burning inside. This meant that there were still monks worshipping Buddha in this temple. In the main hall, Li Qie saw a statue across the wafting smoke. To be exact, it was the statue of a bodhisattva. One could faintly see it through all the smoke. It was a woman with her left hand forming a lotus mudra while her right hand formed an unidentifiable mudra. She sat on a lotus flower while leaning so no one could really see her face. From her figure, she should be quite beautiful, to a transcendent level in fact. It was very rare to find a statue of this caliber. Perhaps out of all the temples in this plain, only this temple worshipped the bodhisattva. Li Qie slowly sat down in a meditative pose on a futon and quietly stared at this bodhisattva. Suddenly, he became overwhelmed and lost track of time as if he had forgotten everything else. He continued to stare at it. It was a relic of the unrecallable past, but Li Qie couldn't help but remember bits and pieces at this moment. Enchantress or goddess? This doesn't matter. In the end, it was as ephemeral as a wisp of smoke. Li Qie was lost in a daze and murmured, "There were too many unforgettable things back then. I don't really know what to say. All along, I have never liked conversion, but if it gave you peace and freedom, then I am glad for it." Having said that, he sighed softly and felt a bit lost. There had been countless passengers of all shapes and forms in his life. Immortal emperors, true gods, mortals. Some were more unforgettable than others. He had many followers once. They were willing to contribute everything for him and would even sacrifice their own lives for his sake. This bodhisattva ahead was one of them. There were dangerous moments back then, moments when she was the first to stand in front of him. The years went by and during a peaceful era, she chose to convert to Buddhism and peacefully passed away here. Li Qie's heart quivered while looking at her statue and felt his emotions running amok. His stone heart had been polished so many times that there was no shaking it. However, this was an exception. Time was the cruelest thing in this world. Even if it couldn't take away an immortal being, it could take away other things. Those who stood by your side, family, friendship. An old nun came by while he was dazed. She had a cold demeanor and was as calm as the water in a well. She asked, offering incense or seeking shelter? Li Qie didn't answer right away. He stood up and quietly lit some incense then bowed once. After putting the incense sticks on the altar, he looked deeply at the bodhisattva for a bit before turning around. He looked at the old nun and flatly said, "Just shelter for one." The nun was indifferent. She took out a key and handed it over to Li Qie before coldly saying, "The room on the west side, take care of your own meals." With that, she turned away. Li Qie didn't say anything else. He took the key and entered the room on the west side. Judging from the dust that had built up, there hadn't been anyone staying here for a very long time. He was not in a hurry and silently meditated to embrace this rare moment of tranquility. Before anyone knew it, he felt isolated and solitary. This was a type of serene peace that allowed one to be without distress. Perhaps when she came here that year, she was also pursuing this kind of tranquility. No one came to bother his meditation in the temple. There was only an old nun in this place. She was both the abbess and the caretaker. She didn't care about anything and didn't ask Li Qie anything either. Outside of meditation, she usually chanted scriptures. She passed her time in this manner for what seemed to be an unchanging eternity, As if there was no time here, no sun or moon. Everything was forgotten in this place. Mundane matters, time, fame, fortune. They all lapsed into oblivion, leaving only peace behind. Chapter 10:15. Sutra Room. He meditated for several days in this nameless temple before emerging from the guest room. The old nun was still sitting in the main hall. Even when Xueqi came, she didn't bother looking, seeming as if nothing could take her from her state of zen. Xueqi told the nun, "I want to read the Buddhist scrolls at the Sutra Room." The nun finally opened her pair of heavy and listless eyes that seemingly resulted from old age. "The Sutra Room is only for fateful ones," she calmly answered in an indifferent manner after taking a quick glance at Xueqi. "I am a fateful one," he responded softly. With that, he didn't say anything else. He didn't wait for her permission before heading straight to the Bodhisattva statue. He took out a wooden key from beneath it and left. From start to finish, the old nun didn't move at all from her futon. Even when Xueqi took the key, she remained quiet. However, her aged eyes instantly lit up like the sun and moon in a profound and unfathomable manner. Still, she didn't say or take any action and eventually closed her eyes to meditate again. Xueqi went to the very end of the temple. There was a hallway that led to a small room without any signs or plaques. However, this was the Sutra Room that Xueqi was looking for. When he reached the room, he inserted the wooden key. Despite the lock issuing a click, the old wooden door still didn't open. He placed his palm on the old door that had experienced countless years. Nevertheless, despite the passage of so many years, the runes on the door were still very clear. At his touch, these runes began to change. They slowly intertwined to form a lotus flower. It appeared very sacred and gave others a feeling of ataraxia. Clack! The wooden door slowly opened and Xueqi entered the Sutra Room. It closed behind him right afterward. This was a room with many levels of bookshelves and numerous scriptures as far as the eye could see. This room was not as small as it looked from the outside. There was a heavenly grotto within. Before actually entering, no one would be able to realize it. Just like its name, the Sutra Room contained Buddhist scriptures. If others were to assume that it contained martial scriptures or supreme techniques, then they would be sorely mistaken. Only Buddhist scriptures were here. Moreover, the majority were original copies as well, handwritten by venerable monks. Thus, one was met with a majestic and serene Buddhist aura that permeated throughout the entire room. Xueqi walked and browsed these scriptures that came from all over the world. This was a store of books accumulated through the long years. He, his generals, and the lineages that worked for him all stored scriptures in this place. This place had to be the location with the most complete collection of Buddhist scriptures in this world. What was even more astonishing was that some of the scriptures here came from Nalanda. They were the original versions, so outsiders shouldn't have been able to obtain them. Xueqi selected quite a few scriptures from the vast collection. The majority of the ones he chose came from the Buddhist funeral plateau and Nalanda. Xueqi had read through these scriptures before over the long and arduous years. However, he had an entirely new strategy this time around. So he needed to read these scriptures as preparation to enter the Nihility Temple. This wouldn't be their first confrontation. This time, he had a new approach. Afterwards, he began to chant the sutras and became immersed in the Dharma. This was not an attempt at comprehension but a process of transformation. "I am Buddha, I am the law." This was the effect that Xueqi desired. With his recitation and assuming the Buddhist doctrine, visual phenomena began to emerge. Each of his words emerged as lotuses while a Buddhist radiance shrouded his body. This made him resemble a Buddhist lord. The old abbess of the temple remained indifferent towards Xueqi, and didn't even bother to look at him. She treated him as if he wasn't staying inside this temple. Bang! One day during his meditation, a heavy crash resounded outside as if something had slammed into the ground. This prompted his eyes to open. He went outside and saw that a woman had fallen into the courtyard. She was dressed in a loose black attire meant to hide her identity. Her body was spotted with bloody marks and she had difficulty standing up at this moment. Clank! When Xueqi got close, the woman in black suddenly unsheathed her sword and coldly glared at him with her pretty eyes. Xueqi looked at her and smiled calmly before speaking. "Escaping with a heaven-defying void-shattering technique has left you devoid of blood energy. You are no different than an ordinary girl at this time. No, you're even weaker than one. Even a mortal can kill you right now." She continued to glare at him and didn't speak, as if she wanted to read something from his expression. Li Qie slowly reached out to this woman. She looked at him once more and hesitated a bit before taking his hand so that he could help her up. He supported her into the room and let her sit down. Meanwhile, the old abbess in the main hall continued to ignore the whole situation. She meditated with her eyes closed as if she hadn't noticed the woman in black. Inside the room, Li Qie brought over clean water and spoke insipidly towards the woman. "Clean yourself of this bloody stench, it's ruining my vibe." The woman silently looked at him and didn't want to clean her face. Without a doubt, she didn't want to reveal her face to him. "Okay, show your true face. Your outfit and transformation might fool others, but not me." Li Qie looked at her and spoke. "A disciple of the sleeping dragon cliff will always have the stench of the sea no matter where they go. I already know who you are without needing to look." "Who are you?" The woman was startled and raised her voice. Despite her grave injury and powerlessness, there was still an unchanging imposing force. Just her words alone had a deterrent effect. Li Qie chuckled. "The person who saved your life. Of course, you can call me by another name, Xueqi." The woman felt anxious and doubtful. She looked at him but failed to truly understand him. The man was quite handsome. Despite seeming normal, he was full of mysteries. "Okay, don't be so paranoid of me. If I harbored bad intentions towards you, I would have destroyed you even when you are in your prime," Li Qie said with a smile. She looked at him once more. Eventually, her body slightly changed as she revealed her true form. It was Wulongxian, the Sleeping Dragon Cliff sect master. Li Qie calmly looked at her revealed face while she only washed her face in silence. Much better. Although it cannot wash away the natural sea smell from your people, at least it washed away that smell of blood." Li Qie chuckled. After she finished washing up, the entire room lit up from her brilliance. Despite being pale from the wounds, it didn't affect her style. She almost vomited blood from anger after hearing his remark. Even if he saved her, she still glared at him angrily and said, "I don't have a sea stench." He looked at her and smiled. "If you are the cliff's descendant, then you should know of your origin." "Humph, what origin?" she coldly responded while being very annoyed at him. He leisurely spoke. "Although your dragon cliff is not an imperial lineage, it is one of the oldest lineages. A non-imperial sect has stood strong for millions of years in the northern Grand Sea. Why do you think that is?" She didn't answer his question and only stared at him. He sat down and nonchalantly continued. "A long time ago at the bottom of the northern sea, there once existed a particular race. They dwelled in the depths, isolated from the rest of the world. It was not until later that someone from this race exited the sea. From that point on, the world slowly came to know of the race's existence." Wulongxuan's eyes turned serious when Li Qie reached this point. Very few people knew about this story these days. Even the cliff's disciples weren't aware of it. Li Qie smilingly revealed. Gradually, this race disappeared while the Northern Sea received a new lineage named the Sleeping Dragon Cliff. No one knew of its exact identity as it rose to prominence overnight. Chapter 1016. Sleeping Dragon Cliff's origin. Wulongxian began to contemplate. Only ancestor-level characters in the cliff knew about this secret. But now, this stranger named Xueqi knew this many things. This was too shocking. "There's no need to be alarmed or have thoughts about killing me." Li Qie lazily looked at her. "Even if you were in your prime state, I would still kill you as easily as crushing a chicken." "Such a big tone. Maybe if you were a god king," she coldly retorted. However, no matter how she tried, she couldn't see the cultivation of this Xueqi before her. "Whether I am a god king or not is not important. I don't really worry about people of your level." Li Qie smiled and looked at her. "However, old dwellers of the depths, if I really crushed you to death, it would be a huge shame. A bloodline like yours has not appeared for a very long time, so it is quite precious. Even more than an immortal medicine." "What do you want to do?" She was shocked after hearing this. This Xueqi knew too many things. He would be more dangerous than anyone if he had any bad ideas about her. "What can I do?" He slowly glanced at her. "Am I going to drink your blood to nourish myself? Or should I rape you to give birth to my child?" "I won't do either. Your race has a particular fishy smell, so I won't be drinking your blood. As for you bearing my child, I'm sorry to say that although your bloodline isn't bad, it would be pushing it for you to bear my children. Even a woman with the bloodline of a true immortal wouldn't necessarily be qualified to have my child. Li Qie teasingly winked at her and laughed. She was livid after hearing this and glared at him while shaking. She was a great beauty. In both the Northern Sea and the mortal emperor world as a whole, she would be the focus no matter where she went, yet Li Qie made it sound as if she was not worth a single coin. She said with exasperation, "If you don't have anything else, I want to meditate to heal." Li Qie kept on looking at her and smiled leisurely. "Miss, don't misunderstand, this is my room. You would be taking it over by doing something rude like that." That person was very powerful and I couldn't see their face. I immediately felt danger and summoned a secret treasure from my sect to shatter the void and escape. She was palpitating while recalling the event. The ambusher was too powerful. If she didn't use a massive amount of blood energy to summon her secret treasure, she wouldn't have been able to escape and would have been killed by that person. Then it is correct. It shows that the Saint Child was only using you as a sharpening stone. Li Qie claimed. You mean, this was just an experiment? She was both startled and skeptical. He continued, that's one way to put it. Judging from his recent battles, you can see that he is trying to find the most suitable offensive method. Think about it, who did he fight recently and what were the results? She pondered for a moment before speaking. You could say that the Mortal King has challenged all the most famous youths in the Mortal Emperor world. Jikong Wudi, Zhang Shi, Lin Tiandi, Bai Zhenjin, Mei Suyao. Normally, he would lose on the first challenge. During the second, he would have the chance to even the score. Li Qie said. Wulong Xian replied. There are indeed signs of that. It was true when I fought him, and the same goes for Jikong Wudi. He lost to Jikong Wudi the first time and won the second. That was quite difficult to imagine for the people back then. No one thought that he could win because everyone knew that Jikong Wudi had an absolute advantage during the first battle. This is because it is not just the Saint Child fighting, but also someone else. The person behind him in the shadows. Li Qie said, 100 wars to become a deity. 100 victories to become an emperor. The Saint Child is not an extremely brilliant person. He requires countless battles to gain experience, borrowing war to find his enemy's weaknesses to make up for his own. Li Qie paused for a bit here. The Saint Child is not afraid of losing because he knows full well that he won't die due to the great person protecting him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be going around the world asking to fight. This is proven because if he was truly a fanatic for battle or someone who loves cultivating, he would have challenged people in the past already. He is a cautious person. Wulong Xian had a good understanding of him after fighting with the Mortal King. Yes, he is quite cautious. Li Qie chuckled. But now, everyone is calling him a war fanatic. Is he truly in love with battle to the point of insanity? No. He is only using others to sharpen himself. Chapter 1017. Seeking Buddhism. Wulong Xian had to comment. Who is this person behind him? Is it an ancestor from the Jewel Pillar Sacred School? Li Qie shook his head. An ancestor from the school? I'm afraid not. Even though the school has many physique laws, it can't reach this level of proficiency in so many different aspects. The person knows the Tao techniques of this world too well. Not just anyone can accomplish this. Wulong Xian contemplated again. She lost completely this time against the Mortal King. It was just like Chu Yuntian said, the king found the right merit laws to restrain her so that she was at a complete disadvantage and had no way to reverse the tides. There's no need to be dejected. The Saint Child isn't bad and the person behind him is quite heaven-defying. Li Qie spoke, however, if you can comprehend the mysteries of your bloodline, defeating him won't be difficult. She softly sighed and replied. Perhaps, but even if that day comes, it will be a very long time from now. She was not someone who wallows in despair upon defeat. However, her situation was not optimistic due to her grave injuries. Even if she could return to the Grand Sea, she still needed many years to recover. Comprehending her bloodline would require an even longer period of time. Take this, my medicine can heal your injuries quite quickly. Li Qie casually threw a small bottle to her. Its tiny size would make others think that he was acting quite stingy. At first, she didn't really care and only opened it unconcernedly. When the bottle was opened, a sweet fragrance capable of making people feel refreshed drifted out. The ointment inside resembled the fat of a dragon with flashing glimmers. Longxian was shocked by this ointment. Even if she wasn't knowledgeable about medicine, she still knew that this ointment was supreme. What is this medicine? She stared at Li Qiye in amazement. Li Qiye chuckled in response. Heaven Restoration Salve. It can cure your wounds in a short amount of time. Heaven Restoration Salve. She was startled. I have heard of this medicine before. Legend states that it is the best medicine in the 9 worlds, but no one has ever been able to refine it. Having said that, she stared at Li Qiye in disbelief. She didn't have the tiniest inkling of Chu Yuntian's identity. What was even more stunning was that Chu Yuntian casually gave her such a precious medicine. Keep in mind that they didn't know each other. She didn't think that her charm was great enough for someone else to easily hand over the best medicine in the 9 worlds either. She eventually calmed down with great difficulty and took a deep breath before staring at him. Why are you handing me this priceless medicine? She couldn't guess what the man was thinking at all. He was a mystery that couldn't be explored. Because I don't want you to die. Li Qiye leisurely said. An ancient bloodline, old to the point of being untraceable. I really want to see how pure this bloodline can eventually get. You truly know about my bloodline? She stared at him. In fact, even her sleeping dragon cliff didn't know too much about this bloodline. This was because it had been a very long time since a bloodline as pure as hers had appeared. They were no longer the same cliff as back then. No longer the legendary dwellers of the sea. At the very least, much more than your cliff. Li Qiye said with a smile. Someone with this bloodline hasn't appeared in your cliff in a very long time, so all of you have almost forgotten that your ancestors came from the sea. Fellow Taoist is so knowledgeable. This little sister hopes that you can teach me a thing or two about my bloodline. She was not a fool. On the contrary, clever was a suitable word to describe her. He couldn't help but smile. Teach you? Of course I can teach you. The question is, what's in it for me? I can occasionally act as a good person, but not always. If you want to harvest, you must work for it. I need my efforts to be rewarded. This response left her silent. She didn't know anything about this Chu Yuntian, and she couldn't make any promises to someone she knew nothing about. Recuperate well. He glanced at the silent girl and smiled before standing up to go to the sutra room to read more scrolls. She stayed behind in the temple to recover while using the Heaven Restoration Salve. Her injuries healed very quickly. They were quite serious. Even her Tao foundation was damaged. Judging from her injuries, even if she fled back to the Sleeping Dragon Cliff and used their incredible ointments, it would take as long as 10 years before she could heal. However, under the medicinal effect of this salve, she was completely cured in just 4 to 5 days. This completely astonished her. This salve was simply too heaven-defying. She couldn't help but murmur its name. Heaven Restoration, if you can restore even the heavens, what can't you do? She had heard of this name from the older generation. However, it was only an item from legends. She knew that it was the best medicine in the 9 worlds. The truth was that even her ancestors didn't know what it was, let alone seeing it with their own eyes. They had only heard of the name. Even the best alchemists couldn't refine the Heaven Restoration Salve. But now, Li Qiye gave the #1 medicine to her so that she could see its true effects. How could she not become frightened? After making a full recovery in just a few short days, she actually didn't leave and remained in the temple. Outside of wanting to know the monster behind the Saint Child, she also wanted to find out just who this Chu Yuntian was. During this time, Li Qiye stayed in the sutra room. Although there were other heavenly grottos here, they couldn't seal the phenomena that appeared in this library. The room continued to emit a Buddhist radiance. Although the amount was very small due to the seal, each bit was very palpable. Each Buddhist string of light seemed to be made from gold. These golden strings didn't only have a golden shade, they also emitted a metallic sound like falling gold powder. The phenomena exceeded just these lights. Outside of the room, one could hear Buddhist chants as if the territory inside had become a kingdom of Buddha. It gave the illusion that a Buddhist lord was chanting inside. Each word became a supreme Buddhist mantra and law. Each phrase became its own world. Within a few days, even these grottos could no longer seal the phenomena inside. Following these images, the first golden lotus grew out from the ground. Several days later, more lotuses bloomed as a golden spring oozed out from the courtyard. This billowing golden spring represented the highest symbol of Buddhism. This scene didn't only frighten Wulong Xian, even the cold old abbess was startled. The descriptions in the legends about someone capable of spewing out lotuses and making golden springs surge from the ground couldn't be superior to this. Though neither woman could see the scene inside the sutra room, just these oozing golden springs and golden lotuses growing everywhere allowed them to easily imagine what was going on. Perhaps that place had become a Buddhist kingdom with tens of millions of worshippers, millions of battle monks, and 100,000 meditating bodhisattvas. Eventually, the phenomena disappeared. One could hear a squeaking sound as Li Qie came out from the sutra room. At this time, the current Li Qie was not too different from before. He became even more ordinary looking. A transformation back to the origin. Despite seeming even more ordinary, when one stood close to Li Qie, they would inexplicably feel an unspeakable Buddhist affinity. It was as if a supreme Buddhist Lord was converting and enlightening you in a natural and mysterious process. People would suddenly feel an impulse to prostrate and convert to the Buddhist order. Wulong Xian was a genius as well as the sect master of the Sleeping Dragon Cliff. Her Tao heart was extremely strong. However, when she stood close to Li Qie, her Tao heart suddenly felt a ripple with his image. An image of him looking like a Buddhist lord. What is this black magic? Wulong Xian jumped from shock and stared at him. At this time, Li Qie was very gentle and calm. The world became tranquil wherever he stood. Even time didn't dare to disturb him. This is the Dharma, a salvation for all existences. Li Qie smiled. He was clearly not a monk, but his smile gave the illusion that he was a Buddhist lord who loved all living beings. Wulong Xuan's mind quaked. She took a deep breath and channeled her Tao law to repel all distractions and calm these ripples in her mind. Nevertheless, she was still astounded. Li Qie hadn't used any laws. Just his words alone were able to move her heart. This was far too terrifying. Even the boundless Dharma of the legends wouldn't be any more influential than this. Eventually, he put the key back and stood before the Bodhisattva statue. He placed his palms together and bowed his head before leaving. Now, nothing was holding him back. The whole time, the old abbess remained seated in the same place without saying a word. After exiting the temple, Li Qie turned around and asked, "Why are you following me?" Wulong Xian was right behind him. Moreover, she had changed her appearance and was shrouded in a black attire. Chapter 10:18. Meeting the Middle Continent Princess again, she stood still and looked at him before smiling. "I'm following to take a look at what kind of person you really are." She was no longer concealing her goal. She understood that hiding or lying in front of Li Qie was a foolish idea. The person behind the Mortal King is probably still looking for you. If you are smart, then leave this place and return to your cliff. You are not the Mortal King's match and definitely not that person's match. Despite his calm demeanor, he had a transcendent temperament. I also want to see who he is as well. She smiled. Unfortunately, her face was hidden so no one could see her kingdom-toppling smile. Li Qie only looked at her for a bit. In the end, he didn't say anything and turned around to continue onward. Wulong Xian followed right behind him. Judging from her appearance, she was determined to go wherever he went. Of course, Li Qie didn't really care. He couldn't feel that there was a person right behind him at all. Meanwhile, she felt something completely different. Each of his steps seemed very slow, but the truth was that they were extremely swift. The even stranger part was that it wasn't Li Qie moving, but the entire Buddhist funeral plateau. It was as if Li Qie was the center of the plateau. He stood in place, completely still, while the entire plateau moved for his sake. The even more mystical aspect was that Li Qie did not emit any Buddhist lights or visual phenomena. However, there was an indescribable feeling while standing behind him. A Buddhist aura, both majestic and gentle. It gave the sudden sensation that it was not Li Qie walking but a supreme Buddhist lord. The sun was rising from the horizon as Li Qie slowly trod forward. A golden light from the Grand Tao was pouring out from behind him. These golden rays scattered as if they wanted to save all living beings. This feeling of grandeur made Wulong Xian breathe deeply to compose herself and protect her Tao heart. Otherwise, it would be affected by him despite its resilience. Many were affected by the Buddhist affinity from the plateau. However, for someone at her level, unless they came to challenge the 18 temples, this affinity was negligible. But now, Li Qie wasn't using any Buddhist arts or chanting sutras, yet he was already greatly affecting her. The Buddhist affinity that emanated from his body had reached an unbelievable magnitude. If he started chanting or using Buddhist laws, she didn't know how long she would be able to hold out for. How could Wulongxian not be astonished by this? Someone of her level understood the distinction between illusions and reality. However, the scene before her was neither an illusion nor reality. It was an indirect sign, telling her that this Chu Yuntian had a terrifying Buddhist affinity. Or rather, he had obtained a Buddhist heart. Nevertheless, he still gave off a sublime presence. A bit later, the old monk came back and respectfully gestured with his palms once more while bowing. "Hi Buddha, the master will see you." He then led the way for Li Qiye. Li Qiye followed with Wulongxian right behind him. She was quite curious about who Li Qiye wanted to meet. A bit later, the monk led them to an arch entrance. He stood there without entering and gestured for Li Qiye to go inside. The two of them stepped beneath the arch and found that there was a heavenly grotto inside. It was a place of nature, not an old building like one would imagine. A great river ran before them with sparkling water. However, the sparkles here were not from the water, they were from the silver within. The entire river seemed to be full of silver as if it had fallen to the mortal world from its place in the 9 heavens. A woman was meditating on top of the river. The lotus below her was blossoming and emitted colorful rays that illuminated the depths of the river. Meanwhile, at the bottom of the river were countless visual phenomena, as if a supreme treasure was about to open. She appeared to be over 30 and had an elegance that couldn't be described with the brush. Her style was supreme and accentuated her mature charm that would cause hearts to beat faster. Wulongxian could be called a great beauty of the current generation. Her features were kingdom-toppling. However, she was still lacking compared to the woman ahead. She didn't recognize who the woman was, but if Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao were here, they would know right away. It was the Middle Continent princess. Outsiders would be astounded to find out about this. The princess was buried in the heavenly corpse burial ground as an earth immortal. Yet she was able to make it out alive. Without a doubt, the princess had chosen the correct underworld boat back then, and was successful in prolonging her life. As for how many years she was able to gain, this was not known. Li Qiye secretly heaved a gentle sigh while looking at the princess sitting on the lotus with her unchanging appearance. After many years, some things still wouldn't change. Even if they did, they would remain unforgettable. It was a misunderstanding back then as well as an ill-fated turn of events. It began with him, so it should be ended by him. Chapter 10:19. Hatred caused by love. The princess instantly opened her eyes the moment Li Qiye came over. Her expression quickly changed upon seeing him. Even though she was once renowned across the 9 worlds, her emotions still surged at this time. Crash! The silver river reflected the fluctuations of her emotions. The lotus flower emitting the colorful lights suddenly pulsed black and white as if a storm was approaching. I admit that when I sent letters to you, there was another objective to it. Outside of caring about you, I really wanted to know the location of the Silver River. When Li Qiye disguised himself as Chu Yuntian to infiltrate the Middle Continent Kingdom, he managed to enter the most heavily guarded location of the imperial family. His goal was to find the whereabouts of that item. Due to the limitations of his identity, he couldn't meet the princess face to face and couldn't speak to her. However, the two of them always secretly sent letters to each other. Is that it? The princess responded. This is all that the words in those letters encompassed? You didn't try to seduce an ignorant girl so that she would fall in love with a person named Chu Yuntian, a person that doesn't even exist. All just to make her tell you those secrets. Li Qiye slightly opened his mouth, wanting to say something else, but he stopped while lamenting in his mind. As the dark crow back then, he really didn't want to do so. The princess back then was young and lonely, void of the love of her father or friends. Just like that, a young man who showed concern for her entered her life. Because of this inadvertent misunderstanding, the princess eventually fell in love with Chu Yuntian, someone who didn't even exist. Li Qiye slowly said, Back then, I was only teaching you how to cultivate through those letters. During their correspondence via letters, Li Qiye became quite close to her. He carefully taught her using those letters since he didn't want her to walk on the same path as her father. Furthermore, it was to leave behind a great spark for the human race because the princess had exceedingly high talents with her 3 saint aptitudes. And so, the princess misunderstood his careful guidance as something else and came to love Chu Yuntian. This made her reveal everything to Li Qie. Later on, when Li Qie found out and wished to salvage the situation, the misunderstanding had already become too deep. Teaching. The princess shouted loudly again. Yes, yes, the great teacher of immortal emperors guiding me. This is my honor. There is nothing else other than this. Chapter 10:20. Secret of the past. Li Qie watched the princess, who was very agitated at this moment. The lotus flower pulsed uncontrollably, causing the entire silver river to tremble. He took a deep breath and looked her in the eyes to say, "Back then, I was completely wrong. It is all my fault. I came today to sincerely apologize." The princess sat there in silence with an icy demeanor. Who knew what she was thinking? Ha! Eventually she sneered, "Chu Yuntian, I suppose it doesn't matter if you are called Chu Yuntian, Dark Crow, or even Li Qie. However, I will never believe you, got it?" Li Qie stayed silent since he didn't have an answer. This misunderstanding couldn't be resolved with a few words. Otherwise, it wouldn't have lasted for millions of years. Sincerity? The princess laughed. Back then, who was the one who left the dynasty in secrecy? I know now that it was because I simply didn't know where this silver river was hidden. To you, I no longer had any value, so you disappeared without a word, leaving behind a girl painfully waiting. Unfortunately, this dumb girl still thought that the man named Chu Yuntian would eventually return. The princess couldn't laugh sarcastically any longer at this point. Her expression was full of unspoken love and hatred. "There's nothing I can do if you think so," Li Qie said. "When I left back then, it really was because I couldn't find it. I understood that it was not hidden in your dynasty. Also, it was no longer safe to stay in the dynasty because Tian too had started to sharpen his blades against your dynasty. Yes, our great teacher of immortal emperors has always been correct. No matter the occasion, he would always have very good reasons." The princess mocked sarcastically. Li Qie shook his head. "I can only say that you don't know me at all. If I really wanted to disappear, you would never have been able to find me, just like Chu Yuntian. I have always been concerned about your safety. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let someone risk their life to send that message to you so that you would leave the Middle Continent Kingdom." The princess' cold eyes lit up after hearing this. She was especially beautiful as she murmured, "That's right, I received a message. To meet at the Plum Blossom Dock." However, having said that, her expression turned cold again as she glared at him. But Chu Yuntian never appeared at the dock. Haha, it was just another trick. Only a woman named Bu Lianxiang would be dumb enough to believe it. "I have no defense against not going," Li Qie said. "Yes, I was at the Heaven Spirit World at that time. I sent a confidant to message you to meet at Plum Blossom in order to get you far away from the dynasty." The drums of war had sounded by then. A supreme battle was slowly coming. Later on, even if Tian Tu didn't destroy your dynasty, I would have led an army to do so myself. The princess sneered. "Right, you are the savior, the saint of the 9 worlds, saving all of. That's not important." Li Qie shook his head. "Regardless of how you see me, my bottom line will never change. I will make the ancient Ming disappear from the 9 worlds and destroy anyone who works together with them. Nothing will be able to bar my path. If you think that I would not destroy the dynasty because of you, then you are completely mistaken. I will not make compromises when it comes to my bottom line." Li Qie freely said while looking at the princess. "You can view me as a liar, a mass murderer, or even a savior. You can mock me with disdain. It is all fine. I just want you to know that I can't change my creed for you." The princess didn't say anything in response and only sat there with a cold demeanor. "I didn't care about them, the dynasty or the ancient Ming." She became absent-minded and murmured with her head down. "I didn't care to find out about the war." With that, she looked up at Li Qie with a chilling smile. "But you still lied to me in the end, ha ha ha. There was a message that Chu Yuntian was dead. It was only a message. I didn't see his corpse or any of his belongings. I never even saw his shadow. Yet I was so foolish as to search for him for the rest of my life. I wanted to find out where he died, where he was buried, who killed him. I even wanted to avenge him." With that, her eyes became wet, but she maintained her strong tone. "Only a foolish girl would believe in someone who doesn't exist. Because of this scam, she entered the heavenly corpse burial ground to become an earth immortal. She simply wished for the day that she could find Chu Yuntian's remains. A teardrop finally dripped down from the corner of her eyes. Yes, it was just a plan. Li Qie helplessly said. Back then, in order to find Chu Yuntian, you chased my generals all over the world. In order to end this needless search, I had to make Chu Yuntian disappear. However, I didn't expect that you would still want to find where he was buried. Chu Yuntian, no, Dark Crow, or should I call you Li Qie now? You have always been a liar. The princess sneered. If you weren't one, you should have just told me the truth. Li Qie stayed quiet for a long time before looking at her and nodded his head. Yes, I am a liar. All of the fault lies with me, so I came to resolve this today. Haha, what now? Even the great teacher doesn't know how to defend himself? The princess coldly laughed. Li Qie stared at her in a serious manner and calmly said, There's no need since there is no reason to be defensive. I am here right now. She fiercely stared at him for a long time. Aren't you always good at twisting the truth? Don't you always scheme and plan? Well, I want to hear your defense. Give me an excuse right now. Li Qie looked at her and paused for a bit. Eventually, he softly sighed and answered, After your middle continent kingdom was destroyed, there was no one else to keep Tian Tu in check. He wanted to capture me alive since he was aware of my secrets and wanted to take the items in my memories. So, I could only hide behind the scenes. I made my legions disappear from the 9 worlds. I was biding my time to deliver a fatal blow to the ancient Ming. Thus, I had to disappear during that period. The moment I showed myself, Tian Tu would have come killing and annihilated us. Li Qie sighed again at this point. In fact, this was not just a justification. At that time, the situation really was as he described. He ordered several attacks against immortal Emperor Tian Tu, but they were all unsuccessful and his generals suffered major losses. The most regrettable part to him was that if the Middle Continent Kingdom stood by his side at the beginning of that generation, or if immortal Emperor Tian Tu didn't exist in this world, the ancient Ming wouldn't have been powerful enough to rule the 9 worlds and flourish for many generations. Haha, even our unbeatable great teacher had to hide at times? She mocked. To which he responded, I have not always been unbeatable. The ancient Ming was indeed very powerful. Tian Tu himself was an incredible immortal emperor. In that generation, I had no way of destroying the ancient Ming and killing Tian Tuesday. I can only say that I wasn't strong enough then. No matter what, as long as I can live on, I will be able to get through tough times. Perseverance will yield victory eventually. Li Qie slowly said. Back when the ancient Ming was at its most powerful state under Tian Tu, it was not an easy time for the 9 worlds, the human race, and even him who would eventually become the teacher of immortal emperors. The enemy was simply too strong. The princess thought quietly about that time. She was someone who had lived through that era and knew of its darkness, that it wasn't an easy period. It must have been very hard. Just thinking about the 9 worlds under the ancient Ming's rule and the incomparable immortal Emperor Tian Tu, the princess suddenly became absent-minded and actually blurted out such gentle words. Looking back over the years, Li Qie softly sighed. It was bearable. I let my legions hide in the most dangerous locations. There had been tougher times before Tian Tu, so we were used to it, it didn't matter too much. Eventually the princess looked up and exclaimed, Anyway, no matter what kind of excuses you have, this doesn't change the fact that you are still a liar. I know that I am a liar in your mind. Li Qie nodded solemnly. Since I was in the wrong, I wanted to resolve this issue. He continued on while looking into her eyes. I have obtained my true body in this generation and I want to fight to the very end, so I must finish my unresolved business. Why did I come to the heavenly corpse burial ground to find you? Was it just for the Yin Yang immortal mirror? The truth is that I could have traded other people for imperial weapons at that place. I looked for you specifically since I wanted you to know the truth. He stared deeply into her eyes. Chapter 1021. Love or hate really? She coldly stared at him. Judging by her expression, she didn't seem to believe him. Believe me. Li Qie calmly said. I have to end everything before the Great War. I went to the corpse burial ground to find you to let you know about the matters of Chu Yuntian back then. I knew that you would have the drive to leave the burial ground alive after finding out the truth. Humph. The princess scowled and coldly responded. It sounds like everything is as you have planned. But you still came to the ferry. Li Qie looked at her. After finding out about Chu Yuntian, You tried your best to leave the burial ground. I want to conclude our matters in this generation, so at the Underworld River, I left one boat for you. Aren't you alive and well right now after leaving? She only stared at him quietly, as if she was not yet appeased by his words. Or perhaps, Lichia hadn't convinced her just yet. Are you sure you didn't come here for this silver river? The princess spoke coldly while staring at him. If you still think so, then all I can say is sorry, you don't get me at all. In your eyes, I am only a stranger, a contemptible liar. He dully said. If you think everything was just a plan of mine to obtain the silver river, then so be it. The mistake was mine back then. I'll pay you back. He lost interest and turned around to leave. Stop right there. The princess shouted after seeing him wanting to leave. However, Lichia ignored her and continued on. Xueqi. Stop. You can't forget everything that you said in those letters. She shouted loudly. What did you promise me? Don't tell me you have forgotten. You said that you would protect me forever. Where is this promise now? Lichia stopped and turned back to slowly look at her before speaking dismissively. I did promise that, but it is difficult to find someone who can match you now. You don't need my protection any longer. The princess coldly responded. It's not over between us. Don't think that just because you picked the underworld boat for me, our matter is resolved. Lichia calmly replied after a short pause. I know that I lied to you and made you waste your whole life. All of this started because of me. You put it so lightly. The princess replied. Do you know what I have been through? In order to find out the truth, I traveled all around the 9 worlds in the shadow of the ancient Ming and opposed them and everyone else. I only wanted an answer, the resting place of Xueqi. For this, I didn't care about antagonizing anyone. I know. Lichia flatly said. So, I kept my promise. Without people secretly helping you. Do you think you could have gotten away unscathed from immortal Emperor Tian too? It was you. The princess' eyes narrowed while staring at Lichia. It doesn't matter who it was. I just wanted to say that I kept my promise. Lichia calmly spoke. If you still think that this was all part of my plan to obtain this silver river, then all I can say is that I'm very disappointed. He looked straight at her and said, Yes, I am a liar who tricked you. However, if you say that I created a plan that required hurting you in order to obtain this silver river, then your words truly are insulting my intelligence. Humph, you have always been a liar. The princess scowled, but at this time, her act was much weaker than before. It was not as cold and aggressive as earlier. Without a doubt, she felt that she couldn't posture much longer due to a lack of logic. Yes, I am just a liar in your mind. Lichia heaved a sigh and didn't want to say anything else. The princess took a deep breath. She looked up and stared at him with a cold expression once more. How did you find this place? It wasn't hard for me. Lichia flatly revealed. After your Middle Continent kingdom was destroyed, the old elders escaped and converted to Buddhism. I knew that your ancestors already had a path of escape. Your progenitor simply didn't bring this silver river into the dynasty, and instead left it here from the beginning. Lichia looked at the princess' cold eyes straight on. If I truly wanted this river, I wouldn't have needed to wait till today. Back during the ancient Ming era, this item was indeed a very good card, but even without it, I could still destroy the ancient Ming. And I'm always true to my words. This time, the princess didn't want to meet his gaze. With her still icy demeanor, she casted her eyes downward without saying anything. Lichia eventually took out the yin-yang immortal mirror and placed it on the ground. I am excited for you being able to prolong your life and come into being. Since you have made it this far, this treasure should return to its owner. The princess coldly said, You think it will end just like this? This is your repayment? Lichia gently shook his head. No, this is only to show my sincerity. Just say the word and I'll make it up to you. What will you do to compensate? The princess asked with an icy glare. He turned silent for a moment. He knew very well that the princess didn't want any treasures. In the end, she chillingly spoke. It's not over between us. He looked at her emotionless demeanor and nodded. Very well, if you want to get even, I won't hide. I trust that you will be able to leave this place very soon. I'll be waiting at the Buddhist funeral plateau for you. Humph. The princess only scowled. Who knows if she was feeling hatred or something else? Eventually, he turned and walked away. He didn't get too far before he turned around and looked at her with an austere expression. My name is Li Qie, not Chu Yuntian. Of course, if you want to find Chu Yuntian to get even, then Chu Yuntian will still be waiting for you. With that, he finally left. The princess watched his departing shadow and was quiet for a long time. A while later, she beckoned and the mirror fell into her hand. She sighed at Li Qie's departure and murmured quietly, Fate. After leaving the temple, Longxian stuck to Li Qie again as if she was his tail. He couldn't help but leer at her. You are still the tyrant of an entire region. Why are you following behind my butt? At this point, Longxian was quite calm, as if she had copied Li Qie's demeanor. The great path is long with all kinds of people walking on different sides. Why are you saying that I am following you? Li Qie looked at her with one eye and threatened. Girl, do you think I won't throw you into a terrifying evil den that even you would never be able to come out from? Do it, throw me in then. Longxian shrewdly postured with both hands on her thin waist while arching her towering fair breasts. Li Qie saw this and was too lazy to retort. He turned around and kept on going. Longxian hastily gave chase and walked with him shoulder to shoulder. What's wrong? Not having a good day? Who was that woman earlier? Your Dao companion or girlfriend? You guys had a fight? The gossipy soul of the Dragon Cliff's sect master was burning right now. She was as inquisitive as a little kid, asking questions all the time. Li Qie ignored her and continued on while she didn't give up and followed him step by step. Okay, we won't talk about that. How about we change the subject? Longxian said. Tell me a little bit about you. What sect are you from? How come I've never heard of the name Chu Yuntian before? Li Qie gave her a look and said. Girl, what do you want to know? She tilted her head. Her appearance was actually kind of cute, no longer resembling an untouchable genius or a high-powered tyrant of a region. She smiled. I want to know your background. If it wasn't for her face being hidden, one could definitely see her beautiful flower-like smile. Not telling. Li Qie dismissively replied and went on his way. Her mood was particularly good. She copied his demeanor and leisurely said, Then how about we talk about the dwellers from the deep? You want to know about your mystical bloodline then? Li Qie looked at her again with an unfriendly demeanor. That's right. She didn't hide it at all. Just like you said, our cliff knows very little about the ancient bloodline, so please enlighten me. That's not out of the question. Li Qie relaxingly spoke. But what can you give me? What do you want? She was not long-winded and went straight to the point. Li Qie looked at her and answered, To tell the truth, your cliff doesn't have that many items that can tempt me, despite being an ancient lineage that consisted of ancient sea dwellers. Your ancestors did bring along a few good things, but it's a shame that almost all of them are lost. What little is left of your resources might be tradable, but I'm not necessarily interested in them. Chapter 1022 by Jianjin Yub. She couldn't help but grumpily stare at him. The Sleeping Dragon Cliff was an ancient and great sect in the northern Grand Sea with immense resources and power. However, Li Qie made it sound as if it wasn't worth a single coin. However, Li Qie revealed a rare grin while looking at her to leisurely say, If you become my bed warmer, I can think about teaching you a little bit. Less daydreaming. She glared at him and spoke with great dissatisfaction. Li Qie shrugged. This is you giving up on a God-sent opportunity. He walked faster after saying so. Longxian had no intention of giving up. She hastily followed and asked, Where are we going to now? Li Qie didn't answer and continued on. She didn't mind and kept right on his tail while wearing a confident expression, as if she was getting what she wanted. Eventually, Li Qie came before a huge temple and stopped to look at it. There were many worshippers in front of the temple. Some prostrated on the ground, others were converting to Buddhism, and a few were kneeling and kowtowing 9 times to pay their respects. A group inside were offering incense. The more pious ones kneeled for a very long time with the intent of seeing a high monk. There was no lack of cultivators among them. In general, cultivators did not worship Buddhism, but things were different at the plateau. The weaker cultivators would be affected by the area and turn silly after staying here for a long time. They were affected by the Buddhist affinity in the air and would slowly give up everything to convert to Buddhism. In this place, their best choice for conversion was the Nalanda Temple or the 4 Grand Void Tribulations, the 18 temples under Nalanda. A little bird told the crowd, It is not the opening of a Buddhist kingdom, it is someone ascending, a great holy monk. As long as he ascends, the Buddhist kingdom will naturally open. For many cultivators, even untouchable virtuous paragons, to be able to watch an ascension with their own eyes is a great fortune. There are many other benefits entailed in watching this event as well. Ascension. Many cultivators who wanted to convert to Buddhism felt their hearts beat faster. One of them spoke. Rumor has it that when a holy monk is ascending, they will cast everything away. At that time, someone who obtains the teachings and legacy of the holy monk would definitely be able to attain enlightenment in Buddhism. Many speculations spread across the plateau. The ascension made even more cultivators pour into this area because they all wanted the legendary legacy. The majority of the younger generation came to the plateau in these several days. The most brilliant among them were the Jewel Pillar Mortal King with the moniker of War Fanatic, Deity Jikong Wudi, and Zhan Shi from the Western Wasteland. The Mortal King had the greatest limelight with an unstoppable momentum at this moment. He had once again defeated Wulong Xian, making him even more famous. Some even said that he was already above Jikong Wudi or at least on the same level as him. In fact, more and more people came to the plateau in droves besides this group. Among them were other brilliant geniuses. Bai Zhenjin was one of them. She came without great fanfare or a domineering pomp. It was just her and the sword in her embrace. Her sword energy didn't soar and her demeanor wasn't cold and murderous. She had changed quite a lot compared to the past. She had returned to the origin. Just like her name, she walked calmly and naturally as someone who was one with the world and myriad laws. Bai Zhenjin is here. Someone exclaimed after seeing her enter the plateau. It brought about quite a stir. The greatest contemporary sword user. Even a virtuous paragon from the previous generation had to concede this point. Someone speculated after seeing her. Why is she here? I think even the holy monk's legacy shouldn't be enough for her to come here from the Western Wasteland. Maybe it is because of Zhan Shi. A cultivator from the Western region added. Her feud with Zhan Shi is not over. She lost to him last time, so maybe she wants to challenge him again. That could be true. Another spoke. They fought twice. Zhan Shi lost the first time and won the second. But now, her Tao of the Sword is invincible, so she will definitely challenge him again. If that is the case, then she will probably win. A big shot murmured. Her Tao of the Sword has reached grand completion and can be described as invincible. Even the Mortal King doesn't dare to challenge her. Humph, who says the war god doesn't dare to challenge Bai Zhenjin? His words made the Mortal King's supporters quite unhappy. Chapter 1023. Bing Yuxia the king currently had many followers and admirers. Some even said that his entourage was even bigger than Jikong Wudi's. The reason was very simple. The difference between the two. Jikong Wudi was a supreme genius who came from the Space Trample Mountain. Because of his triple saint aptitudes, he was destined for greatness. It gave him the ultimate advantage. In the eyes of many, he was the descendant of an immortal emperor, born with a golden spoon in his mouth. He was not in the same world as ordinary cultivators. The Mortal King was different since he came from the Jewel Pillar Sacred School. Though the school was a great power, it was far lesser than an imperial lineage. The king's talents during his younger years were much weaker than Jikong Wudi's as well. With an ordinary background and ordinary talents, the king won some and lost some to eventually become famous across the world. Now, he was on the same level as the unmatched group of Jikong Wudi, Mei Suyao, and Heavenly Emperor Lin. In the eyes of many people, the king came from humble beginnings and was very similar to them. Perhaps one day, through sheer effort, they would be able to reach his level and fame as well. This was the reason why he had so much support from the community. In their minds, the Mortal King was the war god who would definitely become an immortal emperor in the future. So now, when someone claimed that he didn't dare to challenge Bai Zhenjin, this naturally made his supporters unhappy and made them immediately defend him. Not everyone found the Mortal King pleasant. Moreover, Bai Zhenjin was very brilliant at this moment as the #1 sword user. To top it off, she was quite pretty as well. All of this resulted in her having a lot of fans. Humph, war god? That's only a self-proclaimed title. It is fine if you call him war fanatic though. A Bai Zhenjin fan immediately sneered. The Mortal King might have a fine battle record, but it was built upon many defeats. If he had died in any of those battles, he wouldn't have the same accomplishments today. The only reason he is still alive is due to his backing. And a mortal king supporter fired back. Bai Zhenjin might be strong, but she is still much weaker compared to the war god. Their record is 2-1 in favor of the war god right now. This shows the war god's superiority. The mortal king had fought Bai Zhenjin 3 times. He was the challenger for the first 2 bouts and had won both. Bai Zhenjin's admirer smiled sarcastically. Really now? Yes, sword goddess Bai lost twice before, but don't forget that on the 3rd duel, her Tao of the sword reached the limit and crushed your war god until he had to muster all of his strength just to escape like a baby sucking on his mother's breasts. He was being chased so hard that he almost had to hang himself and commit suicide out of fear. If someone didn't come to save him, would your so-called war god still be alive? He would have become a pile of bones. Just another soul dying under sword goddess Bai's sword. You! This made the king's admirer turn ugly. After losing twice to the mortal king, Bai Zhenjin challenged him later on with all of her might. Under her rage, she was able to exert the limit of the sword Tao. It was simply a display from a berserk god. Even the experienced mortal king couldn't match her. That duel was the most miserable defeat the mortal king had suffered. He was covered in injuries after being completely defeated by Bai Zhenjin. He ran for countless miles while she chased right behind and trapped him into a corner. Eventually, someone succeeded in secretly rescuing the king. No one dared to underestimate Bai Zhenjin after this battle. They even called her the #1 sword user. Someone saw her carrying her sword and speculated, I wonder if sword goddess Bai will challenge Zhang Shi at the plateau this time. Zhang Shi, a peerless genius, came from the rampaging divine mountain of the western desolate wasteland. Bai Zhenjin, on the other hand, came from the sword god's sacred ground in the same region. As the saying goes, a mountain does not have room for 2 tigers. Zhang Shi had challenged Bai Zhenjin before. He lost the first time and won the second. However, Bai Zhenjin's Tao of the sword was now untouchable. Her supreme sword Tao was a source of dread for just about anyone. Thus, many people guessed that she would challenge Zhang Shi to wash away the shame of her past defeat. A big shot from the last generation stated, Zhang Shi is going to the 4 Buddhas temple. I heard he wants to challenge the Buddhist law over there and use his Tao foundation to withstand its power of conversion. So strong, to dare to challenge the Buddhist law in that temple. I'm afraid even Jikong Wudi wouldn't dare to do so. Such news startled many people. Zhang Shi is different. He is on a different path than Jikong Wudi. Another big shot from the western region who knew about Zhang Shi spoke. He analyzed the situation. Zhang Shi is following the footsteps of immortal Emperor Buzhan. 1 step, 1 battle. He's taking his time with each step while building a solid Tao foundation and sturdy Tao heart. He is not aspiring to be strongest in the same generation but rather to be the last man standing, slowly becoming unbeatable with each battle. Among the current youths, Zhang Shi is perhaps the one with the lowest cultivation. However, with respect to perseverance in a bloody battle, Zhang Shi will be the ultimate victor. Zhang Shi's endurance, Bai Zhenjin's Tao of the sword, Jikong Wudi's supreme nature, the jewel pillar mortal king's love for war, and heavenly Emperor Lin's astonishing talents. A talented youth with a high status helplessly spoke. To be in the same generation as them is truly a tragedy. This is a time where devilish talents could be found everywhere. Regular geniuses are as numerous as dogs and simply not worth mentioning. Don't forget about the Icy Feather Palace Master. A cultivator from the 100 cities interjected. Bing Yuxia is coming too? Someone else was surprised. She's someone who isn't afraid of messing with anyone. Right, the eastern cultivator arched his chin and said, Look over there, that's her coming. Hearing that, many people turned around. They saw a divine chariot slowly approaching. There was a pretty young man sitting on it. No, it was a supreme woman cross-dressing as a man. Who else could it be besides Bing Yuxia? She was surrounded by beauties at the moment. One in her embrace and a few more charming ones sitting next to her. Witnessing Bing Yuxia being adored by so many beauties on her chariot left some people envious and others speechless. She had become the palace master of Icy Feather, but she was still unbridled. It was well known that she liked the fairer sex. It wasn't a secret at all. Palace Master Bing, long time no see. When Bing Yuxia arrived, a transcendently pure aura emerged as well, heralding the emergence of a cool and elegant character. He seemed to be from a different world. His most notable characteristic was the intelligent air surrounding him, making him appear to be a scholar more than a cultivator. Someone recognized him and exclaimed, "Heavenly Emperor Lin is here too." The person accompanied by this pure energy was the most famous genius in the southern region, referred to as the #1 of the barren earth, Heavenly Emperor Lin. "So you are that Lin guy." Bing Yuxia only gave him a quick glance, her focus still on the beauties next to her. She leisurely spoke. "You already had a good name, yet you still claim to be a heavenly emperor. That's not a good omen." Bing Yuxia's arrogance was famous. She acted like this no matter who she was speaking to. "Palace Master Bing is messing with me." Heavenly Emperor Lin did not become angry. He gallantly laughed in response. "This is only a title given to me by others, a title that can't reach the apex. So, do you want to fight? I heard the Buddhist funeral plateau has been very lively recently. I don't mind adding to the fun." The untethered woman was full of arrogance. "They're about to fight?" A spectator became excited after hearing this and murmured, "The fourth fight, I wonder who will win. I bet my money on the Palace Master." Someone immediately placed their bet. Another followed suit. "My money is on Lin Tiendi. He recently came to the God War Mountain and had a huge harvest which puts him at a great advantage." Prior to this, the two had fought 3 times. The first was a draw. The second was Bing Yuxia's defeat while Heavenly Emperor Lin lost the third. This could be said to be a meeting between 2 rivals. Another battle would definitely cause the crowd to heat up with excitement. Geniuses are everywhere right now. My insignificant Tao can't reach the apex or enter your sight. The Heavenly Emperor didn't become angry. He gently shook his head and said, "Among the younger generation, I'm afraid Li Qia is the #1. There's no need to show off my weak cultivation." Li Qia. Everyone glanced at each other in astonishment after hearing the emperor praising Li Qia this much. "I knew that this jerk would come back to shock the world." Bing Yuxia smiled after hearing this all-too-familiar name. Despite dressing like a guy, her smile was still incredibly enchanting and caused many hearts to beat faster. "Good, you still have some good insight." She looked at the emperor to say, "That Li guy is even more powerful than your imagination. To be praised like this by you, he must definitely be unfathomable." The emperor nodded and said, "I have some business to attend to, so I must set off first. See you later." With that, he flew away with his boundless pure energy. No matter what, Heavenly Emperor Lin's charm was truly unmatched. He didn't have the domineering style of other geniuses. His temperament was unique and made him appear out of the ordinary. Chapter 1024. Spirit Mountain. Li Qia traveled across the plateau and entered numerous temples to debate against the high monks. Despite the countless temples located here, he couldn't find a match. No matter how great the monks were, they would be stumped the moment he spoke 1 or 2 Buddhist sentences or revealed a mantra. His visits to the temples had gained him many followers. Wherever he went, a large group of followers consisting of both cultivators and mortals would be right behind him. When he walked around, spectators from the distance saw this and couldn't help but point at him. Which high monk is that? To have so many followers. So young yet they have such high attainments in Buddhism. This is truly incredible. Maybe he can join Nalanda. An expert commented with a tinge of emotion. After being uncontested through all the temples, Li Qia's Buddhist affinity was at the highest level. At this time, although he didn't have any holy radiance and spouted no mantras, each of his actions affected the rhythm of the entire plateau. Just like he said before, he was Buddha. "We'll go to Spirit Mountain." Eventually, he told Wulongxian, who was following right behind him. She was still shrouded in black so no one could see her true appearance. She couldn't help but look back at the followers and ask, "What about them? They're coming as well?" She had witnessed the power of Buddhism in these last couple of days. Once they were converted, they would act completely different, as if they were lost in a dream. Just looking at the followers behind her made it apparent. They didn't know who Chu Yuntian was, but after listening to his scripture debates and dharmic preachings, they immediately joined him and became his devout worshippers. They had different expressions. Some were peaceful, some were dazed, and some were unchanged. There was one similarity despite the variety of expressions: a fanatic level of certainty. At this time, Li Qia placed his palms together vertically and shouted, "The Dharma is boundless, repentance is salvation." No matter the time and place, its Buddhist light was eternal and burned bright even during the darkest era. The temples built on its adjacent hills were sacred and majestic. There were holy monks chanting above while being protected by heavenly dragons. Arhats and bodhisattvas were performing sermons. The entire mountain seemed to be a celestial kingdom, away from the mundane world and the maddening crowd. Anyone would have the urge to prostrate while standing at the base of this mountain. They would want to bow every 3 steps or to forever prostrate before its grandeur. Because of this, there were countless followers kneeling right outside. There were mortals, cultivators, and even rulers. Even famous virtuous paragons could be found here. In this place, whether one was a mortal or a paragon was no longer important. All sentient beings were equal before Buddha. Outside of Nalanda, there were also 18 temples referred to as the 4 Grand Void Tribulations. They were different from the other temples at the plateau. They belonged to Nalanda. In this vast plateau, only these 18 were recognized by Nalanda. The 4 Grand Void Tribulations were the 4 Buddha's temple, the 3 Grand Temples, the 6 Tribulation Temples, and the 8 Void Temples. The 4 Buddha's temple had the highest status outside of Nalanda and was the most mysterious and powerful. The 3 Grand Temples were directly below the 4 Buddha's temple. They were divided into the Grand Heaven Temple, the Grand Earth Temple, and the Grand Mortal Temple. These 3 were almost on the same level as Nalanda and 4 Buddhas. The 6 Tribulation Temples were a level below them. They consisted of the Deity Tribulation Temple, the Saint Tribulation Temple, the Sage Tribulation Temple, the Mortal Tribulation Temple. The 8 Void Temples were next. They were made up of the Zen Void Temple, the Comprehension Void Temple, the Capability Void Temple, the Heart Void Temple. These 18 temples right below Nalanda were full of golden lights. Inside were Buddhist hymns and phenomena of great Buddhist existences. Before one knew it, they would find themselves in a kingdom of Buddhism. As for the eminent Nalanda Temple, it was built at the peak of Spirit Mountain. It was also dazzling with radiance. However, its gates were closed so no one could see inside. Chapter 1025. 18 Temples of Spirit Mountain. Until now, when people said that the Buddhist gates were opened at the plateau, they were not talking about Nalanda but only the 18 temples. Nalanda rarely opened its gates. Legend states that Nalanda would only open its gates a few times each era and sometimes not at all. There were too many tales about this temple. Some even said that top god kings still were not eligible to enter. On the contrary, the gates to the 4 Grand Void Tribulations were usually open. Of course, there were generations when they were closed as well. For example, the difficult Tao era was one of them. Nalanda Temple. Li Jie couldn't help but smile while standing outside of Spirit Mountain, looking to the far hills. Below the mountain was countless kneeling believers and experts watching on the sidelines with excitement. They gazed towards the temples on top of the mountain. Some even lost their patience and climbed the mountain in order to enter the Buddhist gates. Even though the gates of the 4 Grand Tribulations are usually open, but getting through them is easier said than done. The gates of the 8 Void Temples are hard enough already, let alone the 6 Tribulation Temples and 3 Grand Temples. Someone emotionally commented. Anyone could try climbing the mountain, but not many really wanted to because the effect up there was too fearsome. Once one's Tao heart started to shake, they would quickly be drowned in a Buddhist sea. Of course, some willingly accepted this challenge. They even went straight to the door by entering the Buddhist gate to challenge the Dharma of the 18 temples. A cultivator said with feeling, "Jean sure is still so amazing. He is battling it out step by step starting from the 8 Void Temples all the way to the 4 Buddha's temple. Right now, he is inside there. I wonder if he can handle the chanting from the Arhats and Bodhisattvas in there or not. His Tao heart is strong for sure. Maybe no one among the younger generation can match him. Not even the Jewel Pillar Mortal Kings group." A virtuous paragon added. "Jean sure is great, but Jikong Wudi is incredible as well. He went to the Grand Heaven Temple in order to sculpt. Once he is able to sculpt a Bodhisattva's position, it will be quite scary." Right, Jikong Wudi is scary enough now with his 3 saints aptitude. If he gains the enlightenment of a Bodhisattva as well, then he would be invincible among the youths. Anyone would have to walk around him. A famous youth spoke dejectedly. In the current generation, too many people had lost to Jikong Wudi. Due to the sheer number of them, these losers were not worth remembering outside of people like the Mortal King. The enlightened fruit of a Bodhisattva. Many people felt envious after hearing this. Many people with unstable Tao hearts would immediately give in to this feeling and kneel down to convert to Buddhism. It was needless to talk about the mortals. Upon entering, they would be uncontrollably excited with tears rolling down their cheeks. In their eyes, they had finally found the Buddhist kingdom. The gates to the 18 temples were always open regardless of day or night. Only Nalanda was closed. However, being able to enter or not depended on one's creations and fortunes. The Buddhist Lord once stated that all living beings were equal. This was also the case when one was before these gates. However, whether this equality truly existed or not was something only the Buddhist Lord knew. There were 2 methods of entrance. Both were quite difficult. The first required one to have a strong enough Tao heart. The second required one to have a high enough Buddhist affinity. As long as they had one of these 2, they would be able to enter. Otherwise, no matter how powerful or talented they may be, the Buddhist gate was not meant for them. The smiling Li Chia aimed for the Zen Void Temple with Wulongxian as his companion. One could pick any of the 3 tests if they were able to enter the gates. The same was true for any of the temples as long as they have the ability. Of course, one could also challenge all 18, but this was very unlikely since few were up to the task. Outside of the Zen Void Temple was a vast Buddhist gate. A Buddhist light soared to the sky and instilled a sense of awe and reverence, causing people to prostrate on the ground. Li Chia chuckled and didn't linger at all. He took one step at a time to enter the Buddhist gate. At the moment of his entry, an endless Buddhist light rose. Countless phenomena rushed to the sky. There were images of brothers kneeling and sacred monks bowing as well as arhats and bodhisattvas. This scene frightened everyone regardless of whether they were on the mountain or at the base. All had to take deep breaths to compose themselves. The crowd was aghast and someone murmured, "Is this an arhat or bodhisattva coming to our world? Or is it the Buddhist Lord himself?" As for the worshippers prostrating below, they kowtowed even more and shouted, "Buddha is here." Wulongxian followed right behind him. The moment she stepped into the gate, a dragon began to roar continuously with water vapor filling the sky. She also easily entered. Who are those 2? The spectators outside the mountain were astonished. Wulongxian was one thing, but Li Chia's visual phenomena were simply too shocking. Maybe they aren't cultivators. Perhaps it is a sacred monk of the order, still practicing with his hair long. A person murmured as they watched Li Chia disappearing into the Buddhist light and infinite aura. Someone curiously asked, "Since when did the mortal emperor world have such an unfathomable sacred monk?" Someone from the previous generation gently shook his head in response. "Cultivators like us worry about realms and levels. Who would pay attention to people in the Buddhist faith? Outside of the plateau itself, there are not many Buddhists around. It isn't strange that none of us knows who he is." People found that this elder made sense. In fact, Taoists only cared about strength. No one would worry about the depths of one's dharmic comprehension. In the minds of many cultivators, Buddhist laws were useless. At best, they were only able to influence and convert people. Chapter 1026. Zen Void Temple. After passing the Buddhist gate, Li Chia saw green bricks and white tiles on both sides of the temple. It was full of swaying trees with leaves gently fluttering down. This place was peaceful and quiet, separated from the chaotic mundane realm. A quiet rustling sound came about with a certain rhythm to it. Wulongxian noticed that there was a monk taking his time to sweep away the fallen leaves. This monk was around 20 years old and had a handsome face. It was apparent that before becoming a monk, he was definitely a lady killer. "Hi Xueqi." She was surprised to see this man and murmured, He actually became a Buddhist." Of course she recognized this man in front of her. He was once a brilliant genius of the Northern Sea from the same generation as her. He was definitely incredible, but he disappeared later on. This is only training. He has yet to cross over completely. The 18 temples requirement for crossing over is very high. He needs many years of training before he can succeed. Only then would he be considered a real monk, a disciple of Nalanda. Li Chia explained. Wulongxian watched the man sweep away the leaves with great shock. She wanted to call out to him because the 2 of them had met several times before. They could even be considered friends. The man lifted his head and saw Wulongxian and Li Chia. He only greeted them with a Buddhist gesture before continuing his duty. After seeing his expression, she knew that he still recognized her. However, he had severed all mundane ties, so even if they were friends in the past, they were only strangers now. The two continued on. She finally noticed monks meditating on the left and right sides of the pagodas. These meditating monks were completely different from Hai Qutian. They emitted Buddhist lights while hymns emanating from their bodies. It seemed that their flesh had become that of Buddha. Those with weaker Tao hearts would instantly prostrate on the ground before their presence. They are different, she commented after seeing them. They could be called high monks with powerful dharma. However, this level of dharma is still only the beginning. It can't reach the apex. Why do you say that? She asked curiously. Li Qie chuckled and answered. Look carefully, you will find something interesting about them. It's just that your intuition is telling you differently. Just look again. She took a closer look and was astounded. She had to take a step back from disbelief while looking back at Li Qie to ask. Are they dead or alive? He smiled. This depends on your definition of what is dead and what is alive. The shocked Wu Longxian exclaimed. Their blood energy has already withered. With their depleted lifespan and life force, how can they still be living? These meditating monks were brimming with a Buddhist radiance and sacred air. However, they had no blood energy, no life. Even though some ancestors had dried up blood energies and depleted lifespans, there was still some life force inside them. At the very least, they could still struggle to live for a while longer. However, these monks had absolutely no life force. In other words, they were dead. Their appearance with their bright holy lights belied their true state. How can one become a Buddha without giving up on their bag of skin? Li Qie said dismissively. Then all the monks under Nalanda are moving corpses? They are all existences without life? She shuddered at this thought. Although she knew quite a bit about Spirit Mountain, knowing and seeing were two different things. Li Qie leisurely said, why do people come to the Buddhist funeral plateau and Spirit Mountain? Mortals look for a home, but why do cultivators convert themselves as well? Especially those invincible god kings, they give up everything to join this Spirit Mountain, even starting as a nameless monk. All of this for what? Eternal life, right? She murmured. She had heard people discuss this topic before. Yes, eternal life. Li Qie flatly said, giving up the physical body to enter the Buddhist faith, this is eternal life. From the very start, the majority of both god kings and emperor candidates would come for eternal life and train in this Buddhist area. Eventually, they were converted and let go of their mundane ways and their fleshly bodies to become real high monks and achieve everlastingness. Eternal life exists in this world? She spoke with great uncertainty. Eternal life was a profound and heavy subject. For millions of years, many peerless existences had researched this topic, but no one had heard of a successful attempt. This depends on what you want out of eternal life. If, say, you want to keep your blood and flesh, love and emotions, to walk in this world like the rest, this type of eternal life might not be possible. Li Qie looked at the horizon and spoke. At the very least, not right now. She looked at the monk sitting next to the pagoda and slowly asked, then are the high monks in Spirit Mountain eternal? In a sense, yes. He nodded. There is a huge price to pay for eternal life. Letting go of the body and severing mundane ties. From then on, one will drown in the Buddhist sea. No grievances, no hatred, no love. There is nothing except the Dharma. Having said that, he looked at her and added, moreover, everything will turn into smoke the moment they leave the Buddhist funeral plateau. Only by staying at this place would they stay eternal. Turning into another person. In other words, this is becoming a puppet. She couldn't help but comment. These words sounded disrespectful, but they were the truth. These are the enlightened high monks. Li Qie smiled and didn't deny her statement. All along, eternal life has come at a hefty price. When one's lifespan is used up, the rest of the world will no longer matter to them. So what if they have to let everything go? They can continue to live. After all, death claims it all anyways. Wu Longxian contemplated for a moment. Even a god king at the end of his lifespan would have to face the horror of death. He would die and his Tao would vanish. Just like Li Qie said, everything became nothing upon death. Thus, before that very last moment, why not give everything that was already gone so that one could live on? At this time, Li Qie walked outside of the Hall of Great Strength. A high monk shrouded in Buddhist light came out to greet him. His robe seemed to be gilded, making him seem to be transcending into a Buddha. At this level, The physical flesh was no longer worth mentioning. "May I ask where you are from, sacred monk?" The high monk quickly placed his palms together after seeing Li Qie. His Buddhist chant came afterward with a resonating rhythm, giving others the sensation that Buddha was inside everyone. "Where I am is where Buddha resides, regardless of time and space." Li Qie smiled faintly and said, "I am here to debate the Minor Trinal Surangama Sutra with Kong Hui." The high monk placed his palms together and asked, "What is your desire?" The monk knew that sacred monk Kong Hui was the person who understood the Minor Trinal Surangama Sutra the best in their temple. He was unmatched in this regard. Buddha teaches, myriad laws are void while all living things exist. Li Qie smiled and answered, "My desire is my will. There is no need for more." Amitabha, you have reached the true meaning of the Dharma. Please come in." The monk bowed again and led Li Qie into the hall of great strength. Wulongxian didn't go in because she knew Li Qie's power from his debates. Right now, when he was about to go against the sacred monk of the Zen Void Temple, his power might be even more terrifying. Thus, she didn't want to listen due to its great effect on her. However, she was quite puzzled. Everyone knew that people came to partake in the 3 trials on Spirit Mountain because they had desires. Otherwise, who would want to come and risk being converted? However, Chu Yuntian had no desire and only wanted to debate against Kong Hui. Did this mean that this Chu Yuntian was truly obsessed with Buddhism? After Li Qie entered the Zen Void Temple, many people watched them from outside. They wanted to see just how strong this nameless person's dharma was. Dum, dum, dum. At this time the bell in the temple rang. Scripture debate. After hearing the bell, everyone knew what Li Qie wanted to do after entering. Someone murmured, "To begin so high, he must truly be a high monk. Debating against the sacred monks in the Zen Void Temple. Just what kind of powerful resolution is needed for this?" Even though the 18 temples welcomed everyone in the world to come and debate with the victor obtaining what they wanted, very few people were willing to do so in the last millions of years. This was because it was the same as teaching a fish to swim. Which cultivator could out-debate the sacred monks in these temples? A buzzing sound came right after the bells. A Buddhist light covered the sky afterward. From the light emerged 3 giant Buddhas accompanied by Buddhist recitals as if they wanted to save all living beings. After hearing the faint chants, many cultivators on the mountain shuddered. They knew a mighty sacred monk had taken action, so they quickly exited the mountain. For the followers below, they hastily prostrated and bowed their heads while accepting the baptism of the chants. No one could see the debate within the temple. Even those who could get inside wouldn't risk the danger. The debate between 2 sacred monks would easily subdue and convert them into their followers. Chapter 1027. Buddhist Debate. The sacred monks are starting. Even though no one could see the actual debate, they immediately understood what was going on after seeing the 3 giant Buddhas appear above the Zen Void Temple. Minor Trinal Surangama Sutra. An expert versed in the Dharma looked at the 3 Buddhas above the temple and instantly knew which scripture they were debating. He murmured, "Rumor has it that the monk most versed on the sutra at the Zen Void Temple is sacred monk Kong Hui. Some even say that he is only 1 step away from ascending. If he can ascend to the Buddhist kingdom, then he can obtain true eternal life." "I know sacred monk Kong Hui." An old sect master with gray hair gently sighed. "He is the 10th generation sect master of our sect, not to mention being an invincible emperor candidate during his youth. Later on, he joined Spirit Mountain and became the abbot of the Zen Void Temple." The crowd was astonished to hear this. An emperor candidate was able to compete for the heaven's will, yet he still joined the mountain to ultimately become a monk. However, while the crowd was still jolted, the 3 Buddhas suddenly lost their radiance and disappeared along with their chants. The knowledgeable expert exclaimed in horror, "Sacred monk Kong Hui has been defeated." Many were amazed. Someone who had witnessed a debate before stated, Isn't this way too fast? I was at a Buddhist city and witnessed 2 high monks debating. They took a full 8 days and 8 nights. It was not a match of the same level." The knowledgeable expert gently sighed. "This unknown monk with hair is too strong. His Dharma understanding is unfathomable and defeated Kong Hui with just a few Buddhist mantras." Sure enough, Li Qie and Wulongxian left the Zen Void Temple a bit later with a high monk seeing them off. So fast, it was basically over in just the blink of an eye. I wonder what treasure he obtained from the temple. Someone murmured after seeing the two leaving. After exiting the Zen Void Temple, Li Qie went to the Divine Void Temple, one of the 8, and easily passed the Buddhist gate. Someone curiously wondered, "Don't tell me he wants to challenge all 18 temples on Spirit Mountain?" Li Qie's debate went without any surprise at the Divine Void Temple. He easily defeated the sacred monk there, so he went to the Heart Void Temple next. Afterward, he challenged all the remaining temples of the 8 Void Temples. This scene left everyone outside of Spirit Mountain dumbfounded. This is too heaven-defying. Where did this sacred monk come from? He still has his hair during his training. Many turned silly at Li Qie's strong display throughout the 8 Void Temples. He is going to the 6 Tribulation Temples now. A spectator spoke after seeing Li Qie walking away from the 8 Void Temples. He is actually going to challenge all 18. A sect master who understood Buddhism murmured, "He can't just be a sacred monk. This might be someone at the level of an arhat or bodhisattva." An ancient being muttered, "If he could go through all 18 temples, then his dharma must be boundless. He can directly ascend to the Buddhist kingdom for eternal life." Eternal life was very tempting to any expert on the verge of death. Nothing was more important than continuing to live. Someone else was full of envy. He took on the Void Temples and now the Tribulation Temples. Does he want to take all the treasures on Spirit Mountain? Having said that, he began to salivate. Everyone knew about the huge amount of treasures and merit laws in these temples and even the coveted Buddhist relics. Li Qie had defeated the Void Temples in one breath. This meant that he had at least received 8 extremely heaven-defying treasures. But little did they know that he simply didn't want any of these treasures. He didn't come to debate for the treasures. This was only the beginning, a warm-up session during his trip at Spirit Mountain. Countless eyes were on the mountain during his debates. Outside of seeing if Li Qie could challenge the other temples, they also wanted to watch what the others could do. Jikong Wudi came out. A keen-eyed spectator shouted while Li Qie was inside the Tribulation Temples. Many people turned to look. Sure enough, Jikong Wudi came out of the Grand Heaven Temple in an easy and comfortable manner. Prior to this, Jikong Wudi already had incredible visual phenomena accompanying him, with myriad laws and control over the rhythm of the universe. However, after coming out from the Grand Heaven Temple, he was even more extraordinary. His temperament was calm while he stood, looking down on the world with disdain. Nothing could enter his sight. It was as if he had countless bodhisattvas protecting him and the blessing of the supreme Dharma. Even the judgment of the high heavens wouldn't be able to harm him. He has successfully sculpted an attainment and obtained a bodhisattva's enlightenment fruit. A discerning paragon murmured. Many people felt a chill and muttered as well, "Jikong Wudi, is he really going to be invincible? 3 saints aptitude. This is enough to make him invincible. I'm afraid we won't be able to find anyone who can truly defeat him anymore. Now that he has the enlightened fruit as well, it will increase his power to another level. Only a Buddhist lord's enlightened fruit is better than a bodhisattva's fruit. But how many people across all the eons actually managed to get one?" A young genius became dejected. Jikong Wudi's 3 saints aptitude was already strong enough, but now he has that fruit too. How can other people handle this? With this, both the Jewel Pillar Mortal King and the others would find defeating Jikong Wudi even more difficult than reaching the heavens. The truth is that not many people can get the Bodhisattva's fruit either. A big shot from the previous generation shook his head. "I'm afraid from now on, even the Mortal King won't be able to defeat Jikong Wudi." Someone immediately shushed. Jewel Pillar is coming." The Mortal King landed right outside of Spirit Mountain at this moment. He stood with both hands posed behind his back like a giant. His hell-suppressing physique had reached half completion, so he gave others the sense of having immeasurable weight. No enemies would be able to move him. He watched Jikong Wudi leave the Grand Heaven Temple with a serious and profound gaze. Who knew what he was thinking? At his current level, he was a threat to the rest of the world. He stood outside of the mountain and not too many dared to come closer. The younger generation stared at him in awe. Next, several visions emerged. Each of them was earth-shattering as if countless Buddhas were descending. In a short period of time, Li Qie actually finished challenging the Tribulation Temples. Starting with the Divine Tribulation Temple and ending at the Mortal Tribulation Temple, the whole process only took 2 hours. People were at a loss for words when they saw these phenomena appearing one after another. The lights in the 6 temples dimmed after each time. Even Jikong Wudi and the mortal king turned somber upon seeing this astonishing spectacle. This is no Arhat or Bodhisattva, it has to be a Buddhist lord. Who else could defeat the tribulation temples in such a short time? Buddhist debates are the most profound dharmic art. A sect master murmured. It's okay. A young expert patted his chest and felt lucky. At least he is a sacred monk and trains in the Dharma. Otherwise, if he cultivated, he would be able to sweep through all of us. People became filled with curiosity about the monk's identity. A Buddhist practitioner keeping his hair. Just who was this man that was able to sweep through all of these temples? He wants to go to the 3 grand temples now. Someone murmured as Li Qie approached the Grand Earth Temple. If he can actually defeat all 18, then it will definitely be a miracle. Some were eagerly waiting for this miracle to appear. Amitabha. After Li Qie entered this temple, a Buddhist chant came out from the 4 Buddhas temple. A radiant sacred monk personally flew to the sky in order to escort a young man out. This young man walked with a special pace. Each step was perfectly measured. His steps were firm and decisive. It felt as though even if the sky were to fall down, it wouldn't hinder his path. Jean Sure, someone exclaimed after seeing the youth. Jean Sure did it. He was actually able to withstand the Buddhist law inside the 4 Buddhas temple. He was able to endure the chants of the sacred monks. So heaven-defying, a successful scripture hark. Just by this feat, he has definitely proven himself to be a future immortal emperor candidate. The older generation praised him as well. The 4 Buddhas temple was the leader of the 18 temples. The sacred monks there were all incredible, though no one knew just how strong they were. Legend states that anyone who heard even a single word from these sacred monks would instantly burst into tears and kowtow on the ground to join the Buddhist faith. Jean Sure actually listened to a whole scripture. Just how strong is his Tao heart? Anyone would feel a chill after hearing this. They were amazed by his fortified Tao heart. Both Jikong Wudi and the mortal king were serious when they saw Jean Sure walking out. For them right now, talents were not as important, the Tao heart was the crucial aspect. Both had the qualifications to compete for the heaven's will, but the person to have the last laugh would not necessarily be the one with the highest talent. This had been the case for tens of millions of years. The immortal emperor was not always the most brilliant one, but they surely had the most persistent Tao heart in that generation. Chapter 1028. South Emperor Li Qie went against the 3 grand temples, causing strange visual phenomena to emerge. In just a moment, the mountain was filled with Buddhist lights and blooming golden lotuses. Golden springs gushed out from the ground as well. Buddhist hymns majestically echoed across the region as if a Buddhist lord was about to come into being. The temple fought hard against his challenge. A torrent of endless runes rushed out from above the temple. A single glance was enough for people to immediately know that an extraordinary Arhat or Bodhisattva had appeared. Each of the temples here had their own great characters chanting and debating against him. A Buddhist world opened on this side of the land, causing the entire mountain to become quite holy. Amitabha. More chants echoed as if countless Arhats were singing together. They wanted to use the supreme mantras to defeat Li Qie. As the chanting continued, a magnificent Buddhist rune emerged in the sky as if a Buddhist lord himself was coming out to fight. He spewed out mantras and endless laws. These supreme phenomenon would leave anyone speechless no matter how powerful they were. The image attracted many experts in the plateau. Amazing geniuses like Lin Tiandi all came to watch. The worshippers outside were filled with reverence from seeing these images. They started prostrating and wouldn't get up. Some were in tears and shouted, "Merciful Buddha!" In just a short time, the crowd was shocked to see Li Qie challenging the 3 grand temples. He defeated the Grand Earth Temple in a short time, so even geniuses like Jikong Wudi, Jean Sure, and Lin Tiandi became serious. Someone murmured, "I think only immortal emperors would dare to challenge the 18 temples like this." A particular expert who had been staying at the plateau for a long time spoke. Judging by this phenomenon, it seems like the Grand Earth Temple sent out a Bodhisattva to debate against him. This is too amazing. In some legends, a Bodhisattva from this temple converted a god monarch with just one phrase. But now, the challenger defeated them in a debate. How heaven-defying is this? A Bodhisattva from the Grand Earth Temple. When this level of existence was brought up, even god monarchs felt dreadful. This kind of dharmic existence. It is best to stay far away from them if you don't want to join Buddhism. After all, He only needs one mantra to convert you, to make you kneel on the ground and worship Buddha. Is this the birth of a new Buddhist lord? Even the monks on the plateau came to watch because this phenomenon was too frightening. Amitabha. A monk placed his palms together and spoke. To be able to debate at this level, this must be a sacred monk, or maybe even a bodhisattva. Since he can defeat the 4 Buddha's temple's 8-faced radiant bodhisattva, he can obtain enlightenment and ascend, enter Nalanda and then the Buddhist kingdom. The Buddhist kingdom is the real immortality of legend. Someone enviously spoke. Everyone in the plateau ran over. The newly arriving monks started chanting as well. They were all in awe of the phenomenon. Right now, no cultivators dared to step foot on Spirit Mountain due to the great Buddhist aura surging about. Even those with strong Tao hearts could be converted to Buddhism. Extraordinary. While people were looking at the phenomenon, a youth appeared out of nowhere. His arrival immediately attracted a lot of attention. His appearance came with an abundant ancient aura, as if he had lived for countless years. He did as he pleased with a free style. No matter where he stood, people would think that he was standing tall among the heavens. His aura also gave the feeling that he was insurmountable. No matter how strong and heaven-defying one might be, they would feel unable to surpass this young man. Zhan Shi, Jikong Wudi, and Lin Tiandi, all of their expressions changed the moment they spotted this youth. It didn't matter if they recognized him or not. As supreme geniuses, they immediately knew that they had met a terrifying opponent. An existence comparable to a true dragon. Matchless in all the eons. Let me come take a look at the infamous Spirit Mountain. He laughed after seeing the supreme image on the mountain. With just one step, he instantly stood before the 4 Buddha's temple. Is he taking the 4 Buddha's temple on? Many people rolled their eyes after seeing this. This temple was the leader of the 18 and directly below Nalanda. Even the most supreme of geniuses wouldn't dare to challenge it so carelessly. Jikong Wudi was invincible enough. He attained an enlightened fruit, yet he still didn't dare to challenge the 4 Buddha's temple. Zhan Shi had a powerful Tao heart. He challenged it, but only in a scripture arc and not in attainment or debates because he was not confident at all in these two. The young man smiled and declared outside of the temple. Monks of the temple, listen up. Today, I, South Emperor, have arrived to try your grand diamond formation. Let your 18 Vajras come out now. Everyone could hear his soft-spoken words clearly, for they carried the weight of gold. Challenging the 4 Buddha's temple with force? The crowd glanced at each other. Some even turned silly after hearing this. In fact, outside of the 3 trials, there was another one. It was something that people never used, a challenge via combat against the 18 temples. No one wanted to use this method because it was well known that the sacred monks in the temples were ridiculously strong. Although Buddhism did not promote violence, the majority of these sacred monks were terrifying beyond imagination before their conversion. Some sacred monks used to be god kings and others were emperor candidates. There was a legend that some sacred monks were actually true gods before they converted. Who would dare to challenge these powerful existences in force? These god kings and emperor candidates had only become even more unfathomable after turning into arhats and bodhisattvas. But now, this youth was not only challenging the temple, he was specifically aiming for the 18 grand Vajras. This made many people's hearts skip a beat. 4 Buddha's temple's 18 grand Vajras. An ancestor who had been a devout worshipper of the plateau for a long time murmured, "These Vajras are combat warriors." An arrogant god king considered himself to be invincible and went inside the temple alone to fight against the 18 Vajras. In the end, he was captured alive. South Emperor. A lot of people hadn't heard of this name, but they quivered inside. A person daring to proclaim himself an emperor. Outside of the foolish ignorant ones, those who dared to do so were definitely frightening. This youth was definitely not an ignorant person, so he must belong to the latter. Amitabha, benefactor, please come inside. The 4 Buddha's temple was not afraid of this challenge. With a Buddhist chant, the entire temple lit up with a golden radiance with images of Vajras inside. Good. The youth was very straightforward. He smiled and passed through the Buddhist gate. The entire mountain shook after the youth made his entrance into the temple. Buddhist chants echoed across the entire plateau. A boundless Buddhist power pressed down on the entire sky. Under this endless energy, the plateau resembled a leaf in the middle of a torrential ocean. This power could crush the entire plateau at any time. The people here were terrified. Many characters kneeled on the ground and didn't dare to get up. Even ancestor-level characters felt their knees give in and couldn't stand straight anymore. Prior to this, the Buddhist aura at the plateau was very gentle and peaceful. No one had imagined the scene of Buddhists becoming angry. But now, with this suppressive power, they finally understood that Buddhism was not just peaceful. Once enraged, this power was no weaker than an imperial aura. Someone murmured while aghast, "Vajras are emerging to subdue the demon. The Buddhist lord has become angry." How fun! The battling youth continued to laugh inside the temple that no one could peer into. Amitba! A thunderous chant resounded. A Buddhist kingdom opened in the sky and 8 races of deities came out while the Vajras defended the temple. Deva, Naga, Yaksha, Gandharv, Asura, Garuda, Kinnara, and Maharaga. The 8 deities. The crowd was petrified when they saw the deities protecting the temple. Just how powerful is the 4 Buddhas' temple? A god monarch quivered after seeing this. In just a second, only silence could be found both on and off of Spirit Mountain. Both the temple and this youth named South Emperor were powerful to the point where people had no choice but to retreat, fighting the 4 Buddhas' temple with force. Legend states that immortal Emperor Min Ran did so as well in his youth. An ancestor was lost in a daze while commenting, "So tough. Just who is this South Emperor?" Even the arrogant geniuses couldn't stay arrogant at this time. Jikong Wudi and the other top geniuses were quiet as well. This person called South Emperor was too powerful. Some people even speculated that he was an emperor candidate that was only one step away from becoming an emperor. Anyone would shiver after hearing the title of emperor candidate. Chapter 1029. Challenging the 4 Buddhas' temple rumble. No one could see the battle raging on inside the 4 Buddhas' temple. However, one could tell its great intensity from the shaking of Spirit Mountain. Not too many people were able to affect the mountain to this level, but the youth was capable of this task. Although the temple was protected by the 8 deities and Vajras, it still shook all the same, albeit to a lesser extent. Many people gasped at this moment. Jikong Wudi's group was speechless and austere. Even if they were called invincible, they still didn't dare to challenge the 4 Buddhas' temple, let alone call out the 18 famous evil-subduing Vajras. The Grand Heaven Temple lost. Someone shouted. While people were astonished by the South Emperor's invincibility, they had forgotten that Xueqi was debating inside the other temple. They all looked back and saw the Grand Heaven Temple turn listless. All of the phenomena that emerged disappeared without a trace at this moment. Sure enough, Xueqi and Wulongxian came out of the temple before everyone's eyes. He was still as carefree and nonchalant as always. Is the world turning crazy? 2 invincible characters coming out on the same day. This guy just challenged the 3 grand temples, 6 tribulation temples, and the 8 void temples in one breath. A spectator was dumbfounded. Even the monks were terrified and had to murmur, "This is the coming of a new Buddhist lord." In less than a day, he defeated the sacred monks and even the bodhisattvas from the holy temples. Just how great is his dharma? Even those who didn't truly understand Buddhism were frightened quite a bit. It's fortunate that he isn't a cultivator or we'd be done for this generation. People like Jikong Wudi and Lin Tiandi are already oppressive enough. And now, this South Emperor came out of nowhere as well. What a desperate situation to be in. A young man stated, "At least this devil isn't gifted in both Buddhism and Taoism, or else we just have to hang ourselves in shame." Xueqi exited the Grand Heaven Temple and looked at the 8 deities as well as the Vajras defending the 4 Buddhas' temple. This brat is coming out again. Sigh, he can't defeat his own inner demon or else he would still have a chance. Wulongxian was astonished as well while she looked at the 4 Buddhas' temple. She was a brilliant genius, but she wouldn't dare to challenge the temple like this. Right now, this South Emperor that no one knew about dared to do so alone. Such a heaven-defying act was beyond words. She and her peers were overshadowed by this South Emperor. There is always a higher mountain and a better person. She spoke with a tinge of emotion. Xueqi smiled and slowly headed for the 4 Buddhas' temple. She followed right after him, but he gently shook his head and said, "You should go down, there's no need to follow me." "Why?" She frowned before revealing a smile capable of causing hundreds of flowers to bloom. Alas, no one was able to see it. "I will be debating against the 8-faced radiant bodhisattva at the 4 Buddhas' temple. His affinity isn't something you can handle. Even if your Tao heart is strong, the moment he finishes chanting part of a scripture, you will be converted and drowned in the endless Buddhist sea. He said dismissively. After hearing this, she didn't refute and immediately left Spirit Mountain. Meanwhile, Li Qie leisurely spoke. It is time for the Nihility Temple to come out as well. I want to see if your Buddhist laws are boundless or if my Dharma is invincible. Baz! As he was heading for the temple, the 8 deities and Vajra protecting it suddenly disappeared. The mountain turned quiet again and no longer quaked while the 4 Buddhas' temple remained unchanged at the top. Many people realized it and murmured, "It's over." In just a second, all eyes turned to the Buddhist gate of 4 Buddhas. They wanted to know who the victor of this supreme battle was. Eventually, before the nervous crowd emerged a figure from the Buddhist gate of the 4 Buddhas' temple. It was the young man called South Emperor. Although he appeared quite ragged at this time, he was still spirited as he slowly walked outside. Countless people took deep breaths after seeing him still able to walk. Jikong Wudi's group was even more astonished. Some even took a step back. The 18 great Vajras lost. This is too heaven-defying. A monk didn't dare to believe his own eyes after seeing that the South Emperor was still alive and well. Jikong Wudi's group all had ugly expressions on their faces. They knew that they had met a terrifying foe in this generation, one that would be very difficult to overcome. Despite his sorry appearance, his overwhelming aura still suffocated and awed people. He saw Li Qie slowly walking by and walked to him instead of flying. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them stood face to face. Everyone outside of Spirit Mountain held their breaths in anticipation. One was an invincible user of the Grand Tao while the other had a boundless Dharma. One was someone of this mundane world while the other was quite otherworldly. Despite coming from 2 different worlds, both of them were impressive all the same. To be able to defeat the sacred monks and bodhisattvas of the 18 temples required a stunning attainment of the Dharma. This guy could truly accept the title of sacred teacher, fully deserving it. However, no one knew that the South Emperor called Li Qie sacred master for a different reason. Not because of his triumph over the temples. There was another meaning to the title of sacred teacher. It alluded to him being the imperial teacher. Moreover, he was the most sacred among the imperial teachers. The South Emperor respected Li Qie as the Tao teacher of immortal emperors while outsiders thought that it was referring to Li Qie's boundless Dharma. Li Qie went before the 4 Buddhas' temple and gazed at it. He smiled before entering its Buddhist gate. Amitabha. A monk immediately came to greet him. Behind this monk's head hung a Buddhist radiance. His entire body had transformed into Buddha. The dazzling light made others feel that he was no longer an existence of this world, that he was only one step away from the mythical eternal life. This monk suddenly paused after he saw Li Qie. He was frozen for a moment and his Buddhist light was affected as well, pulsing on and off. The monk stabilized his Buddhist heart. He bowed and placed his palms together to say, "Amitabha, my lord has reobtained your body, congratulations." Li Qie also returned the grand Buddhist gesture and bowed as well. "Blessings be with you, Zen Master Cheng. Zen Master is a foreigner now and no longer a follower of mine. There's no need for honorifics." This monk ahead was once an invincible general under Li Qie. Later on, when his lifespan was almost over, he entered the Buddhist faith at Spirit Mountain. He was converted by the 4 Buddhas' temple and had severed his mundane ties. Despite doing so, the Dark Crow was the supreme ruler of eons with a strong influence over his life. Meeting his old lord affected his Buddhist heart. Li Qie didn't want to disturb the monk's mind. He spewed out Buddhist mantras so that the monk's light could shine brightly again. That fluctuation from earlier was not a big deal, just a pebble dropping into a flowing stream or a mirror stained by a speck of dust. A gentle brush was enough to cleanse it. Praise be the boundless Dharma. The monk bowed his head. At this time, he had regained his piety and removed all of his ties to the past. He closed his eyes and spoke. "Thank you, sacred Buddha, for enlightening me." Li Qie gently nodded his head and accepted the monk's gesture. In fact, for tens of millions of years, he had countless generals and wise sages under him. There were many among them who chose to join the Buddhist faith and entered Spirit Mountain in search of eternal life. I will be debating the Nihility scripture with the 8-faced radiant Bodhisattva. Li Qie told the monk with words as powerful as the Dharma. "Please, the Bodhisattva has been waiting." The monk quickly invited Li Qie into the Hall of Great Strength. Li Qie went inside, feeling at ease. To him, This was the final battle at Spirit Mountain. After defeating this bodhisattva, his next stop was the Nihility Temple. This was Li Chie's ultimate goal in this trip to the Buddhist funeral plateau. He aimed to use the Dharma to defeat the group of monks at that temple. Chapter 1030. Eight-faced radiant bodhisattva. After Li Chie went inside the four Buddhas' temple, everyone outside held their breaths and stared at it. For countless people, this temple was the highest symbol in Spirit Mountain outside of Nalanda. It was unfathomable. Some people said that there were four supreme stone Buddhas protecting it. They came from Nalanda's Buddhist kingdom. Others also said that the radiant bodhisattva was infinitely close to being a Buddhist lord. If Nalanda wanted to change its lord, then the radiant bodhisattva could definitely become the new lord. The temple finally rang its bell. The Buddhist debate had begun. Hearing this bell, many people's hearts slowed down by half a beat. An unbelievably tense atmosphere filled the area. Baz! It seemed as if this temple was opening the curtains of the Buddhist kingdom. A Buddhist radiance drowned the sky, completely different from the lights of the prior temples. This light gently poured down in an incredibly bright and holy manner. Many people palpitated and wanted to drown themselves in the light. In the blink of an eye, Jikong Wudi, Lin Tiandi, and even the ancestors were shocked. Back off now. They used their ultimate speed to quickly run away from Spirit Mountain. They chose to spectate from tens of millions of miles away. Although the Bodhisattva has never cultivated a merit law before, and only read Buddhist scripture since childhood, even immortal emperors viewed him with respect. An ancestor looked at the figure above the temple with awe. After hearing this, many people were astounded. Even immortal emperors respected him. Just how frightening was this? At such a level, it didn't matter whether they cultivated or had any fighting power at all. There is a rumor that after immortal Emperor En Tian carried the heaven's will, he entered Spirit Mountain to listen to the radiant Bodhisattva's scripture sermon. After he left the mountain, he told all of his generals that none of them were allowed to meet the Bodhisattva. A demon ancestor from the southern region explained. The emperor said that even though the Bodhisattva didn't know a single technique, god kings were only specks of dust before him. That is too heaven-defying. A youth was shocked to hear this. For them, god kings were invincible enough, but they were mere specks of dust before the Bodhisattva? These words were too unnerving. At this point, they couldn't help but stare at the temple. Many people didn't expect Li Chie to challenge the radiant Bodhisattva. He is too confident. Entering the four Buddhas' temple and instantly challenging the eight-faced radiant Bodhisattva, who has the greatest Dharma. Just what level has that young man reached? A person commented with emotions. The truth was that not too many people expected Li Chie to challenge the Bodhisattva right away. Those who knew about the Bodhisattva were aware of just how close he was to being a Buddhist lord. Challenging this existence was nearly the same as challenging someone infinitely close to being a Buddhist lord. Can he win? Another youth whispered. For the cultivators here, Buddhism was not their world. A dharmic battle like this was a realm outside the scope of their understanding. I don't know. Even the older generation and ancestors who knew about the Dharma didn't know. They only shook their heads. If we're talking about force, then it is possible to defeat the radiant Bodhisattva. After all, he only trains in the Dharma. However, to defeat him in a scripture debate. To be frank, outside of the Buddhist lord in the Buddhist kingdom, I can't imagine someone else who can reach this step. Chapter 1031. Invincible Dharma. At the peak of Spirit Mountain, the radiant Bodhisattva was illuminating the sky. Many people held their breaths while watching from the horizon. Meanwhile, worshippers were kneeling on the ground on the mountain. There was no way to return from Buddhism under the shining radiance of the Bodhisattva. Who could know how the debate was going? Though the temple allowed anyone to spectate, no one was willing to go inside due to its great influence. Even those with powerful Tao hearts like Zhang Shi would be converted, unable to defend their beliefs. Buzz. 1 second passed by after another. With a soft sound, the light above the temple disappeared along with the radiant Bodhisattva's reflection. How did it go? Someone couldn't help but ask after seeing the lights disappear. No one could answer him. Everyone watched the Buddhist gate of the temple with bated breaths. Time felt particularly slow to the nervous spectators. 1 second lasted a century. Eventually, a person walked out of the gate, causing many eyes to widen. He had long hair with a leisured expression. It was Li Qie, or rather, Chu Yuntian, the radiant bodhisattva lost. Someone murmured after seeing Li Qie. How can that be? The monks at the plateau were aghast and had to take several thumping steps back. Even the radiant bodhisattva couldn't defeat this young man in the debate. This is so incredible. The monks glanced at each other in shock. The radiant bodhisattva was considered the one closest to being a Buddhist lord. Many people were certain that he was next in line at the Buddhist kingdom. But today, he was defeated by a nameless practitioner who still had his hair. Such a scene left these monks in disbelief. To cultivators who knew about the Dharma and the monks at the plateau, defeating the radiant bodhisattva with merit laws and combat was one thing and perhaps understandable. After all, he had only studied the Dharma since youth. However, a scripture debate was a monk's strong suit, especially someone like the radiant bodhisattva who should be peerless in this aspect. However, he lost at his own specialty. This was quite difficult to believe. Even those who didn't understand the significance of his defeat trembled. They felt that Li Qie was too heaven-defying for being able to defeat the bodhisattva in a dharmic debate. What kind of treasure will he get? Many people wanted to know. Some looked over at Zhan Shi. Zhan Shi won the scripture hark, so there were those who wanted to know what he received from the temple. The crowd knew that the four Buddhas temple was the top among the 18. A treasure from there was definitely supreme. Li Qie slowly walked down from the mountain. The worshippers here all prostrated with their heads touching the ground. They didn't stand up for a very long time, for they were lost in Buddhism and couldn't turn back. The cultivators in the distance watched quietly as Li Qie left the mountain. This meant that he didn't wish to train in this area. A youth looked on and curiously asked, if this person with his boundless dharma enters the world, what will happen? What if he competes for the heaven's will as well? Many quietly contemplated this issue. An older cultivator answered, I'm afraid there is no precedent for that. Competing for the heaven's will was the business of cultivators. If a monk that only trained in the Dharma came to compete for it, what would be the result? Would the heavens will recognize such a person? It appeared to be an unanswered question. In just a moment, the crowd looked around at each other. Although there was no answer, people like Jikong Wudi and Lin Tiandi looked quite solemn. Can he actually compete for the heaven's will? He is a monk, not a cultivator. How can his Dharma fight for it? Maybe he will be killed by another expert. The competition for the heaven's will is ruthless and will only be decided when there is a single man left standing. It is not a merciful ordeal. Chanting and singing Buddhist hymns won't do. A young cultivator spoke with disdain. In the eyes of many youths here, someone who trained in the Dharma couldn't compete with cultivators in this aspect, especially the most brilliant cultivators. Not necessarily. A virtuous paragon shook his head. Don't look down on Buddhist practitioners. If that was the case, the Buddhist funeral plateau wouldn't have stood strong for so long. Through the ages, many immortal emperors have appeared along with imperial lineages. They kept on replacing one another across the river of time. Some were destroyed completely, but the plateau remained standing. The paragon's words struck the crowd. Both young and old felt a chill. Everyone knew that the plateau, especially Spirit Mountain, had untold treasures. Countless invincible people, including immortal emperors, had come to this place, but the plateau still continued to exist until now. If it wasn't strong enough, it would have been destroyed by someone already. If he comes into this world, would he be able to compete against geniuses like you guys? Someone saw Li Qie leaving the mountain and murmured. No one wanted to answer this question because the most promising geniuses for the heaven's will were all in this place. Zhan Shi, Jikong Wudi, Lin Tiandi, and the Jewel Pillar Mortal King. I also want to see this peerless Dharma of his. Someone spoke with a powerful tone at this time. Even though he didn't emit his frightening aura, his voice alone was quiver-inducing. The crowd looked back and found that it was the Jewel Pillar Mortal King. His eyes were quite profound at this moment as he gazed at Li Qie walking away. Everyone became excited upon seeing his expression. He was known as the war god as well as the war fanatic. They knew about his great belligerence, so it would be a great show if he were to challenge the youth with a boundless Dharma. After leaving Spirit Mountain, Li Qie took his time walking away. His Buddhist light was hidden in his aura of normalcy. He felt quite carefree, as if he wasn't a Buddha or Li Qie but only Chu Yuntian. He was quite relaxed. The duel against the radiant Bodhisattva was using a butcher's blade to kill a chicken. His goal was not the 18 temples or Nalanda, it was the Nihility Temple. No matter what, he must grab that item from the Nihility Temple. However, the old monks in that temple were not so easily trifled with. Alas, in this generation, he was confident in his ability to defeat them in scripture debates. He headed for the Buddhist city afterward. Wulongxian, who ran to the horizon earlier, also came to meet up with him. However, before she could make contact, she was blocked by a group of people. They all had the same uniform with powerful blood energies. They were quite young, and it was clear that they were from the same sect. Robbery. This is the sacred ground of the Buddhist faith. She was not afraid and cheerfully smiled at the group that blocked her. An expert slowly stated, "Girl, take off your veil. We're performing a routine check." She batted her eyes and leisurely said, "Routine check? For what?" Then she smiled at Li Chia, who was coming closer. "Master, there is a group of bandits here wanting to perform a routine check. Should you enlighten them? Don't you Buddhists have this saying, relinquish your knife to become a Buddha?" Li Chia glanced at the group and idly said, "Since when did the Nantian clan mingle at the Buddhist funeral plateau? With just your clan, you think you are qualified to perform routine checks here?" These people were disciples from the Nantian clan. It was located very far away, yet they came all the way here to perform these checks. This king is the one giving permission, that's their qualification. An arrogant voice resounded as a young man approached with a confident stride. He wore a crown and showed an imperious expression. Many people noticed them the moment Wulongxian was stopped by this group. They saw this young man, prompting one to whisper, "Isn't that the new crown prince from the Nantian clan?" Back then, Nantian young king from the clan died to Li Chia. Later on, they selected a new crown prince. Their clan is reaching too far above their own abilities. They dare to perform inspections at the plateau? Someone from the previous generation frowned. A lineage from the Grand Middle Territory running to the barren earth and daring to perform these checks? This couldn't be justified. Ancestor, you have just come out, so you aren't aware of the current situation. The circumstances are different now. A sect master softly spoke to his ancestor. He glanced over at the mortal king in the horizon and continued, "In the present times, the Nantian clan, the Zhongzhou clan, and the Jewel Pillar mortal king are very, very close. So close that the disciples from these clans have pledged allegiance to the mortal king." Such a thing was not strange at all. The mortal king was very famous at this moment. These clans were optimistic about him and thought that he could compete for the heaven's will. The ancestor gently shook his head and said, "Just this alone is not enough for them to interfere with the barren earth's business." Chapter 1032. Enlightening Ancestor, you still haven't heard about it. The sect master lowered his voice by quite a bit. Recently, the Nantian clan has clung onto an even thicker thigh. They made contact with the Soaring Immortal sect. Soaring Immortal sect. After hearing this, the ancestor felt a chill and had a shocked expression. He didn't dare to say anything else. On the other side, Li Chia smiled at the new young king of the Nantian clan. "I actually am surprised to see the Nantian clan's authority grow to this level. I am representing the Soaring Immortal sect, not the Nantian clan." The new king had a fearlessly smug expression. Clank! He threw a banner down to the ground with the words, "Soaring Immortal" embroidered on it. The level of calligraphy was flawless. It depicted a soaring dragon and a dancing phoenix, resulting in an oppressive atmosphere. "I am working for the Soaring Immortal sect. This banner is the proof." He made a fist towards the sky with complete confidence and pride. Soaring Immortal sect. Everyone was astonished to see this banner. Even experts from imperial lineages trembled with apprehension. The Soaring Immortal sect was an untouchable giant in the mortal emperor world. No one knew where it was located, but none could deny its great influence. It was the only lineage with 5 emperors in all of the 9 worlds as well as the most ancient one. It was created by Immortal Emperor Fei and continued to stand strong to this day. Immortal Emperor Fei was not the first of the emperors nor the first human emperor. The title of the first emperor belonged to Immortal Emperor Gu Chun from the charming spirit race, while the first human emperor was Immortal Emperor Zhao Hang. The rhythm continued and a Buddhist affinity came down to enlighten and convert all living beings. His radiance bloomed even more. The Nantian disciples surrounding him turned silly as if they were being controlled like puppets. As the Buddhist chants continued, the eyes of these disciples turned red. They suddenly became agitated and quickly stabbed those closest to them. There were no merit laws, techniques, or even any attempts at defense. The white blade swung forward and out came a blood-stained edge. All of these disciples stabbed each other without any screams or signs of pain. All of them fell down afterward. This bizarre scene happened too quickly. Just one chant was enough to make the Nantian disciples kill each other in such a swift and decisive manner. No. Nantian young king's eyes were crimson red as well. However, his Tao heart was stronger than the other disciples. He struggled to resist the dharmic control. Sinner, repent. Li Qiye spewed out another mantra with a majestic Buddhist might. It was impossible to resist. After a shrill cry, the young king actually split himself into two halves with his blade. Blood spurted out while his body fell to the ground. The crowd was stunned by this devilish scene. They trembled while feeling creeped out. From start to finish, Li Qiye didn't move at all, not even a single finger. The young king and all of the disciples from his clan were now dead, either from suicide or by killing each other. Someone shivered and asked, Is that a demonic art? No, it is a Buddhist law. A monk from the plateau saw this scene and gently shook his head while speaking. When the Buddhist Lord is angry, shield shall flow above the endless tides of blood. Isn't the Buddhist doctrine about mercy and kindness? Another shivered and spoke. It looks just like devilry though. It was normal for cultivators to kill each other. The law of the jungle was a truth everyone knew. However, in a cultivation battle, the enemies would at least be able to see one move before being killed. However, this Buddhist law didn't require any such thing. Just one phrase was enough to make them kill each other and commit suicide. This is what the Buddhist doctrine is capable of when subduing evil. A big shot who understood Buddhism gently sighed and murmured, I finally understand why immortal Emperor Yin Tian warned his generals back then. It was not because of the conversion, but because Buddhist laws can kill as well. Until now, Buddhism gave off a benevolent and peaceful impression. Many felt that if they could handle the conversion, then the Dharma would be harmless to them. However, Li Qiye shattered that image today in one fell swoop. One phrase instantly killed several dozen cultivators in an incredibly cruel manner. The crowd understood that the Dharma was not as harmless as they'd imagined. Its offense prowess was quite terrifying. No, it's an evil art. A youth quivered and had to throw up. He was not the only one who felt nauseous. For the cultivators here, they could only blame themselves when killed by their enemies. It would be attributed to their own lack of skills. However, a single Buddhist chant could make them slash themselves into two. This type of death was too terrorizing. It was indeed a type of evil magic. Chapter 1033. One thought to become Buddha. The scene turned quiet as the crowd stared at Li Qiye with fear. A practitioner who still had his hair as well as an unfathomable Dharma. Such a person was even more dreadful than unstoppable geniuses, capable of enlightening beings as well as subduing evil. A virtuous paragon gently sighed. This person is capable of defeating the radiant Bodhisattva. Just how frightening is his Dharma? If he enters this world, it will set off many waves. The first reaction of many people to this paragon's comment was to look at Jikong Wudi's group. At this time, Jikong Wudi, Zhan Shi, and Heavenly Emperor Lin looked quite alarmed, especially Zhan Shi. He knew just how frightening the monks inside the four Buddha's temple were, let alone its Bodhisattva. But now, this nameless monk was actually able to defeat the Bodhisattva. It was easy to imagine just how profound his Dharma was. Prior to this, the group probably thought that since they had strong Tao hearts, they were still confident in competing against this practitioner for the heaven's will. However, after seeing his ability, the group became quite apprehensive. They realized the Dharma was more terrifying than they expected. Buzz! At this point, the mortal king's body emitted a bright light. These bright waves made it seem like he was a god oppressing this world. Each ray was profoundly heavy. He activated the mighty power of his immortal physique. All of the universal laws protected his Tao heart. At this second, even someone as great as him couldn't afford to be careless and was readying his defense. Fellow Taoist, you are going against the natural order. The mortal king came forward and spoke gravely towards Li Qiye. Li Qiye lazily looked at him and responded, I'll go against the natural order and it's none of your business. Come bite me if you don't like it. Li Qia's current appearance dazzled everyone since he was emanating a Buddhist light and accompanied by all the other visual phenomena. No matter how one looked at it, Li Qia resembled either an arhat or bodhisattva. However, his vulgar words completely contradicted his holy appearance. His words sounded at home in a street market. This attitude was completely different to when he was subduing his foes. Is this what a sacred monk looks like? Someone became slack-jawed from the ridiculousness of the situation. This is a Dhamma in accordance with one's heart. A monk who truly understood Buddhism murmured, "This is the legendary one thought to become Buddha, another to become devil. He has reached a level beyond our grasp. If he were to stay back at Spirit Mountain, he would definitely become the next Buddhist lord." Even the mortal king was jolted for a second. He was ready to fight against the terrifying Dharma, but he didn't expect Li Qia to speak like a thug. This contrast was a little too exaggerated in his eyes. "I am the Jewel Pillar Mortal King. I wish to try your supreme Dharma." He shouted and emitted a frightening aura capable of suppressing the heavens. At this moment, his physique had erupted to its maximum level. The immortal physique is quite frightening. The crowd shivered at the physique's might. Amit Ba. Excellent. Excellent. Li Qia's Buddhist light lit up as well and illuminated the area. He spewed out mantras and affected the location with his own rhythm. The crowd quickly glanced over at Zhang Shi after hearing this question. He was the only one who participated in the scripture hark back at the Four Buddhas temple. They also wanted to know the extent of its terror. Zhang Shi didn't answer this question. He only stared at Li Qia with a profound glare. On the other side, Jikong Wudi didn't say anything either. He looked at Li Qia for a bit before leaving. He had countless methods beyond one's imagination. It could even be said that he didn't care for the mortal king. If he actually used all of his aces, he could still destroy the mortal king no matter who was behind him. Thus, he didn't consider the mortal king to be his strongest rival on his path towards becoming the immortal emperor. But today, he had no choice but to consider this unknown monk as his greatest obstacle. A spirited glimmer flashed in Heavenly Emperor Lin's eyes. He gently sighed and murmured to himself, "One thought to become Buddha, another to become devil. This is too amazing. Who can oppose him at the Buddhist funeral plateau?" Li Qia ignored the crowd and waved at Wulongxian. They headed for the Buddhist city afterward. Others noticed that nothing else was going on, so they dispersed as well. Some went to other temples, others left the plateau, and a group headed for the Buddhist city. The Buddhist city was the largest city in the plateau. It was very prosperous and was occupied by many races. There were mortals, cultivators, monks, humans, demons, and bloods were everywhere as well. Some were born in the city while others came from the distant eastern 100 cities. Some came quickly and left just as quick while there were those who stayed for the rest of their life. There might not be another location in this world with a stronger Buddhist temperament than this city. There were temples everywhere. One could hear chants coming from all four directions. Even the ordinary families who weren't Buddhist still chanted the scriptures. It was a harmonious and peaceful city, full of life and prosperity. Someone once said that there wasn't another location in the 9 worlds that was as peaceful as the Buddhist city for one to settle down in. Though the city was quite mundane in nature, some people thought that it was under Nalanda's jurisdiction. The temple sent bodhisattvas here to maintain the tranquility. Li Qia and Wulongxian went right outside of the temple. He sighed while looking at the city in the distance. There were things here that made him worry. At this time, a young man could be found standing by the entrance. He had a heroic aura. Even though he was under a disguise, people could still tell that he was a powerful expert. "That's my junior brother. I think the reinforcements from my sect have arrived," Wulongxian told Li Qia after seeing the youth. After being injured, she sent out a distress call to her sect. However, the Dragon Cliff was located all the way in the north. Even if the ancestors there were very fast, they still needed a long time to reach the Buddhist funeral plateau. Chapter 1034. Beneficence. Bodhisattva Li Qia glanced at the youth and told Wulongxian, "Go ahead and go back to train in peace. You won't be able to compete against the mortal king in your current state." Wulongxian bowed deeply towards him and said in a dignified fashion, "Words cannot express my gratitude for your kindness. You saved my life." "I, Wulongxian, will definitely repay you. Just say the word when you need me or the dragon cliff in the future. Li Qie casually nodded. He didn't really pay it any mind since he wasn't expecting a reward from saving her. He had merely done so in passing. She bid her farewell and left with her junior brother. Li Qie slowly entered the Buddhist city afterward. Li Qie trod through this bustling city and saw people coming and going. He noticed all the civilians here were worshipping Buddhism and chanting Buddhist scriptures. This made him sigh with emotion. Disher, what will you bring to the ultimate battle in the future? There are billions of creatures here, he lamented. He felt the Buddhist rhythm in this place. This rhythm was all over the plateau because this was the largest congregation of monks, especially at Spirit Mountain and Nalanda. However, Li Qie knew that the plateau hadn't become the sacred ground of Buddhism due to the number of monks. Evil Buddha is here. His arrival to the city caused quite a stir. Today, he had received a new moniker, Evil Buddha. No one knew where this hair-keeping monk came from or what his identity was. However, they had seen his evil subduing art, so they gave him this title. It's not just Evil Buddha, South Emperor came before him too. A knowledgeable person spoke. Many people glanced at each other after hearing about South Emperor being here as well. Not too many had heard of this South Emperor before, but with just one battle, he amazed the world by fighting against the 18 great Vajras alone. His prestige had completely surpassed Jikong Wudi's group. Why is the plateau so strange this year? It is one thing that the geniuses gather here, but this devilish Evil Buddha comes out of nowhere and then this mysterious South Emperor. Evil Buddha and South Emperor simply render the younger generation out of breath. Someone murmured. No, South Emperor is not so mysterious. He is an era evader from the mysterious Bamboo Mountain. A paragon from the southern region knew his identity. To paragons from the previous generation, the title of South Emperor was not unfamiliar at all. An era evader? What is that? A youth didn't know what it meant, so he asked his seniors. A senior answered, an era evader is a supreme genius. In order to avoid a great loss from competing for the heaven's will, they would seal themselves early and abandon their generation in order to wait for a different, more opportune one, to seize the heaven's will for the throne. South Emperor isn't an ordinary era evader. He was once the most brilliant genius of the Bamboo Mountain. For tens of millions of years, he is the only one to truly claim the moniker of South Emperor. The paragon who knew his identity continued. Unfortunately, he was born in the wrong generation. Despite being so exceptional, he was in the same era as Empress Hong Tian. It was destined to be a disaster, so he chose to avoid that generation rather than compete with her to the end. Competing against Empress Hong Tian for the heaven's will. Anyone would quiver after hearing this. The paramount empress had always been praised by the world. Even the last immortal emperor of the Bamboo Mountain, Immortal Emperor Yin Tian, was only his junior. The paragon explained. No wonder why he is so heaven-defying. Anyone would be stunned after hearing this. A terrifying and unparalleled genius having to evade Empress Hong Tian's generation. They understood why he dared to challenge the 18 Vajras. It was because he absolutely had the power to do so. After hearing the South Emperor's tales, not to mention others, even the Jikong Wudi's group of geniuses went quiet for a very long time. This South Emperor appearing out of nowhere brought tremendous pressure to them. Someone who had competed with the Empress. No matter the time or place, this type of character was definitely invincible. An evil Buddha and now an era evader. Heavenly Emperor Lin murmured to himself. This generation will definitely be exciting. It seems like senior brother won't be lonely. He will finally have rivals to compare himself with. Eventually, Li Qie arrived before an old temple inside the city. It was not grand, only old from being around for too many years. In the minds of the people living here, the doors of this temple had always been closed. They didn't know what kind of monks were training inside either. He quietly stood in front of the temple, calming the indescribable tinge of emotions threatening to rise. For millions of years, groups of followers kept on leaving him. Very few were able to live until now. Eventually, he gently sighed, not wishing to think about it any further. He turned around to leave. Click! The shut doors suddenly opened. An old nun ran outside and placed her palms together, then told Li Qie, Sacred teacher, the Bodhisattva wishes to see you. Li Qie stopped and returned the gesture. Please lead the way. He followed the old nun into the temple. It was very quiet. Apart from the nun, there were no signs of anyone else. Time seemed to have stopped the moment he walked into this place. It was a realm apart from the mundane world. Everything was eternal here. There was nothing besides muffled footsteps. The rowdiness of the outside world was far from this place. Xueqi told the old nun, "Let me bathe and light some incense before meeting the beneficence Bodhisattva." She had no objections and led him into a room so that he could wash himself and burn incense. After doing so, with a dignified yet natural expression, he followed the nun to see the beneficence Bodhisattva. Who was Xueqi? He was someone who was indifferent even before immortal emperors. However, he was particularly solemn today. This showed the beneficence Bodhisattva's special status in his heart. The nun led him to a Buddhist building before leaving. He stood outside and calmed his emotions before entering. Buddhist lights filled the building like flowing mercury to every inch and corner of this place. It gave off an indescribably mystical sensation. There was a golden lotus in full bloom with a woman sitting on top of it. She was barefoot and had long hair flowing down her yellow dress. Her hands were forming mudras with an air of serenity. The peaceful and gentle rays coming from her body resembled the warm sunlight during winter. These hands would be incredibly gentle when caressing one's face. She was a supreme beauty with a kingdom-toppling figure. However, she was now a bodhisattva and had transformed in accordance with the Buddhist doctrine. Both her supreme face and figure were nothing more than a bag of skin in her eyes. Xueqi looked at this all-too-familiar woman ahead. He didn't say anything and sat down on a cushion. Rumors were circulating in the Buddhist city that Spirit Mountain had sent a bodhisattva here for protection. However, no one had seen this bodhisattva before. This bodhisattva was the one in the rumors. She was also an old friend of Xueqi. At this time, the beneficence bodhisattva opened her especially pretty eyes. One could easily imagine how enchanting she must have been before becoming a nun. "You are finally here." The beneficence bodhisattva spoke. Her voice was still pleasant and gentle even after her transformation. Xueqi gently placed his palms together and revealed a dignified expression. "I didn't want to disturb your meditation. Let me look at your real body for a bit," the beneficence bodhisattva requested. He wordlessly turned back into his true form and revealed the face of Xueqi. The beneficence bodhisattva carefully stared at him with her hands still performing mudras. She spoke. "Waking up one day to find millions of years have passed. Time lasts forever. You have been enlightened and can have eternal life in the future. Millions of years are but the blink of an eye to the Buddhist funeral plateau." Xueqi gently spoke. Her mudras continued to emit an overflowing Buddhist aura. She was still calm while talking about the past. Today, she was a bodhisattva, a mortal no more. She softly said, "I know you didn't fully agree with us joining the Buddhist faith." Xueqi gently shook his head. "No, this is something that you deserve. Back then, you personally led the Legion to calm the era for me. During the tough times, you were next to me. With one writ of mine, you left several times to carry it out. No matter what it may be, you deserve everything. In the past, each life that followed me, every warrior whose blood washed the battlefield, they were all living beings." The bodhisattva spoke with her Buddhist rhythm. The past was now gone with the wind. Long ago, she was the leader of one of the 4 great legions under Xueqi. She went on several expeditions for him. From north to south, her illustrious fame was a great deterrence to everyone in the 9 worlds. Chapter 1035. Farewell forever. Young master. She remained calm while talking about the past and maintained her mudras. "I didn't join Buddhism and enter Spirit Mountain for eternal life. The only thing I want is peace in my heart." "I know." Xueqi nodded quietly. "War has always been cruel. If you can't even sleep well at night, I will always feel guilty. I am happy that you are able to find peace at the plateau." "I chose to escape. I have let you down," she answered softly. He shook his head in response. "No, you should have had a normal and happy life. This was all because of me. I was the one who brought you into a world of killing. It is full of fate, karma, and grievances. All of this should have been my responsibility. My hands were already stained with blood. I should have shouldered it all." The beneficence bodhisattva slowly said, "Just let past causes and effects go." Xueqi smiled and said, "Just let it go. Leave it all to me. I will go to the very end at the final world where I shall have my answer. The Bodhisattva didn't say anything from on top of her golden lotus. She was peaceful and distant, for she had severed her ties with the mundane world. Today, this will be our last meeting, so I will tell you something. Eventually she spoke. The Buddhist kingdom has a new Buddhist lord. Li Qie was caught off guard. This is actually surprising. There should only be 2 candidates for the new Buddhist lord. One is the radiant Bodhisattva and the other is you. If the new lord isn't one of you two, then who can it be? She replied, I haven't been back to the kingdom, so I haven't seen the new Buddhist lord. I only received the message from there. Li Qie finally bowed his head, then got up to leave. He walked very slowly with a solemn air. The Bodhisattva also quietly watched each of his steps. Farewell forever, young master. She gave him one last look before closing her Buddhist eyes. Li Qie's heart fluttered. He finally turned back to look at her and imprinted her image into his memories while softly speaking. Farewell forever, genre. With that, he left the room and gently closed the doors. Before he knew it, the corners of his eyes became a little wet. Time was insignificant. Millions of years was only a blink of an eye. It felt as if it was just yesterday. There had been many people by his side, but not many were with him for as long as the beneficence Bodhisattva. No matter what, he still respected her choice. After generations of bloody battles, it wasn't easy and peaceful for her. Throughout the eras, she had paid a great price. If she wanted eternal life, Li Qie would have exerted all of his efforts to grant her her wish. However, everlastingness was not her wish. She only wanted peace of mind. Death is not the most painful thing. Only extrication would bring about peace. Li Qie sighed softly after leaving the shrine. He couldn't describe his current emotions. He had sent away many friends in the past. In his eyes, death was not the worst thing. The most insufferable emotion came from separation, especially seeing someone off that was still alive, only to never be able to meet each other again. He transformed back into Chu Yuntian and blended in with the bustling streets of the Buddhist city. There had been too much pain and separation in the past. He didn't want to look back, so he could only move forward on this long and winding path. The Rainflower Terrace was a very famous inn at the Buddhist city. Many prominent cultivators would stay in this place after arriving. Li Qie quietly sat on the terrace and drank in silence. He watched the clouds in the sky and felt the wind. He was staying here to wait for Li Shuangyan's group because they had made plans. If the girls wanted to come to the plateau, he would stay at the Rainflower Terrace to wait for them. Today, Evil Buddha was very famous, so when he was drinking by himself, many cultivators at the terrace looked at him from the distance. They quietly whispered about him. Of course, no one dared to disturb him. It was a notorious title. One Buddhist phrase could cause the new young king of the Nantian clan to commit suicide. So who would dare to come and talk to him recklessly? What if he started with a chant? Then they wouldn't even realize how they died. Pop! A stomp shattered the sky as a person arrived with a clear battle intent. His body emitted strings of lights carrying massive weight. The Jewel Pillar Mortal King is here. A few cultivators on the terrace shouted after seeing this person crushing the void. His aggressive demeanor made it clear to many what he was here to do. Unbeatable war god. Never utters the word defeat. His supporters couldn't help but loudly cheer. Even his non-supporters nodded their heads and murmured, "The Mortal King indeed has the ability to compete for the heaven's will. He does not mind defeat and will stand up from where he fell. As long as he stays alive, there is always the hope of victory." Supreme cultivation geniuses were quite vain and prideful. This was because this type of genius always had a smooth road and almost never tasted defeat. Therefore, their first defeat would easily become their inner demon. From then on, they wouldn't be able to get up again. There were too many examples of this across the ages. Some supreme geniuses couldn't handle defeat and suicide became their ultimate end. The Mortal King will have a way to suppress Evil Buddha for sure this time. Another commented. From his past records, others could tell that he would normally lose the first match, but he would reverse the tides on the second challenge and defeat the enemy. At this time, he seemed to be full of confidence in challenging Evil Buddha, so everyone assumed that he had found a way to suppress him. Li Qie didn't even bother to look at the Mortal King. He continued to pour his own drink and gulped it up with a relaxed demeanor. "Sir, come out and fight." The Mortal King stood outside of the terrace and shouted gravely. His voice was immense. Each resonating word was full of power. The aura that emanated from his body was a cause for fear. Li Jie slowly sipped his wine. Today, he was in no mood to play with a junior like the Mortal King. The majority of the cultivators were holding their breaths anxiously in anticipation of this battle. However, they noticed that Evil Buddha was still calm and didn't even glance at the Mortal King. They looked at each other and felt that this Buddha was being too contemptuous. The Mortal King's expression turned cold. Today, he was able to deter the world. No one dared to look down on him regardless of who they might be. However, this evil Buddha was too lazy to even look at him. This was even more humiliating than his defeat last time. "Sir, do you dare to fight or not?" The king's voice was as sharp and cold as the edge of a blade. Li Jie simply ignored him. In his eyes, the king was an insect shouting at a behemoth. He was in no mood to listen. "If the sacred teacher doesn't care for you, then go cool off to the side." A slightly languid voice came about. A person suddenly appeared in the sky. South Emperor. The sudden emergence of this person caused people to cry out. Everyone inside and outside of the terrace was startled. Error evader from mysterious bamboo. Anyone would tremble after seeing South Emperor. Even the proud Mortal King's expression sank after seeing him. An era evader was not an empty title. The South Emperor had competed with the Empress for the Heaven's Will before. Even God Kings would dread this existence no matter which generation it was. The king looked at South Emperor. He took a deep breath and spoke with great momentum. "If Era Evader wants to give me some pointers, I am willing to test your supreme arts." South Emperor glanced at him and said dismissively, "You? Wait until you are recognized by the Heaven's Will. Then you can challenge me. Right now, you are not qualified. The person behind you, on the other hand, is barely qualified to fight me." This remark was uttered in such a plain and carefree manner that it made the king change his expression. Such blatant contempt was humiliating to a genius like him. In his mind, it was an intentional insult. The king was determined and spoke solemnly. "I would like to see Era Evader's supreme arts." I said cool off. South Emperor didn't want to bother with the king. He casually reached out with his finger. However, this simple gesture crushed the stars in the sky. The king was shocked at this oncoming finger strike. He shouted and wanted to use his strongest attack to stop it. However, he was too slow compared to this finger attack that soared across the sky. Bang! The crowd watched as the Mortal King was blown away by a single finger. Boom! People in the distance saw the king slam into a mountain. The impact shattered it while the king continued to fly before disappearing into the horizon. Such a scene astounded everyone. The Mortal King was among the most outstanding talents in this generation. Even a virtuous paragon from the last generation would treat him with some respect. However, just one finger from South Emperor was able to push him thousands of miles away. Chapter 1036. South Emperor seeking guidance. The crowd took a deep breath from astonishment. They were quite perplexed by the gigantic gap between the two. How are people in the current generation going to compete for the Heaven's Will? A powerful youth lost his confidence right away. The Mortal King was strong enough in the eyes of the younger generation, but he was not worth mentioning when it came to South Emperor. The word emperor alone is enough to tell the tale. Not just anyone can claim to be an emperor. Another murmured, "That's an era evader for you." A paragon spoke. If the current geniuses don't grow to the point where they are recognized by the Heaven's Will, they simply can't compete with him. One person even went as far to say, "Is that an emperor assailant? To blow the war god away with just one finger, truly unstoppable." Li Jie didn't look twice at what was happening. He was still nonchalant in his own world. South Emperor approached and sat in front of him. He smilingly said, "Let this junior drink with you in this busy mundane world." With that, he casually flipped his palm and they instantly teleported away. In the blink of an eye, the pavilion that Li Jie was sitting on disappeared. Many people on top of the terrace looked over and realized that the South Emperor had teleported the entire building. Somewhere in the southern region, there was a waterfall running with green pine trees everywhere as if it was a paradise. At this time, the Emperor took some of Li Jie's wine and began to drink even faster than Li Jie, as if he wanted to compete with him. Li Jie sat there in contemplation. After a while, his mind returned and he glanced at South Emperor who was gulping down cups of liquor. "Little Gua, if you want to drink, go take out your imperial brew from your mountain, don't steal mine." Li Qie said slowly. South Emperor's name was Gu Gua. In the present times, no one knew his name and of course, no one would ever dare to call him Little Gua. Even Immortal Emperor En Tian was his junior. So who at Mysterious Bamboo would dare to call him Little Gua? South Emperor didn't really want to put the aged wine down. He felt the urge to pull on his hair with a suffering grimace. What's wrong, Little Gua? Li Qie revealed a rare smile after looking at the Emperor. The Emperor let go of his hair and waved his hands in front of Li Qie. I want to suicide, sacred teacher. You are pushing me to the edge right now. Pushing you to the edge? I don't think it has anything to do with me. Li Qie looked at the fella and laughed. South Emperor reluctantly explained. Can I get any unluckier? At 15, I met Empress Hong Tian. Fine, I accepted defeat. I evaded one era and came out at 20. Oh well, I met Immortal Emperor Bingyu. I'll just attribute that to bad luck again, so I evaded another generation. At 30, I made another debut only to meet Immortal Emperor Qian Li, so I hit again and finally came out now. My God, sacred teacher, you are personally doing it this time. Teacher, are you purposely doing this to ruin me? Empress Hong Tian was your direct student. Immortal Emperor Bingyu was given a new fortune by you. And as for Immortal Emperor Qian Li, you were her Tao protector. South Emperor bitterly spoke. Every time I come into being, I just happen to come by you. I should just buy a bunch of noodles so I can hang myself already. South Emperor was indeed very unlucky. The first time he came out, he met Empress Hong Tian. Even the most brilliant geniuses would be finished, so he chose to run. The second time, the Dark Crow granted a great fortune to the young Immortal Emperor Bingyu. Others didn't know about the existence of the Dark Crow, but South Emperor did. This was because the second Emperor of Mysterious Bamboo was groomed by the Dark Crow. At a certain level, the Dark Crow granting a fortune was akin to determining Immortal Emperor Bingyu's right to the heaven's will. So South Emperor hit again. The third time was even worse. The Dark Crow personally became the Tao protector of Immortal Emperor Qian Li. South Emperor knew better than everyone else that no one would be able to bar the Dark Crow's path. Thus, he evaded another generation. This was his fourth time coming out, and worst turned to worst. The Dark Crow himself came out. Even if he was stronger, he wouldn't have the chance to become the Immortal Emperor. Having to evade 4 generations was a kind of torture to South Emperor, enough to drive him crazy. Li Qie laughed and gently shook his head. Little Gua, this has nothing to do with me. It is all about your inner demon. Li Qie pointed at his heart. If you don't come out from the shadow of Empress Hong Tian, how are you going to compete for the heaven's will? Sacred teacher is right. I do have a shadow looming in my heart. South Emperor bitterly smiled. But this inner demon is not from losing to Empress Hong Tian. It is you, sacred teacher. I cannot defeat this inner demon, so when you take action, I can only retreat. Li Qie chuckled and stated, if that's the case, it isn't hard for you to defeat it. Just kill me. Then it will no longer loom over your conscience. Sacred teacher, please don't scare me. South Emperor shook his head. Even if I wanted to, it wouldn't be my turn. I wouldn't be among the top 10 of those who want to kill you. No, not even the top 50. The number of giants across the ages that want you dead is too numerous to count. South Emperor was very powerful and he went very far back. It could even be said that he was extremely close to being an immortal emperor. However, he knew himself very well. It was impossible for him to kill an existence like Li Qie. Otherwise, the Dark Crow would have disappeared from this world long ago. There wouldn't be a need for him to take action. He became quite sad at this point. He wanted to drink more aged wine to become drunk. Alas, he failed at this too. Sacred teacher, I'm so sad right now. He said helplessly. I have evaded 4 generations. Should I do it again or just be satisfied with this one? Li Qie smiled in response. That depends on what you want. Your chance of becoming an emperor is greater than anyone else. If you give up this generation, there will be bigger opportunities later. Avoid me and you can definitely become emperor in the next generation. He spoke forlornly. Sigh, but I have given up on so many already. Li Qie replied. Era evading isn't anything to be ashamed of. Immortal Emperor Muzhua, Du, and Qing He all evaded eras. If you manage to evade 4 generations and come out in the 5th, then it can be considered a miracle. It is not your Tao heart that is lacking, and the same is true for your talents. The only thing I can say is that your luck is quite bad. Sigh, this is why I'm sad. It's as if I was born to be hapless. The emperor smiled wryly. Unlucky for 4 generations. Who told you to do so well in your youth? You nearly reached the heavens while at 15 years old. What more do you want? If we were to make a list of all the top geniuses across the ages, you definitely would be among the top 10. Consider this as a test from the heavens. Li Qie laughed. With a painful expression, he moaned. It was indeed smooth early on, but do you need to torture me like this? What do you think? Even though you are among the top 10 geniuses, look at the list. How many of them actually had an easy life or peaceful ending? Li Qie shook his head. The heavens granted you such great talents, so it has to harden your willpower first. Fine then. The old villainous heavens can continue to torture me. South Emperor complained before becoming serious. Sacred teacher, I came this time just to listen to your opinion. Li Qie looked at the guy and laughed. Gugua, I know you are very arrogant. The truth is that you had a chance of becoming the immortal emperor, but you couldn't let go of your pride and were too reluctant to come ask me. I know. The emperor chuckled weakly. I know that sacred teacher would remember old sentiments. If I asked you on my ancestors' behalf, you would become my Tao protector. Just like you said before, I nearly reached the heavens while at the age of 15. How could I not become arrogant? Even though the empress was more heaven-defying than me, in terms of our accomplishments at a young age and cultivation speed, she was not my match, so I couldn't resist my pride. I always thought that I could still become the emperor without relying on you. Sigh, who would have thought that I would have to evade one generation after another? It seems like you are right. I have to let go of all posturing to come and ask you. South Emperor was very honest at this moment. He didn't need to hide anything before an everlasting existence like Li Qie. Moreover, as the Dark Crow, Li Qie had always watched over their mysterious bamboo mountain. You are right this time. In fact, even now, you could still become an immortal emperor without my help. However, due to your bad luck, you always chose the wrong generation. Li Qie smiled. South Emperor took a deep breath and solemnly asked, Sacred Master, I have seen through the past. In this generation, I am sincerely asking you, should I evade this generation or go all out? That depends. Li Qie chuckled. Do you want to live brilliantly for one generation, or do you only want to become an immortal emperor? If you only want to become an emperor, then evade this era and you will definitely become one in the next after I leave. No one will be able to stop you. However, if you want to see this generation's brilliance, then go all out. Li Qie looked at the emperor and said, Remember, immortal emperor is only the beginning. I know that. South Emperor gently nodded. Emperor is only the beginning. However, sacred teacher, if I can't become an emperor, how can I even talk about starting? There is another choice. Li Qie revealed a mysterious smile. You don't need to become an immortal emperor since you can be an immortal monarch instead. This is another option. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.